Anyone? Can you hear me? Yes, no, maybe so. Potatoes, potatoes, tomatoes, bananas. I hate that everything's broken today. Like, no reason at all. Everything just wants to be a pain in the ass. And it's really annoying. I think there we go. That's fixed. If you guys can hear me now, that would be great. It says I'm live. So, mods, Leftist Leo, are you here? Man, that's a real downer for the day. I need to know if it's working. Can anyone tell me? Okay, there we go. Yes, you can hear me. Thank God. Everything wants to shit on me today. They're like, I'm in a lot of pain. My nose is leaking. My eyes are leaking for no reason. I don't even have like allergies today. Uh, or rather, I don't have allergies in general. I don't know why this is happening today. And then all of my computer stuff broke. Like literally everything. Every time. I don't know why. When there's an update, all my settings get messed up. But I think this messed up the YouTube stream. We'll have to look at that. How are you, Leftist Leo? Yeah, fuck tech. It's really annoying. If you give me a second, I'll swap over the like details from that stream into this one so that it actually exists. I'm unlisting that one. Okay. Cool. Awesome. God damn. So answering your question from earlier, that I was saying I pulled a late night. I didn't. I woke up at 6 p.m. I mean, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you know? I'm actually not even that late. Thank God that, like, that started 5 minutes before stream was meant to start, so it wasn't all that bad. But I do apologize. How are you all doing? What's up with all of you? We're gonna get to, like, news and stuff, but I don't know. I'm feeling a different vibe today. Kind of like a fuck around and find out kind of vibe. I'm not sure. I need to start exercising more. I can't lift anything. I'm not strong. I would be pretty fucked in a situation where I had to defend myself. It's 9:26 a.m. here, damned it so. I know. I planned it to be right around that time. Oh yeah, you got house cleaning to do. Yeah, me too. Guys, I'm gonna be like streaming this whole week because obviously we have the inauguration tomorrow, and then a bunch of crazy shit's gonna happen immediately following. But I really think I'm gonna need like a day or two off after that. But I hate doing that. I hate taking time off. I'm making bread and waiting for it to rise. Ooh, God, fresh bread is so good. Like when it just comes out of the oven and it's that steamy, the smell of it. That's a Turkish thing for me because like bread is fundamental to my culture. I've seen my father eat bread, just bread, you know, like ripping off a piece of a loaf, eating that while he's eating rice. Leftist Leo, and that whole thing is just gonna be meandering fucking slop. I mean, no, not really. They're kind of going by a playbook. They have a plan. We don't know what they're gonna do with it, you know. But it's gonna be messy. But I don't think it's gonna be slop. I think it's gonna be bullshit. A lot of it. Speaking of bullshit, though. Oh no, god damn it. No, that's broken. Of course, everything, every single thing has to be this way. Because why wouldn't it have to be this way? There we go. Bread and ALS, very fundamental. I'm making traditional cornbread over here. Paste. So, we got a ceasefire. After Netanyahu decided to delay it at the very last moment. The ceasefire means that 19 Palestinians were killed immediately before it. This is saying, I don't really care. Basically, they were bombing the shit out of Gaza right up until the timer for the ceasefire, and then immediately before like they actually had to stop, Netanyahu backed down. Like, no, actually, I want to see your plans to how many, which hostages are you releasing? I need names and a list. And then apparently Hamas had technical issues. So maybe it's the Israelis. Maybe they're fucking with my tech as well. But the terms of the deal: 3 Israeli captives held in Gaza for 90 Palestinians in Israeli prisons to be released. Great, love that, right? A lot of people are happy, a lot of people are celebrating. But this is only temporary. I saw a news article stated that Israel was continuing to bomb past the ceasefire. Supreme Sumbro, they literally did, they still are, by the way, in Lebanon. We had a ceasefire in Lebanon, like, for what? No, they do. And I honestly, I don't even need the source. I believe it, but let me live UA map it, and we'll find out. Well, so after this one, I'm not sure, but so 21 minutes ago, Israeli security force operations in Bab al-Hatta, they're still doing shit there. The ceasefire is active. Jesus Christ. Like 21 minutes ago. So that's the thing. If you actually listen to the ceasefire deal, it's nothing. They don't, it genuinely is nothing. In the deal, after phase 1, there's explicit permission for Netanyahu to restart the war. I mean, here, let's have a look. People are celebrating. I mean, this is nice for now.
Is the moment Palestinians in Gaza have long prayed for. Free to go home, sure of where to go, but not of what they will find.
We're going back home.
These are the 33 Israeli.
Or not. When I get there, I will cheer.
A ceasefire between Israel and Hamas came into force on Sunday morning after 406.
It just infuriates me that the media are saying it's a ceasefire. We just saw another bomb. Well, that wasn't a bombing. That was security force. That was soldiers. But yeah, no, and they're gonna keep doing it. Here's a better explanation of the actual ceasefire.
Has been delayed with Hamas failing to.
I mean, to be fair, like a missile is breaking the ceasefire, but also sending your soldiers into like the area is also breaking the ceasefire if they fire.
A list of hostages to be released. These are live pictures from the
everyone just cares about the hostages,
due to come into
which
force,
like is important. They are important.
Israel
but
said the ceasefire would not begin until the list was provided. Hamas has affirmed its commitment to the ceasefire, but cited technical
not sounding
reasons.
like ceasing fire. Sounds like a breach of ceasefire to me. Yeah. Sorry, that's anti-Semitic now, Sundry Clown Car.
For the hold-up, the Israeli Defense Force is continuing to carry out attacks in Gaza. We'll hear from the ABC's Global Affairs editor John Lyons shortly, but our correspondent Matthew Doran begins our coverage from the Gaza border.
Thousands had come to Hostage Square, crammed into central Tel Aviv ahead of the ceasefire.
This, like, makes me insane.
Hoping that their loved ones would finally be on their way home. Kfir Bivas is now 2 years old. He was taken when he was just 8.5 months.
Yes. Get to
those taken by
so
Hamas.
These are the hostages, right? Weird for that to be happening during a hostage exchange. Well, yeah, it is. You wanna let's hear Jitler say it.
President Trump and Biden gave
From Gaza this afternoon, Israel's leader was already warning that the truce might not hold.
both President Trump and Biden gave full backing
Everything
to
is a
Israel's right
lie.
to return to fighting if Israel reaches the conclusion that negotiations of the second stage are fruitless.
This man in our Congress said that October 7th was like 10 9/11s, and our Congress stood up and clapped.
If we need to, we will do that with great force.
Like, it was really bad,
political
but like
rivals hope
to
that
go
won't.
into America's Congress in a joint session, you have the Senate, you have the House, everyone's watching, and you say that, like, bringing up 9/11 is a thing, you know, it means things to Americans. Saying that something is like 10 9/11s in and of itself is kind of a meme. Saying it about October 7th and then saying it in Congress and then all of them getting up and clapping is fucking insane.
Happen.
We have a prime minister.
Hassan got famous because he said America deserved 9/11.
Expectations that stretch far beyond the Middle East.
And now with more, here's
So this one
Middle
really,
East correspondent Matthew Doran once again from the
this really gets me. They're saying it
Israel's
out loud.
leaders said
This
its
Al
invasion
Jazeera.
of the Strip would destroy Hamas and free all captives. After more than a year, Hamas, although militarily weakened, hasn't been fully dismantled. A sticking point for Netanyahu, who says he reserves the right to restart the war at any time.
Like,
Good evening.
exactly. Like, how is that a ceasefire? There's no indication of any good faith, of any desire to stop. You want to know what this actually is? This is giving Donald Trump a nice little pretend victory so that he can clown on the Dems and say, look, I ended the war. And then next week when all of the news is, you know, lying to you more than they already are, then they just restart the war. The literal plan is get those hostages back and then keep going. Which, by the way, I've been saying this for a long time, that all the hostages are dead. I've been saying, you know, Israel killed them by bombing the entire place, obviously. You know, because, like, Hamas wouldn't kill the hostages because why would you kill your leverage? A lot of them died already. There was hundreds. There were, what, 19 or 30 getting released? That's how many are left, I guarantee it. That's why it's phase one. You get the hostages back and then they just restart it again. They have no desire to stop. It's the same thing with TikTok, by the way.
And President Biden gave full backing to Israel's right to return to fighting if Israel reaches the conclusion that negotiations of the second stage are fruitless.
The largest group of captives left Gaza in November of 2023 as part of a truce deal. Around 100 were freed in exchange for 240 Palestinian detainees released by Israel. But hope and celebration soon faded as Israel intensified its bombing across Gaza, leaving the fate of the remaining captives uncertain.
Look, we talked about this yesterday. You need an idea of why should I trust these people? What makes you think that they're telling the truth? And obviously, like, you should assume that people are good faith, generally, unless they show you that they're not. And if they show you that they're not, like Israel has a dozen times. Remember the perfectly kept Mein Kampf copy they found in a child's bedroom that had post-it notes with like perfect handwriting, exquisite handwriting, detailing different parts of Mein Kampf. Like, it was insane. They had an undamaged iPad with a background picture of Adolf Hitler. It's almost a parody. Why would I believe them? When have they told the truth? Sundry Clown Car. Also, there's Israeli radicals in the streets right now demanding blood and soil instead of the release of the hostages. And those people vote. They don't vote for liberalism. Netanyahu, who knows this? The entire, like, political structure of Israel is built on the right. Like Einstein said this back in the 40s. All we need is Netanyahu to step in an ICC ratified country so we can arrest his ass, but he's not going to do that. That's the thing. They kind of won. Both Russia, China, and Israel wanted Trump to win, and Trump won. Now what has followed immediately? Not even like action-wise, rhetoric-wise. Well, Israel has ended the war. That we can tell, like, they're going to restart it, obviously. Everyone in America is now, you know, pretty much in favor of defunding Ukraine. They're going to work on getting us out of NATO next. Thank you for the raid, King Solomon. I just mean, like, all of the things that they wanted to do are kind of happening. So, hey, what's up, Headless Chicken? The one thing that I will say, though, is that I'm kind of, like, this is in Australia, not in America, but I like seeing this, that people still give a shit.
For a 67th straight Sunday, pro-Palestine chants echoed through Melbourne's CBD. This time, it was held within hours of an expected ceasefire deal in Gaza.
This is what we've been fighting for 15 months, a ceasefire. But we know through history, a ceasefire has never actually been permanent.
Activists still found it as usual.
They don't want it to be. I mean, like, we just listened to him like Netanyahu himself saying, oh, well, like we reserve the right to start again whenever. What there is gonna be so much more of this in every possible context from tomorrow onward. Non-ironically, one side, MAGA supporters' rhetoric against Panama and Canal or Greenland, and the other wants to end NATO. MAGA is inconsistent. I've been saying this for a while. They're all inconsistent. The political beliefs of your average American don't fall into left or right. You're like, pick 10 guys off the street and ask them political questions in a neutral way with like neutral wording. Some of those people are Adolf Hitler, and some of those people are fucking Rosa Luxemburg. But at the same time, they have the same positions. In their head, they want fascism, but they also want social. It's retard socialism. That's the best way to say it. I know people get mad at like the word, but it is genuinely true.
For their weekly rally at the State Library. Protesting the 15-month war.
People are tired. We're fatigued. We're exhausted. But we're not done.
Trump is bogged down with domestic problems. I mean, their cabinet is kind of built to break. So yeah, he probably will be. Sundry pro-good things, anti-bad things. Except they're pro-bad things and anti-good things. But they think the other... It's the same... Americans think that they're thinking, but they're not thinking. All of you, really, a lot of you. In some cases, and including me as well, we think that we're thinking, but we're not thinking. Because we're put into that box. Someone has set the course for the thought, and where that ends up is where they want you to go. And it's difficult to know on what context is this happening, how is this happening, or you have to be able to do introspection, have some critical thinking. You have to be able to recognize your place in the world, that person telling you a thing, whether they benefit or not from you believing it, whether they don't benefit from you believing it, and you do. Like, you need to take all of this shit into consideration, and you used to be taught how to do this. Headless Chicken, how can having a slave wife be a bad thing for me, huh? Riddle me that. I mean, you can go watch the Quibbles debate that I did. King Solomon, MAGA only works because it's inconsistent? Exactly. Trump can say something for everyone. There's always an excuse as to why he said, like, what he said. This is exactly right. It's why he won. It's because he just said shit. That's it. Kamala Harris's campaign, she had real things, she had numbers, but she was bad at messaging, and Donald Trump just said a bunch of bullshit real loud. He didn't shut up for 4 years after losing, and then he won. We need to do that. We need to not shut up, become the Karen, complain about everything, especially if you're someone with, like, privilege. If you're a white cishet man, go complain, or especially a white cishet woman, but go fucking complain about everything. Call it Trumpflation. When they start having, like, homeless encampments, call them Trumpvilles, like we did Hoovervilles. It's the way forward. They want to go back to the Gilded Age of America. Sure, all right. You know what followed the Gilded Age? When they had all of the robber barons owning everything and life sucked? We had FDR after that. Life sucked and we fixed it. Now, this week, by the way, I will be covering a bunch of labor protests that happened throughout that time period. Just to, like, because I don't really know much about them either, so it'll be a research stream at some point, but it'll depend on how much insane news comes out after the election today. But seeing people out protesting,
negotiated ceasefire, they're planning to protest indefinitely, seeking what they describe as the full liberation of Palestine.
The struggle for liberation hasn't ended.
Nasser, this guy's based. He's the leader of the Australia Palestinian Advocacy Organization. 10 out of 10.
Keep coming out and
I think I
speaking
interviewed
out,
him.
because if we don't, we risk going back to October 6th.
To hear that we have a ceasefire doesn't give me relief.
For more than a year, the city has been brought to a standstill. Local businesses feel they've become collateral damage. Police say it significantly ties up their resources while the force battles an understaffing crisis.
Yeah, look, that's Australia. But Indigenous Afro-Latin Americans see a lot of gringo political ground, like we see the United States using the imperial metric system, outdated and arrogant. Latin America, unironically, is probably going to... you guys are going to do quite well under Trumpism, because it seems like, I don't know, Latin America is leaning left generally. Now we have like Milei and all of that, and you need to avoid that, but they're leaning away from the right, and that's good, especially because we're going to be very aggressive to Latin America. We're going to be very belligerent to Latin America. So you guys get loud and fight back, and that might actually help quite a bit. Christopher Wallace, since we're dealing with Trumpism, wouldn't it be better if the left center of the country could resort to the same tactics? Literally, yes, use their playbook. I have some videos on that. We've been covering the old alt-right playbook videos from like a decade ago and going over those and talking about how we can adapt, how we can adopt some of these tactics and use them against them. Kamala tried to speak to everyone at once, but people like to be spoken to specifically. The issue is that the media system will absolutely crucify a Democrat for being slightly contradictory while ignoring Trump's obviously mutual exclusive promises. It's because they're all bought. They're all bought and paid for. That's one of the main reasons they wanted to get rid of TikTok, because people are not bought and paid for on there. Anyone can talk, you know? Oh, I watched that using the right tactics against the Missouri. Very good. We're going to do another one, actually. I didn't realize he came out with a new video. There's a new alt-right playbook video, and I'm really excited to watch it. But what I want to show you is the fact that there were so many people. Let me see if I can find the photo of them filling up where the inauguration would normally happen. Because Donald Trump must be pissed. So we all know that Trump was really mad last time that he won because Obama had a larger crowd size. He was very insecure, let's say, about his crowd size. He talked about it for months and months and months. And this time around, now he has to do it inside. It's too cold, or what, like maybe the idea that I'm hearing from the left is that he's afraid that it won't look good because less people will show up, which is probably a factor, but it is really fucking cold. And then on top of this, I feel like the way they convinced him to do this is that the last time this happened was Reagan's second inauguration. And so I think that's probably how they got him to do it. I don't think he wanted to have it indoors. But the funnier thing is all of the right is very mad about it. They bought plane tickets. They traveled across the country to get here to watch this, and they're not going to get a refund. So they're not happy. I mean, hold on. This is the crowd that he would have wanted. Give me a good shot. Come on. Told you guys, tech is going to be shitty with me today for every possible reason. This is the crowd that he wanted. He's not going to get it. He's going to get this indoor. Trump wanted Obama's crowd. Trump wanted more than Obama's crowd. But how cold it is, by the way, is pretty fucked. Like, it is genuinely freezing in the United States. It's also burning here. Normally, I stream from 9 a.m. to 2 my time, and I'm kind of thankful that we had to swap it this week for the inauguration, because it's been triple digits during the day. It's, what's 27 Celsius in Fahrenheit? It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's 80 degrees outside, so... Yeah, I'm not a fan. But I feel like maybe
Dr. Kathy Foley,
we should pay more attention to the climate. This is an older video. I only found it yesterday, and I quite enjoyed it. It makes a lot of sense. This is about how climate deniers don't actually deny climate change anymore. And I've noticed this a lot lately. It wasn't as much of, like, this is from 10 months ago, and I don't remember it being all that prominent, but it definitely is now. And didn't Trump try to pass off Obama's crowd as his last time around? He did, actually. King Solomon. He actually did.
Deinococcus radiodurans, nicknamed Conan the Bacterium, is the toughest life form on Earth. It can survive in the most toxic environments, flooded with acid, radiation, or extreme cold. It even survived for 3 years on the outside of the International Space Station. And yet, when placed in the comment section under a YouTube video about climate change, Conan the Bacterium threw in the towel almost immediately. It was just too toxic.
Discussions of climate change often get heated, no pun intended, because it's such an important issue. Scientists tell us that the future of society as we know it is at stake.
It is, by the way.
Naturally, there are passionate voices in the debate.
On the one side, you have scientists who have sometimes spent decades of their lives researching the Earth's climate, and people who listen to those scientists and interpret their work, not always accurately, calling for change. On the other side, you have, well,
idiots.
It's been changing.
A lot of
Conan
idiots.
The bacterium
and
is
a lot
no
of
longer swimming in a
corpos.
toxic sea of climate denial.
Can we agree on something? Because I don't want to say that these people are stupid anymore. I don't think that's a factor. I think at this point, it's willful ignorance, and a lot of them are just corpos. Whether or not they're stupid, I think I just want to just call them corpos. That's good rhetoric, because all of them hate corpos as well. That's it from now on. All right. No more calling these people idiots. Like Jordan Peterson, corpo. That's it.
But a toxic sea of climate doomism.
I'm glad we could agree on this.
Let's talk about that.
This video is sponsored by Brilliant.
Climate skeptics, climate deniers, various other names. You probably have a mental image right now.
2014 has been the warmest.
I remember
year on
this.
record.
This was
I asked
insane.
the chair, you know what this is? It's a snowball.
There are people who have sought to dispute, discredit, or straight up ignore established facts about the Earth's changing climate, such as that the Earth has a climate. That climate is changing. That climate is changing due to human influence.
I see comments disputing each one.
Every single regular person that wants to argue on this, that doesn't have a PhD, just tell them to shut the fuck up. This is PhD level knowledge that people who barely finished high school are trying to interpret and then tell you that they're wrong. How can warm if ball? Checkmate, liberal. Exactly. I just realized I had to refresh the stream. Yes, sorry, infallible foul tech issues today. I do my own research. Yeah, but most people don't. That's the thing. I do my own research. I dropped out of college. I have a GED from high school. So there are exceptions to the rule. But if someone is arguing with you about climate change, you can pretty much just instantly put them in the category of they're either a corpo or they are an idiot trying to interpret information. Yes, but you aren't arguing against climate change, Lord Fluffy Art. That's really the key here, is saying you're arguing against doing anything about climate change.
One of these points, even the first one, all the time.
I don't think you need a facility to do research. You need eyes. Guys, it used to snow at Christmas 2 fucking years ago. You used to have bugs outside. Go sit outside for 5 minutes and listen. It's not the same. It was louder. There was more life in the air. It didn't rain at certain points of the year that it rains now. Sometimes, the seasons have shifted. Summer comes a month late. I remember this winter came a month late for you guys in America because my family lives in New Jersey, and so I know what the climate's like. You can see it with your eyes. You don't need a research facility. Schwarzbrook, most people don't know how to, yeah, exactly. They don't know how to do actual research. They don't know how to analyze literature because they don't, they never tried. No one taught them to. But then they're trying to pretend that they can and claiming bullshit that they thought of while reading something that they cannot understand.
I have quite extensive filters on my comments.
Hey, what's up, back guys?
More extensive list of shadow banned users who have previously spread misinformation. But I can promise you, these people exist.
You're exactly right. Climate change makes the climate more extreme, and then we get retards saying it's too cold. No, you know what? This goes even further. Watch this.
Survey found
They've
that
gone
15%
further.
of Americans do not believe that anthropogenic climate change existed. And you may say, is that really a problem? Some people still think the moon landing was faked, or that Chicken Run isn't the greatest film ever made.
But unfortunately, yes, because the only way that we get out of this mess, we stop warming more than 2 degrees Celsius this century, is through ambitious government policy at national, subnational, and city
It's the
scale.
only way
And that
forward
only
to
happens
fix
if the
this.
political apparatus
But understand, we have crossed the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold already. We've already crossed it, so...
can create those policies, meaning you have people to vote for those policies, and you don't have people in positions of power consciously blocking such policies.
Luke, insert a picture of John Cena here, cheers.
For the longest time, those opposed to
You're just saying great white sharks in Britain. Like, England should not have great white sharks swimming around. That means the water is warming. You guys are supposed to be cold, rainy, and depressing.
simply denied the reality of climate
These people are literally
change. The climate
killing our
wasn't
future with
changing,
gleeful
if it
and malicious
was,
intent. You're
changing because
exactly
of
right.
us. We're just too small to
Leftist
make a
Leo, you're
difference.
exactly
But
right.
as the years have gone on and temperature records have continued to tumble and extreme weather has become more extreme, the evidence for climate change has kind of become incontrovertible. And at the same time, there has come to be more of a general acceptance that we're to blame. And there's been a corresponding decrease
True,
in the
Sundry
frequency of
Clowncar.
comments like these on my YouTube channel. But not just mine, successful channels too. I polled 12 popular YouTube channels that make videos about
No, King Solomon, you're misunderstanding. They love DEI. They just love it for them. Oh, by the way, Pete Hegseth is a DUI pick. Not a DEI pick, a DUI pick.
climate crisis, and asked them how frequently they saw comments that agree with this statement. Almost everyone said that such comments were frequent.
The Earth's climate is not changing, or if it is, it's not due to human influence. Most people agreed to this.
But there was a slight trend towards these comments becoming less frequent over the past 2 years. That's good, right? Well,
while there has been a decrease in the frequency of these comments featuring outright denial, the tone of the conversation has
Guys,
now
you're not the
shifted.
cradle of civilization. Come on.
Instead of people arguing that we shouldn't do anything because
If
there's
we're
no
being real, the cradle of civilization is Iraq and Iran.
problem, they started arguing that we shouldn't do anything because we're doomed.
I asked those same YouTube
This is
channels
insane.
how frequently
Like,
they
this
saw
part
comments
is
that agreed
fucking
with
insane.
This statement.
Currently
that our
proposed
response
solutions to climate change, such as, but not limited to, renewable electricity, plant-based diets, and electric vehicles, will not be effective in preventing the climate crisis, and thus the world is doomed. Now, I do agree on the electric vehicles part, but only because of how we do it.
for the climate crisis could never be enough, and thus that we were doomed. 2/3
And
of
you're not
channels
wrong,
surveyed
Shardsborg.
said that
Affirmative
such
action for
comments
white people
were
has always
frequent,
existed.
So slightly less frequent than in response to the first question. But there was a definite increase in the frequency of such comments over the past 2 years. Qualitatively, these channels told me that they saw far more quote-unquote doomers in their comment sections now. So more arguments that are solutions to the climate crisis.
This is all because of the billionaire class, by the way. We've talked about how people like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Sam Altman-Fried all believe in accelerationism. They want to break society faster because they believe that the pressure of it will push us to advance further. This is like Curtis Yarvin shit, is what they believe. They don't know that they believe it, by the way. It's taught to them. But don't be a doomer. A doomer is what they want you to be. They want you to feel like you can't do anything when you can. You know, it would be very easy to stop climate change if we just took all of the corporations' money away, took all of the rich people and put them in prison, and then had, I don't know, experts decide the policy for the next 10 years. We could fix that, like, pretty easily, I would argue.
Were expensive, harmful, and ultimately pointless.
I should not be asked to give up my treats. I would rather watch civilization collapse around me as a hell of a position to defend. Literally, Treatler. Like, I don't know if you're on Twitter and if you've seen that that tweet, but Treatler. These people want their shit and they don't care about anything else as long as they keep getting their slop.
A bit like Madame Web.
You may well have seen such an uptick in doomism about climate online yourself. And you could be
Solitaire,
forgiven-
don't say that. I'll show you in a here's why you shouldn't say that. Here we go. We're gonna look at this later, but government monitoring those with negative views on health insurance companies. We're all on a watch list, guys. Every single one of us. I read this before, how we're considered extremists, but
for thinking that such a movement must come from the scientists.
Just warning you,
from people
because
who
you
are
know they're going to
looking at
come
the
for you
data
soon.
and seeing how quickly the planet is changing and how little we are doing to stop it. And that may be some commenters, but in fact the people
They
who
are
have
actually
been
selfish
really
pricks.
pushing
You're
and
right.
are responsible for
You're
the
totally
doomsday
right, Lord
movement
Fluffy Heart.
are those same people who previously said that the climate wasn't changing at all.
Earlier this year, the Center for Countering Digital Hate published this report on the changing nature of climate denial on YouTube. They used an AI model to examine the transcripts of over 12,000 YouTube videos from 96 channels known to post climate skeptic content. They used the term old denial to refer to claims that global warming wasn't
It's literally a laid out plan. Old denial versus new denial. It's like they're very overt with what they do. It's like everything else that the Republicans do. They don't hide it, which is what makes it difficult for people to conceptualize, because people assume if something's out in the open, then there's a good reason for it. They're not hiding the bad shit that they do, because if they did and it was found out, it would be bad for them. But they can just say it, and then we can't argue with them over it because they said it and they made it sound good. Rand Paul poisoned, Ayn Rand poisoned the minds of all Americans. That's true.
And new denial to refer to claims that the impact of climate change will be
There will be
beneficial,
solitaire.
that our climate solutions won't work, or that climate science as a whole is unreliable.
New denial constitutes 70% of denialist claims in 2023, up 35%. So most of the people now that are going to argue that you can't, like the climate denial people, they're not going to argue that climate change isn't real. They're just going to say you can't fix it. They want you to feel weak and powerless, because the exact cause is corporations, not even just the fossil fuel companies, all of them. The corporations are the polluters. They're the ones that could pollute less if we regulated them, but they don't want to. They want to increase their profit at the highest possible degree, and they don't care about anything else. These billionaires are all retarded. They have bunkers that they've built in, like Mark Zuckerberg has a giant underground bunker that he's built in Hawaii. What do you think happens after societal collapse? You think that like you're gonna pay them to continue to work for you in the doomsday bunker? How are you going to convince them to stay if there is a collapse of society? If money doesn't matter anymore, if you can't trade things, why would they stay? Why would they help you? Because they're afraid. They need to get you to a point where you are afraid, and kind of like you have to feel like, oh, the dear leader. They want you to be North Korea. They want you to look at the leadership as gods that will save you, and you should never disagree with them. I mean, we've seen right-wingers on Twitter posting like, oh, if you see the news on mainstream media, it's just not real. If you hear anything other than out of Donald Trump's mouth, it's not real.
This new denial made up 35% of the claims made by these channels in 2018 and 70% of the claims in 2023.
Christopher Wallace. He wants slavery, but he's not going to be able to do that, so they're just going to do it here instead. I mean, this is in Alabama, and people are feeling the damage. Do you think that, like, a lot of these people are Trump voters, by the way? It's Alabama. Do you think this has any influence on how they view politics? No, they're going to blame Joe Biden for this. Alvaria, don't look up, nailed it with portrayal of billionaires. Yeah, you're right. Don't Look Up was such a underrated.
We're taking our savings to fix everything, and we don't have any more money.
You can see all this water running down here, coming down here. It's going to fill all this up.
They always said the South will rise again. I just never thought it would come in from a New York cosmopolitan real estate developer. I mean, yeah, kind of. The South is rising again. So you're in the South, Headless Chicken. At least you get to enjoy some of this. Back as this one's for you. If you get to watch it at some point, just let me know. Cool. I'll look.
You can see it.
Oh, actually, I just saw, I had a Starmer video for you. that I had to put in for a different day, where I'm going to complain about Starmer. So, these people hate you. Understand that. Luigi Mangione, still, innocent. There has been no trial. He's innocent until proven guilty. He's innocent in my eyes. But in the state's eyes, he's a terrorist. He's already been convicted without a trial. And they're going to kill him. They want to make an example out of him. But they're going to make a martyr out of him. I'm not sure if this is copyright. Like, they might get mad at me for showing this, but...
You know what's annoying me?
People like Bill Burr, who I only recently discovered, the rhetoric is out there. You can't take it away. Whether they kill Luigi or not, both the left and the right in America agree with this.
Me about this kid who killed this CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people.
No, I did not.
When they are at their most vulnerable after we've all given them our money every fucking month and now we finally need you. And
guys, if you are paying a health insurance company so that you can have health insurance when you need health insurance, and they don't provide it, how did they just not rob you? Like, this is theft. They robbed you. You were mugged. I don't see how any possible example can exist other than you were robbed.
Do is deny us. And then these pussies and all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. You know, I got to be honest with you, okay? I love that fucking CEOs are fucking afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy fucking pieces of shit. And a lot of you are...
This sentiment exists throughout the country. It is the thing that brings us together. The left and the right. I've been saying it for a very long time. The real fight is up versus down, not left versus right. Left versus right can come after. We'll convert the FBI into being gay. I mean, good luck. Kash Patel is the FBI director, and he has a hit list of people to go after. Now, where was this? Let's actually read it. So, if you express negative sentiment towards insurance companies on social media, by the way, this is going to include, this was posted just like a couple, actually yesterday, cool, not a couple days ago. This is particularly about New York, but understand that this is an entire country thing. If you are complaining about the insurance companies in California, then you're also on a list. Following the shooting, the New York State Intelligence Center identified a large amount of negative sentiment towards the healthcare executives and health insurance companies on social media. A bulletin produced by Regional Intelligence on December 12th, says the bulletin goes on to warn of users online wanting to counter corporate greed, as well as growing negative sentiment around conglomerates, the wealthy, executive staff at private and public organizations. I mean, this is true, by the way. Like, I can't argue with that. That is a fact. Why do they have to be so cold? Just be water? I don't know. So, what came out of this? The bulletin that was posted, a New York Police Department bulletin. We got that up to there. All right. Emphasizes that heightened risk environment for healthcare executives following last week's brazen targeted attack, killing the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. A lone gunman waited for the CEO outside a hotel in Midtown Manhattan before opening fire to kill him. The suspected gunman has been arrested in Pennsylvania. Police say he was found with a 3D printed gun, blah, blah, blah. An outpouring of online rage towards the health insurance industry has followed the brazen killing. Viral posts online have listed the names and salaries of several health insurance executives. Multiple wanted signs featuring corporate executives have been posted throughout Manhattan, and users on social media continue to celebrate Thompson's death, according to the bulletin. The warning signs come as a sea of social media posts indicate concern with potential copycat attacks, increased online threats of violence, and a potential for hoax and doxing incidents directed at high-profile corporate employees or public leaders. Many social media users are posting support of the alleged shooter, calling him a martyr and a hero. He is a martyr and a hero. Following the shooting, for official use of law enforcement only. Cool. You can download the full doc here, by the way. I'll link it. Ken Klippenstein is excellent. This is the guy that keeps getting banned from Twitter for posting news that the mainstream media won't show. Luigi represented the privileged assassin. It's the core of the United States belief. The reason some see Luigi as a hero is because their base politics is romanticized in Hollywood Wild West. Literally, yes. He's hot. He is Italian. He's privileged. He has those things. And I still allegedly, like, he didn't do it. He's innocent until proven guilty. But marked law enforcement use only. The document quoted above is like other intelligence reports, not usually available to the public. But this record was pried loose by opening records wizardry from the transparency nonprofit property of the people. Without them, this report would join the countless others that did not come out. This, however, to get a sense of how many of these kinds of reports are pinballing around law enforcement world, here's one produced by the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center, also obtained by the same group. Like New York Bulletin, this one focuses on online rhetoric expressing criticism of public health. The Nevada Counterterrorism Center assesses that violent rhetoric and threats of healthcare and other corporate executives will increase following the fatal shooting of the CEO. Yes, the praise of vigilantism has led companies to remove personal information of their executives from their websites. They're scared. I'm happy that they're scared. But this is going to be used as a reason to come take your civil liberties away, to take your rights away. You've already lost quite a bit of them already. I feel like I was going to start this one later, but maybe we should just jump right into it. Here we go. We have some incoming restrictions on our speech.
It's into a trade war with China.
So this is about TikTok, but think about this in the context that the people that are talking have all three branches of government, as well as the ability to manipulate the media, and also all of the social media owners have bent the knee. Mark Zuckerberg apparently is going down a rabbit hole. His lawyer quit because he was going down a Nazi rabbit hole, is what the example was. It's insane.
Well, I think the first time President Trump gets into a trade war with China, the minute we have a disagreement, when we exchange tariffs, they're going to realize the news feed will be all pro-China. There's no pro-Israel stories on there, almost nothing. There's no pro-Taiwan stories. Do we want the predominant news source in America with young people to be pro-China?
Now, regarding TikTok, I have a lot of things I could say, but just Bay Area lawyer drops Meta as a client over Mark Zuckerberg's toxic masculinity and neo-Nazi madness. I mean, like, come on. That's the guy who said, boobs on the ground, right? Really? What the fuck? Okay. Oh. Where is it? What did I put this? I have too many links. Here we go. So, the House Rules package for 2025 has come out, detailing exactly what the House of Representatives plans to do and how they will do it this year. It's kind of insane, but let's think about the notable new rules. Under the new House rules, a vote whether to remove the House Speaker can only occur at the request of 9 or more majority party members. This right here saves Mike Johnson. You need 9 Republicans to not want Fox News trying to not be misogynistic. Yeah, true. You need 9 Republicans to remove the Speaker of the House. This helps them quite a bit. Now, ranking members of the House Committee noted the change for the first time in American history. Shield the Speaker from accountability to the entire chamber, making it so that only Republicans can move to oust the Speaker. It's not good, but this is probably the most minor thing that came out of this, rather. Jesus, I can't talk today. Everything's all over the place. When they pass a bill that prohibits their companies from trading with China until they're hypocrites in calling out China as the enemy, China's not the enemy. Donald Trump yesterday was talking about how he had a very productive conversation with Xi and they were going to work together. Like, there is no fucking... Understand that a lot of the liberals that went on to Red Note, a lot of the liberals that you see, you know, on Twitter talking about, oh, how based is China? Oh, look, China has rights for this and that. The Chinese accounts that are on there discovering that Americans have to pay for ambulances and that you get shot in schools because their media hides it from them. It's bullshit. This is all propaganda. You are being made pro-China because China is very connected with our current government. We are very pro-China as a country. We are reversing the entire course there. They're defending a genocidal regime because they hate America as it is. I mean, yes and no. I don't think it's they just want to be in charge. I don't think they really care about everybody else. They just want to feel powerful. Look, back to these rules. This is insane. These people are genuinely crazy. That's what I'm trying to say. They're corpos, but they're also not mentally well. The rules permit, so the rules permit the speaker to allow votes under suspension of the rules on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays. Bills considered under suspension of rules, referred to as suspensions, require a 2/3 majority vote to pass, receive a maximum of 40 minutes for the debate, and cannot be amended. They would also allow the speaker to call for a vote without the Rules Committee approval or a rule to govern the terms of the debate. This is meant to facilitate faster passages of legislation, which it will. It's just, it makes it so we can't fight back. The House Rules Committee acts as a traffic cop, determining which legislation will receive a vote and setting parameters for a debate on legislation, how long it'll last, blah, blah, blah. The resolution that sets those parameters is referred to as the rule. The rule governing debate for a specific piece of legislation must be voted on before that legislation can receive a vote. It is typically for the majority party to vote for the rule and the minority party to oppose it. This rule proved problematic for House Republicans to pass through the last Congress. Thus, Mike Johnson repeatedly used suspension processes to get must-pass bills over the finish line. They have just made it so that this continues. Thank you for the follow, Talia. Or, sorry, Taya. But even worse, like, we haven't even gotten to the bills yet. This is just their own rules. Reverting gendered language. That's what our taxpayers are going to, by the way, is so that people in Congress can sit and have a debate about gendered language in the halls of Congress, which kind of makes me very mad. Look, I've seen Americans. The video I showed yesterday, in fact, from the Twitter. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up again so that we can all be on the same page. It was pretty viral, so it shouldn't be all that difficult to find. Oh, that's too far. Yep. Oh, I made a post about it. Duh. Idiot. Genuine idiot. I'm just scrolling on my own page looking for the goddamn post. Did it get taken down? Look, yes, it did get taken down. This video right here. This woman, I believe, is genuinely feeling these feelings, believes these things. But everything she says is fucking insane. Well, about China. The things she says about America, totally true.
Please stay for this. Because I've reached the part in this whole, like, class consciousness part where I'm just filled with the most impotent rage. And, like, I'm talking that white hot, I need to sink my teeth into something and scream kind of rage.
The music really makes it dramatic.
That it never had to be this hard for us. Like, what do you mean in other countries they don't have to spend 20% of their paycheck on groceries?
She thinks that in China, you don't have to spend 20% of your paycheck on groceries. It's not true. She doesn't understand the conversion rate for money. The Chinese pay more for their goods and services for rent than Americans do. The American dollar is actually right now, especially, is really strong. W for China here, yes, but China's also not good. She thinks that people don't work 40-hour work weeks in China. People work like 80-hour work weeks regularly in China.
What do you mean in other countries everyone can
You're
own a
30% more in
home because they're
America.
not paying $2,000 a month in rent, or
Yes, but understand
that their mortgages aren't like their entire paycheck. What do you mean?
they are. It is just as bad. It is. You are also living paycheck to paycheck. These people who are talking to people you've met on Red Note, they're not your average Chinese person. Red Note was an app, or Red Book, or whatever the fuck it is an app. Xihangshu is an app for people, Chinese people who travel overseas, so that they can still post content. That's the bourgeois Chinese that you're listening to.
That people in China work one job and they don't even work 40 hours.
That's not true.
And they can easily afford their life.
That's
and then
so
I'm over
not
here
true.
working 60 hours a week. Just me as a single parent to like barely make ends meet.
He is correct, by the way, about the United States. We are fucked. Our system is horrible. China's just not better.
And I'm penny pinching every single second, and like there's so much of life that my kid misses out on and that I miss out on because of money and like work and no social support net. And you mean to tell me that it didn't have to be like this?
It didn't. Blame the oligarchy. The rich,
They
the wealthy,
keep us
the
in these
billionaires.
chains on purpose.
They do.
It never had to be like this. Like,
I mean, this is a Chinese person responding to this video, and it's just propaganda. This is the kind of stuff that these people, I mean, look at the comments, right? My husband and I also did everything right, went to school, worked hard, started a family at 25. Our life sucks. Sure. The US is suffering from the old proverb, the love for money is the root of all evil. Sure, true. Communists and socialists believe that it is the former, and capitalists believe it's the latter. It's a broad distribution of wealth, capitalists being evil. The religious fundamentalists in here, they have no concept of reality because they're flooded with constant random shit. Nothing follows the last thing. There is no order to it. One thing does not lead to the other. It is confusion, which is how they trick you. That's how all of this works. I'm impressed by this site. I went on there expected to be filled with propaganda and was flooded with smiling Chinese people, polite and happy to see people there. When I saw some guy shopping at Costco there and showed his receipt, thought checkmate President Xi, well played. Like, no, my guy. She is correct, but you don't have to give it to China. Also, like, the entire banning of TikTok is an op. It's genuinely an op. People got two different messages for TikTok being banned. 2. 1. Sorry, TikTok is not available right now. So I'll start with this one, actually. Important update from TikTok. We regret that the U.S. law banning TikTok will take effect on January 19th. Force us to make temporary services unavailable. We are working to restore service in the U.S. as soon as possible. We appreciate your support. Some people got, we are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will reinstate TikTok once he takes office. It's planned. Oh, thank you for the raid, Glitterbell. Really appreciate it. The fact that they're so obvious is what makes it harder to attack them on it. I've been saying this for a while. It's their tactic. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Now, getting to kind of the worst parts of this, right? New laws, the top bills, the top priority bills for our Congress. Number 1, the Protect Women and Girls in Sports Act. Now, what do you think this means? We've talked about this before. We've had a look at it. This is going to allow schools to literally do genital checks if they want to. It doesn't mandate it. It doesn't say that. But by the wording of the actual text, it does allow it. It wouldn't be illegal. They're not going to talk about it, but it wouldn't be illegal. It's now in the Senate. They're going to pass it. What passed today? Oh, the Laken-Riley Act. Immigrants don't have due process anymore. Habeas corpus is gone. The Laken-Riley Act, literally, you can just now, you can be an illegal immigrant. You can have a green card and get a speeding ticket. Sorry, you're going to the deportation camp, or rather, what really it is, the labor camp. Here, let's have a look at what actually the Lake and Riley Act is.
The Lake and Riley Act is one step closer to becoming law. The Senate voting today to advance the bill, which
probably, but the courts will, like, the courts won't do anything. They own the courts. All of the systems of government are controlled by the oligarchy.
would mandate federal detention of undocumented migrants accused of theft, burglary, assault, and other crimes. Kelly Beeson is in the newsroom with more on this.
Yes, so Nicole, this Senate vote today, it does tee up the final passage of this bill early next week. So the bill...
Leftist Leo, it's the coaches, doctors, adults that abuse kids, not the fucking other trans kids, the ones who are going to be performing the checks. I've been saying this for a while. When the right calls trans people or queer people groomers, it's just an admission. They want to groom children to be like them. They just don't want you to stop them from doing it. I get that habeas corpus is sort of a big deal. Yeah, it's kind of like the key to everything.
Is named after Laken Riley, a Georgia college student who was killed almost a year ago by a Venezuelan migrant who had been arrested for shoplifting ahead of the attack and paroled in the U.S.
Habeas corpus is literally, like, here we go, just an equitable remedy by which reports can be made to a court alleging that unlawful detention or imprisonment of an individual, requesting that the court order the individual's custodian to bring prisoners to court. They can just put you in prison now with no fucking reason. They don't need a court to put you in prison. They can just take you and they can put you there. Lord Fluffyheart, so this means that immigrants are going to be targets for abuse, rape, and other crimes because they're too afraid to get deported or report when they're violated? Yes, absolutely. And that already happens. Immigrants don't call the police because they are absolutely afraid of getting deported. Even under a democratic government, that was still happening. This is not, it's just, we're just ramping up. It's not like we haven't been doing this.
And there's his photo. Now, as you said, the legislation mandates federal detention of immigrants without legal status who are accused of theft, burglary, assault.
If it makes you feel any better, they're going to make things bad enough that it's going to fall apart, and they're going to be the ones who fucked up. I still fully believe that we will see a violent revolution in the United States in my lifetime. I just don't think it's going to come from the left. The right is the one that's going to start it.
A law enforcement officer, among other offenses. Now, because this bill was amended, it will.
I'm gonna warn you, this stream's not gonna be like happy or fun, but don't get doomer and pay attention. This shit's important. All of this is gonna affect you.
To the House for approval once again before President Trump can sign it. And if it is passed in the first days of his administration, it would hand Trump an early win on one of his key campaign issues.
It will help ensure other families will not have to endure the pain of a criminal, illegal alien inflicted on Laken and her loved ones.
It's the same type of hate mongering, but again, what's the next bill on the list? After the Lake and Riley Act, we got Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. This bill establishes certain criminal grounds for making non-U.S. nationals aliens under federal law inadmissible and expands the crimes for which a non-U.S. national can be deported. First, the bill establishes that a non-U.S. national is inadmissible if the individual has admitted to or convicted of acts of constituting the essential elements of stalking, child abuse, child neglect, child abandonment, sex offenders, conspiracy to commit sex offenders, a violation of certain protection orders, or domestic violence, including physical or sexual assault. Now, stalking, child abuse, child neglect, and conspiracy to commit sex offenses, all of this can just be reworded to mean literally anything because they already call everybody pedophiles. They already, like, they're the Epstein party. Every accusation is a confession. They can twist that any way they want. Next, the bill establishes grounds for deportation. Under the new law, a non-U.S. national is deportable for certain criminal convictions, including domestic violence, stalking, and child abuse. The bill makes any sex offense, including crimes against minors, a conspiracy to commit sex offense on the basis of deportation. They can just say shit now. That's it. It doesn't actually mean anything. The Police Act, to make the assault of law enforcement officers a deportable offense, which means if the cops are handcuffing you, and you accidentally elbow them, then you're getting deported. You're raising your children in a way some conservatives don't like. How about how very child abuse of you? Exactly, Sundry Clown. That's what that's for. That's the whole point. They kind of really, like, there is a faction inside of the right, because the entire right is broken up into factions. There's the capital class, the rich and the wealthy. There's your, you know, neo-Nazis, and then you have your Christian nationalist people who want basically the Handmaid's Tale. Due process is gone, Matty Holmes. Exactly. That's what the Laken-Riley Act does for non-U.S. nationals. They're going to do this for you too. It's just you're next in line. What's next after the Police Act? No Bailout for Sanctuaries Act, to provide that sanctuary jurisdictions that provide benefits to aliens who are present in the United States without lawful status under the illegal immigrant laws are ineligible for federal funds intended to benefit such aliens. You can't use any federal money, which kind of just means you get no federal money. Donald Trump has already threatened California with no water several times. These marches to the right never stop. Matty Holmes, they do when they fall apart, because here's the thing about fascists. They're quite good at taking power, but they really fucking suck at holding on to it as to govern. They're not good at that. And they don't really want to, because it's not even, we don't have a political push for this. It's not all of these Congress shit that's happening for migrants or trans people. All of this doesn't actually matter to the people in charge. The billionaires own this country. We're not going towards Nazism. We're going towards China-Russia oligarchy style. They never stop marching to the right. Right. Yeah. So they never stop marching to the right, except sometimes they kind of do. You can't make them turn around and walk the other way. You can't make them change their position. But what you can do is lead them. Like, you know, if any of you have a cat and your cat's hungry, they'll try and herd you towards the food. You gotta herd them like they're sheep. You gotta just stay on the outside of their rhetoric and occasionally push it in the right direction, which is the left direction. And over time, you can get them to get there. But also, remember, these people are a minority. 84 million registered voters in America didn't vote. That's who you should be messaging for. 84 million is more than either candidate got. The biggest political party in this country is, I hate both of them. The people who stop never run over, the people who stop get run over by others who want power and greed and ambition for money. I mean, yeah. So what's next? Impose criminal and immigrant penalties for intentionally fleeing a pursuing federal police officer operating a motor vehicle. We already have these laws. This is already the law, just like the assaulting the police officer law. What they're doing in them is they're making them more specific and adding other scenarios that could apply because they want more power. Amend Title 18 of the United States Code to prohibit a healthcare practitioner from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case of a child who survives an abortion or attempted abortion. I don't even know what the fuck that means or how, like, that doesn't happen. It's like it's back to 2016 with that fake video of like Planned Parenthood is cutting up babies type shit. Like it makes no sense. Cool. Okay, we got something to read with this one. Illegitimate Court Counteraction Act. That sounds horrible. Fuck. That sounds really bad. This bill imposes sanctions on foreign persons, individual or entities who assist the international criminal court investigating, arresting, detaining, or prosecuting certain individuals. The bill categorizes as protected persons, 1, U.S. individual, U.S. entity, a person in the United States, unless the United States is party to the Rome Statute of the ICC and provides formal consent. Any foreign person that is a citizen or lawful resident of a U.S. ally that is not a party state to the Rome Statute or is not consented to ICC jurisdiction. Meaning, America says that Netanyahu is innocent and we won't fight you over it. That's what that says. That's it. Sundry Clown, does current legislation call for reporting abortion however to the nearest state-run hospital? I haven't heard that one yet, but I mean, you're gonna get a lot more of that soon. It's how they keep the public calm, because right now everyone's mad. They're all mad about their wages. They're mad about the price of eggs. They're mad about all kinds of shit. They're mad about them being fucked over. Their picks for the cabinet not being the way that they wanted it to be. So what are they going to do? They're going to feed them a whole bunch of slop. Hey, look, we took care of the transes. Donald Trump is going to raid Chicago with ICE tomorrow. We're going to cover it. It's going to be an insane week. Sorry, not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. They're going to feed these people slop so that they stop being mad. If you want a fun read, look up group Army of God. They're the ones bombing abortion clinics in the 1980s. Jesus Christ. If the ICC attempts to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute persons protected, the president must impose visa and property block sanctions against the foreign powers that engaged in materially assisting such actions, as well as foreign persons owned by, controlled by, or acting on behalf of such foreign person. The president must also apply visa blocking sanctions to the immediate members of families of those sanctioned. So basically, we can hurt other countries that try and arrest Netanyahu. And yeah, I guarantee it'll start tomorrow. I mean, the moment he takes office. I would have thought it would have waited till after the inauguration, but you're probably right. So next, we got the amendment to the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide special rules for taxation of certain residents of Taiwan with income from sources within the United States. I don't know what the fuck that means, but it's bad. The amendment, the National Voter Registration Act of 1993, to require proof of U.S. citizenship. We already have this. It's the SAVE Act. Hold on, it's literally this. That's
Donald Trump has not even been sworn in yet, and yet congressional Republicans are already proposing voter suppression legislation.
Excuse me.
Welcome back to Democracy Docket. I'm Mark Elias.
And everything's
I'm
frozen.
Paige Moskowitz. Let's get started. House Republicans passed their rules package outlining their top legislative priorities in this Congress. Mark, they listed 12 bills in that package. Number 10 was the SAVE Act.
That's a good question. Let's have a look. First of all, SAVE Act. Who is it? It's in the title. Is it? Well, yeah, that's the thing. I'm just looking for who actually did it. Oh, back to the page. It's listed in the middle. This one? Like the actual Congress page? Sorry, let me get that back up. Everything's all over the place today. My brain has become soup because of the time changes. I'm usually streaming at very different times. So House Ways and Means. Sponsors. Committees and related co-sponsors. Here we go. That'll do it. James Smith from Montana. Thank you. I want to see the co-sponsors. Because, Democrat, 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 yeah.
Donald Trump has not even been sworn in yet, and yet congressional Republicans are already proposing voter suppression legislation. Welcome back to Democracy Docket. I'm Mark Elias.
And I'm Paige Moskowitz. Let's get started. House Republicans passed their rules.
Maddie, you should go check out my video on Oklahoma and education.
Package outlining their top legislative priorities.
Also,
in this
everyone,
Congress.
please jump and like the stream on YouTube. I really appreciate that.
Number 10 was the SAVE Act, a bill to require proof of citizenship in order to register to vote in federal elections.
Yeah, and by the way, it's quite a doozy of a list, Paige. I mean, you know, you're right. The voter suppression law comes in at number 10, but you're not going to particularly be inspired by 1 through 9 or 11 and 12. It's a whole lot of messaging bills and anti-immigration bills, and just a couple that, by the way, are pretty, I couldn't even figure out what the hell they were trying to do. One involving taxing.
Yeah, literally, he's experiencing the same thing that I did. We're talking about what we just experienced here. You know, I'll just let him do it, but
tax exemption from something involving Taiwan. Anyway, The big one, though, that we were focused on, as you point out, is the one that, aims at making it harder for people to register to vote, this time by enacting or requiring a bogus documentary proof of citizenship requirement. Now, that may sound, sort of
normal,
benign on its face, but think about it. How do you prove citizenship? You prove citizenship by either producing an original birth certificate,
which a lot of people don't have, including myself.
Not a lot of people walking around with their original birth certificate, or a passport.
Most Americans do not have a passport. Passports are expensive.
And so when you look at who this would target, it's not going to target people who are already registered to vote. It's not going to target older people because they're usually registered to vote. This is going to target young voters, people who are registering for the first time, who candidly may not have a passport. Like, they may not have a reason to it. And they are probably not walking around, with their original birth certificate. And so this is simply a pretextual bill that sounds like it is doing something grand by
less than half of Americans, 42 to 47%, as a 2023 estimate, have passports. Half of America doesn't have this. Half of America can't vote.
Preventing non-citizens from voting or from registering, which is not really a problem. And I know we're going to get into that in a second. But it is a pretext that sounds like it's doing something good, when in fact all it is an effort to prevent first-time people from registering to vote, in particular young voters. And that is a reason why this bill needs to be opposed, and why I suspect it will once again die in Congress, as it did last term.
I don't think it will die in Congress. I don't think it'll die. They're going to pass this because this is what's happened already. Oh, by the way, we're just talking about the House, because I could also bring up the executive orders for day one, which we're going to get to in a minute. Why is my computer moving on its own? What the fuck is happening to my tech today? I have no idea.
The
Lincoln
Riley Act has passed the U.S. House of Representatives. The becoming law. The Senate voting today to advance.
We already watched that one. God damn it. Everything's messed up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm usually way more on point than this. I don't... Sometimes Murphy just wants to screw you, It just happens. Sometimes they just don't like you. Lincoln Riley, give it to me now. Fucking hell. There we are.
The Lincoln Riley Act has passed the U.S. House of Representatives. The legislation requires law enforcement to detain people who are in the country illegally who commit theft-related crimes. The bill is in response to the murder of 22-year-old Lincoln Riley. Right now, 26-year-old Jose Ibarra is serving life in prison without parole for killing Riley last February. It happened while she was out for a run on UGA's campus. ICE says Ibarra entered the country illegally in 2022. Records show Athens police cited him for shoplifting in October of 2020.
How is that even possible anywhere else? As soon as that person is born, we have a passport. You're not provided one when you're born here. Dan did so. And also, I was born in Turkey, so we don't even have a birth certificate. I have an ID card that is it's not a passport, but it's basically a passport card, but that's not a birth certificate. A lot of people don't have them, and Americans have to pay for, was it $500 for a passport? Average cost of a passport, 10 years. $412. How many Americans have $400 to spend on a piece of paper? It's $415, the average. For 10 years, if you want to get 5 years for children under 16, it's $208. 5 years, everyone else, $200. Cool. How many Americans have the money to spend on this? Most Americans can't afford a random emergency, and the ones that can definitely can't afford two in the same year. Your car breaks down. A lot of people get fucked up entirely.
The bill passed the House 216 to 48. You're taking a look at the breakdown of all of Georgia's 14 representatives and how they voted. You can see this vote is split down party lines, except for Democratic Representative Lucy McBath, who voted with Republicans in support of the legislation.
I can't afford the $300 the hospital wants me to pay so I can see an oncology specialist. Yeah. That's fucking insane, by the way. And let me just say, from my privileged position in Australia, where we have healthcare that's provided to you, it's disgusting. When I first came here, it blew my mind that I could just go to a doctor. And that should be everywhere. It should be everywhere. Sundry Clunkar getting flashbacks to the time a Florida kid was shot by a guy and the GOP guy spoke. Are we talking about I know this. What was his name? The Stand Your Ground? Spoke on the issue, insisted that because some guns smuggled over U.S.-Mexico border, a magic wall would have solved this. He stopped. Wasn't the kid holding like Skittles or something? Honestly, if migrants, either legal or not, commits a crime in a foreign country, standard practice, judgment, court of justice, deport, all jail. That's the thing, though. This is already part of the law, stand it so. If you are an immigrant, whether you are legal or not, whether you have documents, you can have a green card, and you rob a place. When I was a kid, my dad had a friend who had a green card, and he had to do a drug test, and he had smoked pot. They deported him for it, like in handcuffs. Didn't let him take they showed up at his house, they handcuffed him, they said, we'll send your stuff to you later, brought him to the airport and put him on a plane and deported him. This was like, I was a kid, but it's already the law. What this does is expand it so that it can be used in more and more contexts. They're expanding it so that they don't have to be specific. They don't have to make the argument. By the way, here's Chuck fucking Schumer.
Next, this morning, the Senate is scheduled to hold a cloture vote on the Laken-Riley Act. A week ago, I joined with the majority of my Democratic colleagues in voting yes to bring this bill to the floor on the motion to proceed. We told Republicans we wanted to have a serious and productive and fruitful debate.
Due process is gone. This is the end of habeas corpus. This will extend to you very soon. I just have to say I have more empathy for Luigi, sympathy for Luigi. That's the thing. They know that. That's why they're doing this. They've already labeled Luigi as a terrorist so that they can come into spaces like this, so that they can raid spaces like this and declare that we are extremists and then arrest us.
This legislation with the chance to vote on amendments to modify the bill. Democrats filed many amendments to the bill, but unfortunately our Republican colleagues and the Republican leader didn't reach an agreement with us. We voted on 2 amendments last night, one from each party, and no more. Unfortunately, without more changes, it was 2 nights ago we voted on those. Unfortunately, without more changes to address deficiencies in the bill, I'll be voting no.
Maddie, I know you do.
We Democrats want to see our broken immigration system fixed.
Please jump in with more information. You are more educated than me on the subject.
We worked with Republicans last year on the strongest immigration bill in a decade. While I do not support this particular bill, I stand ready to work with both sides to pass smart, effective, tough, and
Why? This is the issue, is that there is no indication from any of them, except for Bernie and AOC, of any desire to fight back. A huge attack on due process. Patty Murray decries extremely broad language in the Laken-Riley Act.
Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Oh, yeah, no, I get it.
I didn't think you were flexing. Be able to have on the books to push for a bill that in the Laken-Riley Act was necessary for us to do that. You need to know that is already federal law.
Yes.
We can and do already detain and deport immigrants who commit serious crimes.
We have 1.5 million immigrants that are detained, that are waiting to be deported.
Not about to change that. But Republicans have been ignoring the policies we already have on the books to push for a bill that in its current form is more extreme, expensive, and broad than it first appears. I am very concerned that without serious amendments, this bill is rife with...
No, they won't be deported. They're like, deporting them is useless. They want labor camps. We have prison labor. We're like the firefighters in California are making $180 a month fighting those fires, and they're in prison. When they get out, they don't even get to be firefighters. We watched a video last week of Alabama renting out prisoners to corporations for like work. Like you in Alabama, you can be a McDonald's cashier, but you're in prison. You go to work and then you go back to prison afterward. That's what they want. They want you in camps so that you can do labor for them for no money. They don't want to pay you. They want to siphon all of the wealth and happiness from your life and keep it. And they don't care. They want you to shrivel up and suffer. A lot of them enjoy it because once you have that much money, it makes you mentally ill. It makes you lose your empathy. That's my main point. After a certain line, every dollar you make kills your empathy until you become a hollowed out ghoul who wants to see others suffer. Or just batshit insane. One or the other. You're either insane and you have no idea what like even you're thinking, or you do that.
Unintended consequences and powers that could be abused. As written, it will drastically undermine
all the profits
civil
of labor without the
liberties in
hassles
this
of having to
country.
negotiate actual
It will
laborers.
throw our-
This is also why they're super fucking into AI. You know how, like, AI is already taking people's jobs. I talked about this a couple weeks ago, but there's people graduating from Berkeley with a 4.0 GPA that can't get a job in the tech sector because AI has already taken their job.
Immigration system into absolute chaos by
That's
undermining
what happened with the
any
Nazis,
president's
Lenin.
authority
They also wanted to
shape
deport
federal
them.
Policy. It will cost tens of billions of dollars, and here is the kicker: it will end up punishing legal immigrants and diverting resources from detaining true threats to public safety. First off, let's talk about how extremely broad the language
You're right,
of
Dan
this
did
bill
so.
is. Under this bill, you don't have to be found guilty of a felony to be detained and deported. That is a huge attack on due process.
Yeah.
All you need
It's
is
actually
to
the death of due process. You guys understand, when we watch the inauguration tomorrow, we're watching the death of the United States. We're a different country from tomorrow onward. We can have our American heritage, but we don't live in the same country anymore. You're not watching it? I don't blame you. I am, just because like it's important, you know. I don't want to ignore the horrible stuff. It's important to pay attention to it. It's important to build an ability to sit through that discomfort. The Jimmy Carter funeral wasn't a metaphor? Yeah.
be arrested or charged, regardless of whether that is something as small as shoplifting a candy bar, regardless of whether it may become clear that you are innocent.
Literally, like, you can get a parking ticket and get deported.
Regardless of whether this happened years
or detained.
or even decades ago.
Wow,
and
okay.
even-
So no statute of limitations. So if you are found to have, and again, this will also hit legal immigrants. So let's say 10 years ago, the fucking supermarket video camera caught you stealing a candy bar. Sorry, you're going to the camps.
Regardless
It's
of
all
whether
just
you
vibe. Yeah,
are
it
a
is all
child.
just vibe.
So let me just underscore
Everything
that
is
because
vibe.
it's important. This bill has no
I've been saying that
exemption
for ages.
kids, no cutoff age, no process to keep it in line with our general child welfare laws. As written, this bill
Yep.
appears so broad that a child
Yep.
could be locked up and put on a plane without their parents.
I mean, we're gonna see exactly what you're describing, Maddie Holmes, tomorrow or the next day with ICE. So
With such sweeping language, I am deeply concerned the Trump
They stand it
administration
so.
could abuse this law to deport dreamers or our farm workers or other essential workers who, again, may never be convicted of a crime. And to be fair, it's not just Trump I'm worried about, because this bill
Trump is not
an
in charge.
open invitation.
Trump has
for
no power.
Republicans
Trump is the mouthpiece. He's the puppet. He just talks. He doesn't get to make decisions. Maybe every once in a while they give him a little treat.
state officials to dictate individual case outcomes regardless of ICE, derail national immigration policy, and even disrupt international relations. Under this bill as written, any state attorney
Yep, the
general
arrest quotas
could
are
wreak
there.
Major humanitarian.
They're going to do. I mean, tomorrow and the next day when they go after these companies, not these companies, when they go into Chicago. I'm not even sure they know what their goal is. It's just kind of crystal knocked.
Humanitarian relief pathways, like temporary protected status for Venezuelan or Ukrainian nationals. They can seek court orders to deport individuals without sign-off from ICE. And in some cases, they could sue to halt visas from entire countries. That is a policy that, by its design, will end up punishing the people who are following the law to enter the U.S. legally.
All of this will start with the pretext of immigrants, but remember, the greater enemy is the enemy from within, is what we were told. That's what we were told over and over and over again. I feel like maybe that affects us. It doesn't stop. No, of course it doesn't stop. Of course not. Here's
Objection? Without objection.
Senator Jeff Merkley.
Thank you. We are now entering the vote that is referred to as cloture or closed debate, but we can still consider
they are
amendments
so
by
they're
unanimous
absolutely
consent.
passing this.
It's
the death of America. Tomorrow is the death of the United States. We are a new country tomorrow.
Or yesterday to point out that there is a deep flaw related to children in this bill. And both the majority leader and the floor leader have expressed support for an amendment process. And so I'm asking to work with me and with my leadership that we might examine this challenge. And the challenge is specifically that
I never got to read it, Headless Chicken.
Children, without being charged,
by the way,
without being convicted, are required to be arrested and imprisoned, or not arrested, but imprisoned
Dan did so. Sorry for the pettiness, but those U.S. citizens born in the United States with Latin American heritage who voted for Trump got what they wanted. Yes, a lot of Latin American immigrants who are second generation, who've been in America for a while, they very much dislike illegal immigrants because they feel like it's unfair to them. It's the same thing that like right-wingers do. Oh, it's not fair. Oh, well, why should I have to do that and they don't? It's just whining like a fucking child. They're all snowflakes. Can't read them Miranda if they get arrested? True. Not even second generation, first generation voted for them too. I mean, that too. No one thinks anymore. Americans think that they're thinking, but they're not thinking. You're thinking what you're told to think by the media apparatus that controls you. From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, you're fed with shit that makes you think what they want you to think.
An arrest with no chance for appeal. My colleagues...
Here, you know what? This is a Democrat. Let's see what some of the Hitlerites are
Hawley.
saying. Here's fucking Josh Hawley. Yeah, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for calling this hearing. Mr. Isaacson, if I could just start with you.
Which is why CNN lost court lying to the people. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're all lying. They're all lying all the time because that's what their job. They want to make money. They don't care about giving you the news. They care about getting your money. It's a corporation that's for profit.
In March of 2024, you wrote, "The murder of a nursing student in Georgia has a lot of people on the right talking about migrant crime like it's an actual issue." That'd be Laken Riley you were talking about?
Migrant crime is not an issue. He's going to frame it as one, but you need to understand that legal and illegal immigrants, both of them, combined together even, commit significantly less crimes than US-born nationals. It's just fucking true. But they don't care about reality. How many other women got killed like this? Probably a few. Are they politicking about them as well? Maybe. Only if it suits them. Trend Agua in Colorado is a myth. It's a lie. The mayor of the city, I lived in Colorado, like a 10-minute drive from Aurora. I know the place. The mayor said that it wasn't real. It's not real. It's just not. Migrant crime, some kind of special magic thing, different from whiteoid crime, I guess. Literally, they talk about fentanyl smuggling. What's the last fentanyl smuggling bust that I saw? It was a group of neo-Nazis from California. They think that like drug smuggling happens with fucking illegal immigrants, which is the dumbest thing in the world, because why would you send the drugs that you're trying to smuggle with the people that are going to face the highest amount of like they're gonna look at them harder. They're gonna try and stop you. They're gonna sorry, words are hard today.
Laken Riley was an unusual
But yes,
case.
you're right, Matty Holmes.
Yeah, here, let's have a look. Here's Laken Riley.
Yes.
Her murder, her horrific murder at the hands of this illegal migrant who was also unlawfully paroled in the United States. Her death, not an actual issue?
Thanks for the follow.
It's a tragedy.
But not an actual issue?
Migrant crime is...
Her death is bad and an issue. Migrant crime is not real in the United States.
much less of an issue than U.S. citizen committed crime.
Not an actual issue? Those are your words. Her death, not an actual issue. I just want to get, no, you say.
Of course it's an
This
issue.
is
It's
how
a tragedy.
this is the only thing that the rightoids do, by the way, is they will take something you said, they'll twist it into something that it's not, and then they'll continue pushing that. For those of you who watch the debate with me, it's literally just when I said, you know, we should reduce the amount of people being raped by allowing sex workers to have a job that is part of the healthcare system. Oh, you want men to rape the holes of women? Like, that's what they do. And then they stand in there and then they say it over and over and over again. The repetition makes you remember it. Because again, at the end of a debate, you remember who was loudest, who had the best points, who was funniest, not who was right. That's not what's remembered by the general public. And when you repeat something that is such a, it has a higher emotional factor, you know, it makes you feel something. And so you remember it more. He knows the real answer. He's fucking lying. Of course he is.
It's not an actual issue, meaning we shouldn't be paying attention to it. Senate's wasting its time this week on the Laken Riley Act that would address the circumstances of her murder.
Yes, it
What's
is,
your
actually.
advice to us? We just discontinue those proceedings now?
Yes.
I think the Laken Riley Act could do a lot of harm. It would allow...
A lie repeated often enough becomes the truth. Goebbels. Yeah. This is what I mean by we need to adopt tactics that the right uses and then use it against them. Leftist Leo came up with trans derangement syndrome this morning, and I loved it because we were looking at Nancy Mace. Say it all the time. Make it a thing. Force the conversation by controlling the conversation. Stop playing defense and play offense. That's what we need to do. In our rhetoric, in how we engage, we should probably stick to survival, defense, protect those that are in the most danger, but attack when you're talking.
Me to say, oh, this person shoplifted, and that would be enough.
You are using her murder to attack other people wholly unconnected to this group. This is literally collective group punishment. True, Matty Holmes. You could just say that, and you know what they would say in response? What they would say in response is that all of those people would do this. They would just jump to that, the extreme. Because the fascist can never just have a regular enemy. They need that enemy to be a monster. So if you call him out on this, he's just going to double down.
You're here. Who invited you to this committee hearing today, Mr. Isaacson?
The minority party.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're here as a spokesman for the minority party. I just want to make sure the record's clear on this.
No, you're right. I agree with you. Make
The
them double
spokesman
down,
for
make
the
them sound
minority party
stupid.
is advising.
Make them sound stupid by doubling down, push them to the extreme, and then sit there and laugh at them.
Advising the Senate that the Laken Riley Act is a bad idea and we ought to stop it. The spokesman for the minority party is saying that Laken Riley's death and migrant crime is not an actual issue. I can't frankly believe that I am hearing these words. You said it's not an actual issue. I read you the
Laken
quote.
Riley's death was not an actual issue.
You said that the murder of a nursing student in Georgia has a lot of people on the right talking about migrant crime. You put it in quotation marks, square quotes, like it's an actual issue. She's dead because of migrant crime, right? Let's try something else. Here, do you know who this is?
Yell back. That's my issue with Democrats, is fight fucking back. No, headless chicken, not necessarily. If you're yelling at the right point in time, you're not losing. If you are the first to yell, maybe. If you are yelling to be heard and your answer is funny, snappy, or memorable, any of those three, you just have to make it funny or memorable, and you will win, even if you're yelling. He's controlling the narrative when he shuts him down. Exactly, Maddie. 10 out of 10. Based as fuck chatter.
Do you know who this young man
Please
is?
join the Discord. I would
Travis
really...
Wolf, 12 years old, from my state. Murdered by an illegal migrant who was also, like Hosea Barra.
How many people are murdered by white Americans every year, Josh Hawley? How many white Americans are committing terrorism? How many active U.S. military have blown themselves up on U.S. soil this year? How many former U.S. military have committed terrorist attacks on U.S. soil this year? How many school shootings are done by U.S.-born citizens? Just throw those at him. He's like, you need to answer this with a gish gallop by just throwing a whole bunch of other data at him that he can't respond to, because they're all correct and there's so much of it that he can either pick one and respond to that, but then you can just argue that he didn't respond to your other point, or you just win.
Illegally paroled by the last administration.
Is your expectation that zero migrants?
Let me tell you what my expectation is that those who commit crimes in this country will be appropriately dealt with. And that we should not be allowing migrants who commit crimes into this country, and that, yes, migrant crime.
I actually disagree with this. I don't give a fuck if they commit crimes. Let them in, give them help that they need. You know why people commit crimes? On average, what is the driving factor of crime? It's poverty. That's it. It's poverty. If illegal immigrants should be, if people should be considered illegal for coming into a country because of crime, then poverty should also be illegal because it is the one that perpetuates the crime.
That kills people like Travis Wolf, whose death was shocking.
Oh, none of these people are Christian. They all pretend that they are.
Whose
Jesus
death
was a
is
socialist.
inexplicable, indefensible. I actually do think, yes, I think it's an actual... Wait a minute, it's my time, Mr. Isaacson. I actually think, and I want the record to be clear on this, that migrant crime is a real issue. I think the Laken Riley Act is absolutely necessary. In fact, I propose an amendment to the Laken Riley Act that will cover people like Travis Wolf. I think that ICE ought to be required to detain those...
This is just Hitlerite shit. It's just Hitlerite shit. And
Say,
here
for the sake
is
of
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent.
You're having a discussion with
God, please, everything on my computer is just... I can't use any of my keys, my hotkeys, my bar is broken on the bottom that has all of the different, things that I'm using. It's insane. Everything's fucked. Okay, here is our Senate Majority Leader on the subject. And then after this, we're going to talk about some tactics that you can use from the right. Hey, philosophy tube. Cool. Oh, okay. Everything's broken again. Fucking hell. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Tech support issues. Jesus was anti-border based. Yeah, it was.
All be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the first bill that a new majority considers is an indication of its priorities. The American people are rightly concerned about the illegal immigration crisis in this country.
This, Leo.
And they sent a clear message in November that they want to see it addressed. And that is why the Republican majorities in the House and the Senate have made it our first order of business to take up the Laken Riley Act. This bill is a small but critical step toward resolving the Biden border crisis.
This is probably one of the more moderate Republicans, by the way. I'm kind of happy that he ended up being the majority leader because the other options were significantly more insane.
The first of many, I might add. Mr. President, the Laken Riley Act is not a complicated bill. It says that an illegal immigrant involved in a theft-related crime must be detained. That means if someone who is in the country illegally, in other words, who has already broken our laws, commits a robbery, he or she will be detained.
Cool. All right. No due process. That's what all of this means. Habeas corpus is dead. They can just arrest you for nonsense. If you're a legal immigrant or illegal, they'll still do it. And then they're going to apply this to everyone else. That's the whole plan. These people are modern day Pharisees and Sadducees. I don't know what that is. I'm not Christian. I was raised like Muslim. My parents are Muslim. I'm an atheist, but okay. This is new. This came out actually a couple days ago. I was shocked. So let's have a look.
Say, for the sake of argument, you're having a discussion with a coworker about healthcare. Actually, let's go ahead and drop the pretense. You're having a discussion about trans healthcare.
Oh, okay.
He says puberty blockers should be banned because some study said they're dangerous. And you're a thoughtful person, so you look it up. Only when you do, you find the study doesn't say what he said it does. Maybe it says something close, maybe it says
Every time someone on the right that I'm arguing with gives me a source, it never fucking says what they say it does.
Opposite.
Ever.
But more than that, you realize, even if it said what he said it did, that still wouldn't support his argument.
Yeah.
Dangerous could mean a lot of things.
Again, they're using PhD level information to make their arguments, but they can't read. More than half of adults in the United States cannot read functionally on a 6th grade level. They can read the words, they can't understand the concepts. It's more than half of adults, guys. They can't read really should kind of be a thing that you need to remember that they're not just, stupid. They can't fucking read.
A little? A lot? Low risk? High risk? Maybe one study isn't enough to go on.
There is no difference
maybe it's
to them,
bogus
Headless
for
Chicken.
a whole host of other reasons. Maybe it's written by people with an obvious agenda, or contradicted by a better study he's ignoring. So you go back and tell your coworker,
Cast review was bullshit, Leftist Leo,
the study doesn't say that, and even if it did, but he simply repeats, the study said they're dangerous. He's not just wrong, he's double wrong.
Yes,
Institutions create policy documents all the time. Anti-bullying policies, climate policies, DEI policies. Your job probably has a bunch of them. But a lot of the time, these documents exist not to be read or followed, just pointed to.
Thank you.
If someone is bullied, harassed, or discriminated against, managers might point to a policy that says, we are committed to not doing that.
Local newspapers, I tend to trust as a source much more, because local newspapers don't tend to... they still do it, but they do it much less.
And...
we'll have a look at it.
That's it. The more you insist, hey, these policies aren't being followed, the problem still exists, the more you become the problem.
Comrade Lennon, whenever you go into a debate, you have to ask them if they can read at a college level, and if they can't read, insta-win the debate. Genuinely, just go in there with a random, unrelated, college-level writing and ask them to, read it and explain it to you. Just, one piece of paper, just a page. Read this and explain it to me. You'll just win.
The document is a dummy argument, a substitute for the real one. There's a problem versus no, there isn't. This isn't a conversation about what some document says or doesn't say. It's a conversation about power. When your coworker cites a study that doesn't support his argument, he's using that document in a similar way. He's not reading it, just pointing to it.
This is the whole point. They will never actually read any of the data. They don't care about the data. If you have data that goes against their belief, then it's fake. If it comes from the FBI, they're corrupt. If it comes from a university, the institutions are corrupt. They don't want to trust anything unless it agrees with them. And so what you do in this case is what I did when debating quibbles. You don't have to keep bringing up the topics, just argue some of the facts and repeat them over him. You turn the conversation into what you wanted it to be, a shorter form of it. For example, in that debate, he was arguing nonsense against me, and my answers for this was, I want the people who are getting raped to get raped less. I want these people to have a regular wage. I want them to have a home. I want to increase their standard of living and their safety. And I just kept repeating that over and over and over again while he was yelling about nonsense that was unrelated. If I had not done that, it would have gone the other way, because that's the plan. That's the tactic that they use. Headless Chicken, yes. Well, Zora, have you considered that my ignorance is as good as your knowledge? Have you considered that I'm also an idiot? Headless Chicken?
This piece of paper means you have to listen to me. The study could be about plankton, or Henry VIII, or squirrel poop for all the difference it makes. Okay, maybe it matters a little. It has to at least look semi-legit at a glance. He's not using evidence to inform his position. He's decided what his position is, and he's pantomiming evidence to support it.
Exactly.
It's almost as if we've stumbled into the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Little Mickey's put on the hat and declared, I know how this works. You stand up all big and tall and say, I have a study that says you have to do what I tell you. That's how you...
Did I freeze?
Always play it. Well, this time I've got a study, so you have to do as I say. And you can tell him, that's not how this works, Mickey. It's a study, not an incantation. It has to actually say what you claim, and it has to be a good study.
No, it doesn't, because reality does not matter anymore. It doesn't. This has been the case for a long time. Maddie, as you said, Maddie Holmes, this is not new. This video is new, but this idea has been part of the conversation, part of the rhetoric for a long time. But actually, yes, the cigarette companies created Heartland Institute to pump out anti-cancer smoking connections in scientific papers. The fossil fuel industry puts out papers that say climate change isn't real, because all of these, the corpos cycle between the government and the corporations. They go to the agencies. You know who the head of the, we'll get to it. When we get to it.
Look at you moving the goalposts.
I'm going too fast.
Look at you gatekeeping, deciding which studies count and which ones don't. Well, I believe this one's you good.
This is something they do all the time. Moving the goalpost is something that you have to counter by moving it further to your side when they try to. If you try and move the goalpost first, they will jump on you, and they will have an easier chance because the right wing just has more supporters. If they start to move the goalpost, that's free reign for you. Take it wherever the fuck you want to go.
Oh, look at you moving the goalposts. Look at you gatekeeping, deciding which studies count and which ones don't. Well, I believe this one's every bit as good as yours, and I believe it proves me right. And is that what he believes?
They have more supporters online, Maddie. People don't behave the same way in person as they do online. People fall into groupthink a lot easier online. So if you are, let's say, watching a debate and in the chat, more people are negative over one person, the rest of the chat is more likely to become more negative of that person. They have more structures and systems built up to support their own narratives. Yes, that's what I mean. You should be a streamer, Maddie.
Maybe. Maybe not. Remember, the card says moops. You can't prove he doesn't believe that. And for the purposes of you have to listen to me, that's all he needs. This is a battle of wills now.
You're welcome to come in, call in and chat with me sometime.
Information. Each half of the double wrong argument functioning as both Mott and Bailey.
This is exactly what you're describing.
Successfully expose that study as bogus, he'll move on to another, and you'll only be undermining the scientific method, in his view. If studies aren't always to be trusted, if even quack science can get peer-reviewed, who's to say your studies aren't as bogus as his? And that's if he doesn't change evidence entirely. Okay, maybe I can't prove puberty blockers are dangerous, but this study says trans kids have high regret rates.
Just jump to anything else. Exactly, they will double down. You cannot force someone to change their position. You can't debate someone out of it. You can only lead the horse to water. You can't make it drink. But you can lead the horse away from the cliff's edge.
This one says they're unhappy. This one says they're brainwashed. He's understood the rhetorical function of science, but not the substance. Or perhaps he's understood the rhetorical function all too well, enough to know, for the purposes of argument, substance rarely matters.
Exactly, Maddie.
From here, you can chart the course of the entire conversation.
Headless Chicken, water isn't wet. But we'll go from there. And yes, you're not debating the person. You're trying to convince your audience. Like, Maddie, On point every time. Goddamn. I'm impressed.
From here, you can chart the course of the entire conversation, stretching out before you. You might rush in, hold the document under his nose and say, "Look, it doesn't say what you said it does. What's the matter? Can't read?"
So consider for a second that many of the institutions are going to have a lot of the, like, universities are going to have professors fired. Many institutions in the government are going to be swapped over for people that are much more open to lying. And a lot of the studies that do come out that are discredited and debunked will be more prominent. So use them against the right. Pick out a part and argue with it. You don't even have to argue reality. You just have to argue and win. You just have to make them look stupid. Because you're not trying to win him over. You're not trying to win you're not even trying to win the chat of the debate over. You're trying to win over the people who will see that and generally don't pay attention. And you just want to sound like a rational, normal human being and make the other person a screeching retard.
Which might be satisfying, but does make you look the pedantic asshole. Or you can reject his so-called evidence as patently false, inadmissible, and leave yourself vulnerable to being obliterated the moment you make an honest mistake with a citation. Or you can research every single shred of information he puts in front of you so you can thoroughly debunk each and every one, which means he simply keeps putting bunk in front of you and drowns you with homework.
You never let them control the conversation. You just, if you can't answer a question, just fight them on another question. The audience will forget about it. They'll keep pushing for it, but you are smarter. If you are here in this chat right now, I guarantee that you are smarter than the vast majority of Americans. You have more, you have an ability to do introspection and critical thinking. If you have empathy for other human beings, great. You're above the average for Americans, significantly so.
And he must see it too, the conversation laid out in front of him. He hasn't positioned himself to persuade you, but to ensure neither of you ever persuades the other.
It's true.
What is the purpose of this debate?
It's not flattering, it's just fact.
Ritual. What is it you're really arguing about? Well, your coworker believes that the government, or a doctor doing what the government tells them, should force citizens from a minority to do something with their bodies they don't want to do. But he won't say that out loud, because he knows that's socially unacceptable. I want the government to force people to do what I want with their bodies, no matter how many of them die in the process, is an opinion that isn't likely to make friends. So he substitutes the document for the thing he really believes. It's not me, it's just science. He is appealing to facts.
Look,
when
I didn't realize this was like about trans people. Because I was going to do a segment on that anyway, because there's like a story on it. But understand, like, this is...
is there a
wrong video. I don't care about Ted Cruz. Give me you. Matt Walsh.
Over there claiming...
This is what you're arguing against.
So to the trans activists over there claiming that this is all about the rights of children, I say again, yes, you're right, it is. They have a right to be protected from you. Children have a right to be protected from all of those people over there who want to harm them and damage them and destroy them. And they will be. They are going to lose. They are losing right now. We are not going to... This is what you're arguing against. That's the argument. It's not what, Philosophy Tube describes here, in that you're trying to convince someone that the government shouldn't make people from a minority do something with their bodies that they don't want to do. That's not the argument. The argument is you should stop attacking this minority group and taking away their rights and liberties. Because you think it stops there? Of course not. Nancy Mace is screeching about bathrooms. Our taxpayer money is going to that for some fucking reason. In Congress, too. Not even outside of Congress. On top of, they just want you dead. They want to kill you. They don't want you to exist.
Truthfully, this is a difference in values.
No, I didn't see that, Leftist Leo.
Double wrong is a rhetorical technique to catch you out, to hide the real argument from you and leave you chasing the substitute. It also protects
Can you link
him.
it to me?
People deploy these kinds of irrational, paradoxical moves to stop themselves thinking about topics that make them uncomfortable. If your co-worker interrogated his values about the proper relationship between the government and minorities, he might find he's not the person he thought he was.
Most people now, I would argue globally, have a reduction in their ability to feel uncomfortable, to sit with no input. Again, I've asked this before to my chat, and the answers have been pretty consistent. How likely are you to be able to sit in a room for 10 minutes every day that has no screens and nothing for you to play with? Just you, nothing else. There's a couch, there's a bed, whatever. It's comfortable, but there is nothing for you to distract yourself with. How long could you stay in that room? Most people can't do that. To think about things that make you uncomfortable is the beginning of critical thinking. They are taught to do the opposite. You are taught to do the opposite. It's just the system is working as intended, not long. And yeah, that's the issue.
Or that his friends and colleagues expect him to be. And you might too. Let's not pretend leftists and liberals have the moral high ground all the time. Interrogating your fundamental
It's
values
funny how
is an
people think there's
uncomfortable
going to be
experience
another
for most.
election in 2029 or ever again in this country. The days of the people voting for our leaders are over. We are a kingdom and a monarchy now. No. I think we'll have another election. I just don't think it'll be free and fair. You're going to be voting with a guy standing behind you with like a MAGA hat, just watching your vote, and the only thing on the paper is whatever the right-wing party leader is, because Donald Trump's not going to last 4 years. Hitler had elections. Yeah, we'll have elections. They just won't be real. Russia has elections.
People. He probably wants to think of himself as a good person.
Most people do.
And yet, he also believes, maybe not even consciously, that the government should own the bodies of at least some citizens. He knows he'd probably hate that if it happened to him, but he still wants it to happen to others.
Like I said before, the average American's political beliefs are incoherent. They fall on both the left. They can have beliefs that would sit with Lenin and with Adolf Hitler, with Xi Jinping easily. Like they would fit into any group because they have no real beliefs. Their beliefs are what's pushed on them. That's okay, don't worry, Leah.
Double wrong relieves him of the burden of forming a rational position. The document is his nice, big safety blanket. This plays on a human weakness that spans the entire political spectrum. We all wrap ourselves snug in faulty information from time to time. We share studies without reading because the abstract conforms to our assumptions. We treat a supposition that is likely as though it's a proven fact. And this is, after a point, necessary. As informed as you are, you do have to stop researching somewhere.
Don't worry about it.
You do, at some point, have to go on assumptions. Take someone's word. Trust that a pattern holds. Because the video's due before the end of the month.
That would have been amazing, Matty Holmes.
If you want to charge your patrons and make rent. Sorry. But we do sometimes treat research as a ritual rather than a method. Because often we want to appeal to facts, papers, authorities, without having to do any of that pesky reasoning.
This comes from the Christian indoctrination of selective information, because again, even the actual people who read the Bible, the Christians in America, they don't follow all of the Bible contradicts itself constantly. It's specifically made to teach you that. And then on top of this, you're taught everything is fake unless it's not already, from social media, from regular media. So then you do your reasoning in a way that sits in with the built-in feeling of esotericism. How many Americans are like astrology nerds? How many crystal mommies that we all thought were hippies became full-on like Hitler on the other side? They white woman that has magical thinking, who thinks that, I don't know, tarot cards are, really going to tell you the future, and that they believe in astrology. All of this shit comes from Nazi esotericism. Literally, it's where that comes from. That they were very much into it as well. You know why? Because when you try and deny facts, this is how you do it. You appeal to the esotericism. You appeal to something untouchable, something in a higher dimension than you. You just have to frame it as above them. That's the thing. You just have to frame your argument in this. In the video, right? We were listening to
we shall think it.
This bit.
Double wrong relieves him of the burden of forming a rational position.
Right?
This plays in human weakness that spans the entire political spectrum. We all wrap ourselves snug in faulty information from time to time. We share studies.
You take that information, and you account for what they're going to use, and you bring your own, and then you just do this. You make them look like an idiot. You make them cringe. The Nazis were socialists, they say. If you're arguing on this topic, just bring papers about how many unions were destroyed, how many laborers were killed. Like, the actual facts don't have to be read out in the form that they are. You can narrativize them. You can just take them and use one of them. One fact. What about that labor union? What about this building specifically? Because they're going to have to answer that, but then they're going to try and make it bigger than that building. And then you can argue, oh, you're trying to run away from the question because you're trying to, like, you're moving this away from the actual topic. You're moving the goalpost, blah, blah, blah. You make yourself look like the authority in this argument because of that. Controlling the conversation is the key. The Nazis were only socialists in name. Yeah, they literally did every anti-socialist thing immediately when they took power. They killed all of the communists and the socialists. I mean, that's where the term "first they came for the communists" come from.
Studies without reading because the abstract conforms to our assumptions. We treat a supposition that is likely as though it's a proven fact, and this is, after a point,
What's up, sister? All
necessary. As informed as you are, you do have to stop researching somewhere. You do, at some point, have to go on assumptions, take someone's word, trust that a pattern holds, because the video's due before the end of the month if you want to charge your patrons and make rent. Sorry. But we do sometimes treat research as a ritual rather than a method.
And the ritual is what makes this work. The esotericism plus your ability to have two arguments that conflict and still believe them both, along with, that's what bridges the gap. It's, oh, well, these two, like, beliefs don't fit together, but because of the higher degree, the higher being, the magic, the God or whatever, you can rationalize it to yourself.
Often, we want to appeal to facts, papers, authorities, without having to do any of that pesky reasoning. But that is exactly what leaves us open to a double wrong attack. The flaw with your co-worker's study is he's using it to claim trans healthcare is dangerous, and he's wrong. He has a comeback for every way you could try to convince him. But he's still wrong. You can't prove trans healthcare is safe by gesturing at studies, because the opposition won't read them, and will write their own studies.
Cats be doing
You can't prove it with peer review, because they'll game peer review. You can't call them liars because they'll insist they're sincere. Yeah. There is no rule they can't pervert. No system.
So what do? You do what they're doing to them. You are smarter than them. Just do it better. Learn how to do it. Practice how to do it. Come join the Discord and practice arguing how to argue with bullshit, or even just arguing in bad faith. It's not easy. But that's how you get the message through. You take one topic and you push until he has to respond.
They can't twist to their advantage. You can't just appeal to things that signify reason. At some point, one of you will have to do some actual reasoning to figure out who's making sense. And, well...
they can't.
It's not going to be them.
They physically cannot do it.
Remember, this is a conversation about values. Presuming you know what yours are, you may have to speak them aloud. I think people should do what they like with their bodies without politicians interfering. And even if I thought puberty blockers were dangerous, which, by the way, they're not, because on the off chance you actually care about evidence, here's all the good stuff, I think people have the right to make risky decisions about their healthcare too.
I think it should be illegal. I'm sorry, I think it should be legal to commit suicide. I don't think people should do it. I think even government-assisted suicide should be a thing. If you have a chronic disease and 2 doctors or something say, you know what, you're fucked. You're cooked. You can just end it now. That should be fine. All drugs should be legal, and the only crime around it should be if you are doing violence to other people. I don't believe that the government should have any control over you, your body, or your life outside of the fact of someone is preventing you from doing what you want with your life, your body, and like, it's just that. It's everyone deserves freedom and liberty to the point where no one is trampling over anyone else's freedom and liberty. Simply Steve, I wonder what all the Twitch and Facebook streamers are going to do when they wake up and find out their accounts have been banned. Yep, I'm expecting that. Don't worry, I have a backup plan.
Too. If there was a drug with a 1% chance of healing your terminal cancer and a 99% chance...
Obviously, they should get help, Comrade Lennon. That's like... That's the last point. You should do everything in your power to help them, to get them to a point where they don't want to, or they don't need to, either or, because if they want to and they don't need to, that's a different question. I still think it should be legal, but I think there should be systems in place to try and convince them not to. But yes, and not in America, we don't have assisted euthanasia. I had this chicken. I had a conversation with my MAGA little brother. I finally backed him into a corner when he violently bursted out with, I just want to be left the hell alone. I don't care if people get hurt. I don't want to pay taxes. It's a selfish belief. Your MAGA little brother sounds like a libertarian. Like the modern day ones, not the actual libertarians. And that was his entire route. It is all of their entire route. The people who voted for Trump, the #1 reason people voted for Donald Trump was because of economic reasons. He is? Yeah, I called it. You know why? Because every libertarian just does not give a shit about anyone else and just doesn't want to pay taxes. They are further authoritarian than MAGA is.
Of dangerous side effects, I'd support your right to take it if you wanted.
Watch your brother turn
now
into an ANCAP.
Now you've avoided the trap of arguing about what some document says. You're focusing on the second...
We're talking... Oh, Jesus Christ.
...deeper part of the double wrong instead of the first. You've also put him on the back foot. Now he has to justify his values, which is exactly what he wanted to avoid. Of course,
this
he
also
may
does
just repeat himself.
The more likely answer is he will repeat himself, but this is a useful tactic. Again, let's go back because we were talking over it, and we can understand the topic more. You can bring up values like this. Again, if there was a drug with a 1% chance of healing your terminal cancer and a 99% chance of dangerous side effects, I'd support the right to take it if you wanted to. They have to clash with their own beliefs to argue that. Again, I don't think people should be raped. I don't think that people should be sex trafficked. I don't think people should be homeless and poor and unable to do anything but sex work. My argument, the other side, has no answer. There is no answer, because the answer is I'm right, and they can't concede. You listened to a dude since he was on Fox? Yeah.
Your terminal cancer and a 99% chance of dangerous side effects, I'd support your right to take it if
you gotta radicalize your brother. Get him to watch me.
You wanted. Now you've avoided the trap of arguing about what some document says. You're focusing on the second, deeper part of the double wrong instead of the first. You've also put him on the back foot. Now he has to justify his values, which is exactly what he wanted to avoid.
I want to chat and ask questions, but the rules are too restrictive. You can say whatever the fuck you want, Edgewalker. Like, I don't ban, really. The worst I tend to do is give people like a 10-minute timeout.
Of course, he may just repeat himself. The study says they're dangerous. This is not a technique for winning arguments. It's a technique for starting them.
Okay.
Thank you, Abby, for doing this video with me. Everybody.
Again, the point here, take their techniques, use it against them, Edgewalker over here is probably a conservative who's uncomfortable with the idea, or maybe even a liberal who is uncomfortable with the idea because it clashes with their morals. Because this is a thing that happens very often. The left does not want to do this. I get a lot of pushback on the concept because it feels uncomfortable. Why do we have to stoop to their level? What like, we're just going to end up as bad as them. It's immoral. None of these things are true because they have to lie constantly. Yeah, the only really thing I don't allow in the chat is Fed posting. That's it. They don't... I lost my train of thought. Fuck, what was I talking about? Never mind. It's fine. Simply Steve, I have no issue saying that I have no respect for those who voted for Trump. I will call you out, and I'll call you out on it and who you are, and I could care less if it offends people. True, I agree. I think most people who voted for Trump knew exactly what they were voting for. But also, they are brainwashed. We are all constantly flooded with this shit. And so, I don't blame them. I will call them out. I don't respect them, but I don't blame them. And the respect can be gained again because it is contextual. There are people who voted for Trump because they actually thought it would help them. There were people who voted for Trump because they were rich and they wanted the tax cuts. There are people who voted for Trump because they were Nazis and wanted to kill all of the brown people. Like, the context matters. And honestly, who gives a shit? The issue is not left versus right. I don't care about fighting the right. I care about fighting up versus down. That's it.
If you're not already subscribed to Philosophy.
Is there more of this? Well, I suppose we should watch their ad since we watched their video.
Philosophy Tube, I highly recommend checking it out. Abby is a wonderful person, gives great hugs, and her videos have honestly gotten me through some tough times. Outside the world of video essays, Abby is in Star Wars and House of the Dragon.
You can use their behavior and tactics in a moral way. Again, the issue we had with their tactics is that they lie constantly. And it's demeaning, it's degrading, right? So don't lie. You have facts. Use the facts. You should still be mean. Degrade them. Make them feel weak. Elon Musk hates being called cringe. He's fucking crashing out right now because the entire internet knows that he's bad at video games and pays other people to play for him. Make them feel weak. Make them feel cringe. Because the basis, the actual foundational basis of fascists is sexual insecurity, is insecurity in general. They are afraid that other people won't like them. He called Americans retards. Fuck him. Americans are retards. That's chicken. Half of you can't read. I'm sorry. Like, the issue being, he called Americans retards and said we need more foreigners to do the jobs. I call Americans retards and I say we need to increase education funding and shut down all the private schools. And make homeschooling illegal. That's my argument. You know, like, how you say Americans are retards really does matter. If you're arguing over H-1B visas, that's a little different, you know? But, again, you can do that. You can even lie. I don't think it's immoral to lie to someone on the right to bring them to a position that betters their life. As long as it's not like you don't be a horrible lie. You can twist the truth a little bit. They lie outright. You're not ever going to stoop to their level. Jeet Sauce over here is literally fucking Hitler, most likely, I would guess, because Jeet seems to be part of the pejorative. So, I don't know. Good luck invading Canada and Greenland. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. You know what we are doing? We're doing this. Trump plans a flood of immigration executive orders on day 1. So, he's unlikely to fulfill some of his biggest promises, the most aggressive day 1 promise, including a large-scale deportation effort and a rapid end to birthright citizenship, given legal and logistical challenges and the need for Congress to back him up with new laws and funding. The mass deportation gonna happen in Chicago. The idea of birthright citizenship ending, it'll be a little bit, but they'll get there. Trump emphasized as he enters the Oval Office on Monday, he's sending a loud signal that the border is closed to illegal crossings, blah, blah, blah. So what are the actual orders? Are you going to list them for me, or is it just going to narrate them? Fucking hell. I have to find them then. So, He'll do so through a slew of executive order and actions launching the process of resurrecting policies from his first term, shredding the Biden administration's immigration policies, and taking what Trump officials have labeled the handcuffs off immigrations and customs enforcement officials. They're like, it's just, there is no law anymore. They've taken away due process. The Laken-Riley Act has taken away due process. You don't have habeas corpus. This is going to be used on you. This is going to be used on the left. This is all going to be included in the preset conditions that they've made. How much news have you seen about violence since the election? How much news have you seen about immigration since the election versus how much more violence you've seen? Everything is violence. Everyone is dying. Oh yeah, I do have that open. Everyone is dying. Everyone is burning people alive on the subway. Everybody is scared because that's what they covered. So the fear added with the end of habeas corpus for immigrants, plus all of the changes that we just saw, plus like Project 2025 kind of lays it out, guys. It lays it out. A lot of times we were held hostage by administration who makes a big shift left and a big shift right, says Representative Tony Gonzalez. Okay, like this is horrible, guys. I don't necessarily think he's going to get a lot of this done. Yep, so end birthright citizenship. We'll try to do that. That will get challenged in the courts most likely, but it'll get passed. This is what they actually want to do. Shuttered private jail in Kansas could become an immigration detention center. The ACLU warns core civics Leavenworth facility and others could play a role in Donald Trump's mass deportation plans. They're not deporting these people. This exists for them to put you in a labor camp. That's why. Civics, you know what? Let me see if I can find a video on this, because videos tend to be better for the rest of you. No, okay. Whatever. The community of Leavenworth has made it clear multiple times that ICE and Core Civic are not welcome to wreak havoc on federal immigration enforcement here. Local and state leaders do not have to give in. In a statement, Ryan Gustin, Director of Public Affairs of Core Civic, said that the company's immigration facilities operate with a significant amount of oversight and accountability. Means nothing, and they are monitored and audited by ICE officials. Means nothing. All of the ICE officials are Adolf Hitler. They want to kill the... Like, you guys understand, right now, in this very moment, there's probably some, like, 3 guys in a truck somewhere in the South driving around or around the border looking for illegals to shoot. Like, that's happening right the fuck now. There's mass graves of black people in Mississippi, in Alabama, showing up that the cops killed. There's evidence. They're buried behind the fucking police station in some case. I remember that story. We watched, what was his name? Robert. Robert Brooks being murdered by prison guards. Like, this is how they see you. This is how they think about you. This is, they don't care at all. You are not worth their time. You are not worth the money they want to give you. You are only worth the amount of labor that you could produce. There's probably far more illegal aliens driving around doing a drive-by and selling fentanyl and human trafficking. Jeet Sauce, you're a fucking idiot. Like, this is the type of idiot who believes that migrant crime is a problem, where, like, white people do all of that significantly more. Fentanyl trafficking is done exclusively by American citizens. No illegal immigrant is trafficking fentanyl into this country, because it's a stupid idea for the cartels to do that. Why would you put the fentanyl on the person who's going to be looked at more closely, the person who's going to have a harder time getting across? It's the American citizens. Fox News moron, literally, yes. So the ACLU obtained... no, we did this? Yeah, okay. The ACLU obtained documents from Core Civic's response. ICE requested for potential detention space through a lawsuit accusing ICE of failing to comply with the Freedom of Information Act. It also obtained documents of response to ICE from owners of potential detention centers in Texas, Nevada, New Mexico, and California. We're getting camps all over the place. Most of these camps are not just for the illegal immigrants. There's not even all that many. There's only like 10 million illegal immigrants. Those camps are for the poor. If you hold on. 1 second. Because this really ties it together. Wrong one. Here we go.
Our once great cities have become unlivable.
Most of those camps are for people like Jitsos over here, who's probably making under $1 million a year. Probably, maybe just like making ends meet, more than likely. Just barely making the enough money to pay for their rent, their bills, and their food. But this is what they're going to do to the poor. This is what those camps are for. It's not the illegals.
Our once great cities have become unlivable, unsanitary nightmares, surrendered to the homeless, the drug addicted, and the violent and dangerously deranged. We're making many suffer for the whims of a deeply unwell.
I don't do this for the money, dumbass.
The homeless have no right to turn every park and sidewalk into a place for them to...
The homeless have no right to be outside, is what he's saying right here. They're homeless. They have nowhere to go. So a park, a sidewalk, they're literally just existing. A homeless does not have the right, is what he's saying. Again, pay attention because this shit's key. It'll affect a lot of you. Or in some way, maybe
unwell
friends.
For you, and they are unwell indeed. The homeless have no right to turn every park and sidewalk into a place for them to squat and do drugs.
Thank you,
Americans
Headless Chicken.
should not have to step over piles of needles and waste.
Thanks for my
as they
shitty
walk
stream.
Down a street in a beautiful city, or at least once beautiful city. Because
Yeah, you
they've
belong
changed
in one
so
of those,
much
you
over the last
an idiot. There's more empty houses than there are homeless people in the United States, and it would be profitable to the government to give it to the homeless people for free. And the only reason we don't is because of idiots like Jitsos, who will be like, it's not fair. I had to work for it. Why should they get it for free? Meh, meh, meh. Like the whingy little bitches is the reason that this is happening.
Years. Our first consideration should be the rights and safety of the hardworking, law-abiding citizens who make our society function. When I'm back in the White House, we will use every tool, lever, and authority to get the homeless off our streets. We want to take care of them, but they have to be off our streets. There's nothing compassionate about letting these individuals live in filth and squalor rather than getting them the
Guys,
help that
don't
they
argue with the retard.
need. We need professionals to help them. For a small fraction of what we spend...
Jitsos can't fucking read. Stop arguing with the retard. It doesn't matter. Who cares? You're not going to change his position.
We need professionals to help them.
He's here to
For a
troll.
small fraction of what we spend upon Ukraine, we could take care of every homeless veteran in America. Our veterans are being treated horribly. Likewise, with all of the money we will save by ending mass unskilled migration, we will have a huge dividend to address this crisis in our own country. Under my strategy, working with states, we will ban urban camping wherever possible.
Urban camping is banned. Do you know what that means? That just means sleeping outside, by the way.
Violators of these bans will be arrested, but they will be given the option
Fair,
to accept
Maddie.
treatment and services if they're willing.
Okay, so again,
camping wherever possible. Violators of these bans will be arrested, but they will be given the option to accept treatment and services if they're willing to be rehabilitated.
as in, homeless people sleeping on the street are committing a crime because they're on the street, they're in a park. They are arrested and given rehabilitation services where?
Many of them don't want that, but we'll give them the option. We will then open up large parcels of inexpensive land, bring in doctors, psychiatrists.
This is bringing back workhouses. No, it really is.
And drug rehab specialists, and create 10 cities where the
Bullshit.
homeless
You're never going to do
can
that.
be relocated and their problems identified.
Again, pay attention right there. That shit's key.
10 cities where the homeless
Create 10 cities where the homeless can be relocated to.
identified.
They want to make Hoovervilles, Trumpvilles. Remember back in the day, during Herbert Hoover, we had homeless encampments like this outside of major cities because people had nowhere to go. Whoopsie, that image is supposed to be much bigger. There we go. We had these all over the country. Here we go. Here's a colored one from Seattle. This is what they looked like. We called these Hoovervilles. They were at least voluntary. True. They're going to force this in a much, much more harsh way. They're going to make them do hard labor. A lot of these people are going to die. And we need to start calling them Trumpvilles. It's not Fourth Reich Express. We're not going that way because Trump's not in charge. You guys understand, right? That the people in charge are the oligarchy. It's the rich. It's the wealthy. It's the people who own the industries, not this retard.
But we'll open up our cities again, make them livable and make them beautiful. For those who are just temporarily down on their luck, we will work to help them quickly reintegrate into a normal life. If
addictions,
substance abuse,
if he said everything, if we did everything that he said, America would die. Like the country would fall apart. Like his ideas are genuinely crazy because they're not his ideas. He doesn't have any thoughts. It's soup in here. It's Ave Maria and Arnold Palmer's cock. That's all that's in this brain. That's it.
Mental health problems, we will get them into treatment. And for those who are severely mentally ill and deeply disturbed, we will bring them back to mental institutions where they belong, with the goal of reintegrating them back into society.
None of that's true. None of that will happen. What will happen instead is they'll get sent here. They'll get sent to, the revelations come as Trump has promised to deport immigrants quickly after he takes office. Eunice Chow, a senior staff attorney at the ACLU's National Prison Project, said in a press release that President Joe Biden was paving the way for Trump to make good on his cruel and inhumane mass deportation proposals. Obviously, because there really is no difference. I mean, the difference is Republicans want to make things worse for you faster, and Democrats will slowly make things for you faster. That's the only difference, really. Fix poverty and that will fix crime. Exactly. Poverty is the main cause of crime. In every statistic, nothing causes crime more than poverty does. Drug addiction, also caused by poverty. Alcoholism, caused by poverty. Domestic abuse, caused by poverty. All of these things. You want a source? Here. I'll give you a source too. You're not going to read it, and you're too dumb to understand it, but I'll give you one anyway. There we go. There you go. That's how poverty causes violence and crime. All of it comes from that. Follow your leader, bullshit. You cannot have mass deportations without significant expansion of ICE detention capacity in states across the country, Chow said, and that's exactly what the incoming Trump administration is preparing for. They can't afford to do the mass deportations. You guys understand this, right? The bill to build the camps is about $1 trillion. According to Tom Homan, the border czar, what would be required to do this would be 250,000 National Guard being mobilized in the United States. All of these people need to be paid. You can't afford to do that while also cutting $3 trillion from the budget, and probably more, and giving it to the wealthy. It's not possible. What they will do instead is they'll do minimal bits of this. There'll be labor camps, not deportations, because that makes you money rather than costs you it. And then they will announce on TV in 3 weeks, we did it, yay, mission accomplished, all the illegals are gone. Augustin said CoreCivic does not advocate for or against legislation that serves a basis for or determines the duration of an individual's detention. Again, you don't even need to, like, you can just get a parking ticket now and instantly off to the camps with you. Is this AI? No. This is prisons. This is prisons that are being converted to detention centers, or rather labor camps by ICE. So many studies need to be done on this. It's true. Now, going back though, this is what you can expect tomorrow.
Steele in for Joy Reid, and we begin tonight with a look ahead to day one of Trump 2.0. The Biden administration is in its waning days, and in just 3 days, Donald Trump will be inaugurated as the 47th president. Although the weather in the nation's capital has put a chill on the pomp and circumstance Trump was hoping for. Today it was announced that the swearing in will be moved indoors because of expected low temperatures, which means that Trump will now take the oath of office.
It's still so funny that he will never get the crowd that he wanted. They have to make up like right now, the narrative for why it's inside is because they're afraid that Democrats are going to try and assassinate him again, rather.
From inside the Capitol Rotunda, the exact location where just 4 years ago a violent mob of Trump supporters clashed with Capitol Police. Now, despite the small change, one big thing will stay the same. At the stroke of noon Monday, the administration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will end, and the era of Donald Trump, 2.0, will begin. On the campaign trail, Trump made a lot of promises.
Almost all of the stochastic terrorism that happens in the United States is by right-wingers. All of them, actually. The Cybertruck bomber was a Trump supporter while doing it to yell at Trump. He killed himself while still supporting. It was a psyop, really, but like they're all psyops. You guys understand that the entire first Trump administration was built on psyops? And then everything since has just been the same thing.
Promises about what he'll do on day one.
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history.
It's not all of them, but quite a lot of them are. I don't tend to assume psyop when I see them immediately, but I keep it in the back of my mind as there is always a possibility of it being so. And so it's nuanced consideration. Again, it's the same shit we always talk about. Well, because he's a pussy. All Nazis are little bitch boys because all of their ideology is built on sexual insecurity. He's in here yelling all this shit because I'm hot and it makes him uncomfortable.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
You promised to end birthright citizenship on day one. Is that still your plan?
Yeah, absolutely. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border.
Good, you should,
we're drilling.
I want to take all of your money away from you. In the holy God.
Living for day one. But the one area he's made clear he plans to make good on his promises is his immigration crackdown. His team has prepared a flood of executive orders starting day one, aimed at launching the process of resurrecting policies from his first term and shredding Biden administration immigration policy. Many of the executive orders.
Oh, look at DGen. Oh, you think social degeneracy is a thing? You think social contagion is a thing? Go and like have a goon somewhere else, cheat sauce. Like, you're not bothering me. I think it's quite funny that you're here whinging at me for no reason. Like, you're not getting anything out of this. You're here because you want to troll. And you want to troll because you see a lefty who's a girl and she makes you uncomfortable. That's it. You're just a little bitch boy.
Will address his day one MAGA promises from his presidential campaign.
I don't even live in the United States.
Including closing the southern border.
I'm a U.S. citizen, but I don't even live in the United States. So,
terminating all Biden border policies, reinstating the travel ban from his first term, beginning a mass deportation program, and ending birthright citizenship. Now, to that end, folks, today, Trump's choice for Homeland Security secretaries.
They're all miserable, Headless Chicken. Every single one of these people are miserable, even the ones that don't think they are. They're miserable because they don't have the empathy. They can't connect with other people the way that we do. They're not people the way you and I are. Jesus is a human being, but he's not a person like you and me. Because being a person requires that empathy. He has none of it.
South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem faced senators for her
She shot
confirmation
the
hearing.
dog killer.
But one thing she wasn't very clear on is who will be calling the shots on border security.
Cheat sauce, that's so fucking funny. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. 10 out of 10.
Tom Homan, who Trump has said will be in charge of the border. And has promised deportations will begin, you guessed it, on day one.
Tom and I work very well together and talk and communicate all the time, and we'll be working together on a daily basis when we're in our positions under the new administration. And I would say there's no authorities being planned to
I need more water and I need to pee, so you guys are getting a Hassan stream for like a minute and a half.
be taken away from the department or myself if I'm in the role, and
but
we'll
it sends
continue
some
to
mixed
oversee
signals.
CBP.
You can understand how people in my home state, maybe around the country, when they hear Mr. Holman saying, "I'm making the decisions," when they hear President-elect Trump say he's in charge of our border.
Joining me now is Melissa Murray, NYU law professor, MSNBC legal analyst, and co-host of the Strict Scrutiny podcast. Tara Setmayer, former Republican communications director and co-founder and CEO of the Seneca Project. And Maria Hinojosa, Pulitzer Prize winning journalist and founder of Futuro Media. Welcome all three, ladies. Melissa, day one, it's going to be a hell of a day. How do you see this unfolding as all of the pomp and circumstances occurring in the Capitol, down at the White House, those executive orders, particularly around immigration, are going to be set up and ready for the president, the new president, to sign? What does that say in terms of the priority for this administration, and what should the American people expect from this day one explosion of executive orders?
Well, thanks for having me, Michael. I think we should take Donald Trump at his word. He's made clear that he plans to use executive authority to get things done on day one. And thanks to the United States Supreme Court, that executive authority is probably broader than it's ever been in the history of the American presidency. So there's a lot of room to work here with. He's already said that he's going to launch the largest mass deportation in the history of this country. That conflicts a little bit with some of the rhetoric from his campaign, where he talked about deporting first those with criminal records. It doesn't really match up on the number of individuals who have criminal records who are eligible to be deported does not add up to the largest mass deportation in history. So that means you're going to have to find additional people if this is in fact going to be a massive.
All right, I'm back. What'd I miss? Arguing with the Nazi, eh? Okay. I mean, Twitch recommended this channel to me, and all I hear is autistic screeching. I mean, to be fair, I am autistic, but the rest of it is your projection. Cool. I don't care about any of this. Let's move on, because there's a lot more. So while those mass deportations are, planned, this is what businesses are doing. This is how it's going to affect the economy. Hey, please, what the fuck?
Countries and businesses around the world will be watching to see just how quickly President-elect Donald Trump imposes new tariffs after he takes office on Monday, and how steep those tariffs may be. PBS NewsHour special correspondent and Washington Post columnist Catherine Rampell reports on how some companies are already preparing.
So this is one of our newer products that's made with our new Supro Comfort technology.
When Donald Trump won in November, Rick Muscat's first call was to China.
Called our major supplier, found out how many more pair they could make for us before they closed for Chinese New Year. We bought 30,000 pair that day.
Posting
Trump
genuinely
has threatened 60% tariffs or taxes on Chinese-made goods, which might...
Canada has already started making plans for 25% retaliatory tariffs. True. I still really think that California, Oregon, and Washington should have that referendum to become part of Canada. They won't win, but they should still do the referendum, because that's a based idea. And Canada's all for it. Canada's helping put the fires out in Los Angeles right now. Mexico is too.
Include all the shoes Muscat's company, Deer Stags, sells.
Only nerds watch the news. Okay, so that's how we know that you're genuinely a retard. You don't know anything. You literally think it's stupid to learn. This is what I mean by the median voter in America. This is what I mean. They can't read. They don't want to learn. They think it is like it makes you somehow lesser to learn, to spend your time giving a shit about the world, about other people, about your society, the country that you live in, the laws that affect you and everyone else, your fucking economy. They're not nihilists, they're retards.
Import and distribute around the United States, both men's
Nihilists don't come into chats like this and argue. Nihilists sit in their room and cry.
and boys' shoes. We call it affordable comfort fashion.
He says shifting production here is not an option, given labor costs.
That's true.
Shoes
Nihilistic
have over
retards.
200 operations, and there's a lot of labor in the making of shoes.
Plus,
There's no factories here to move production back, so we don't have the option.
stocking up early was risky. His shipment might not arrive before new tariffs start.
You're tying up your capital, you're paying storage, and you're making decisions on what you think the consumer is going to buy well in advance of when.
No, I tell you the news. I look at all of the news. This is the news I've picked to show you. Okay, you know what? I've had enough of you. You can come back tomorrow.
The consumer decides what they want to buy, and sometimes you're wrong.
Sorry, guys. I know you were having fun, but it was distracting me, and I've had enough of it.
Bookings relative to expected.
Ryan Peterson is CEO of Flexport, a trade and logistics company.
There's a lot of uncertainty about where the tariffs will be, where they'll land. But one thing you know is they're probably coming. And so the easiest thing to do is, if you can, move the goods in early and get them here before the tariffs hit.
Firms also look for
True,
creative
Shippo-pooper.
ways to duck future tariffs.
Customs brokers have all
Look,
sorts of.
this is going to raise the prices of your goods all across the country. By the way, yeah, W Chatter, great debate. You guys kicked his ass, and I'm proud of you. Thank you. It's not hard, honestly. When you have to, it was actually perfect timing that he came in right after we did a use the rights tactics against them video. Perfect timing. 10 out of 10. Now this shit though is boring, but this is the stuff that people voted because of. This is why they voted. They thought goods would get cheaper. The idea here being that if we put tariffs on countries, then the manufacturers will move to the United States so they don't have to pay the tariffs, which, by the way, might be true. But then they have this assumption on top of it that they will get a wage increase because manufacturing goods in the United States costs more than manufacturing goods other places. So if you're buying a $4 shirt from Shein and that shirt is produced in the United States, you're paying $50 for that shirt. They think that this will be accounted for by an increase in wages. Has anybody at all heard anything about increasing wages from the right?
Strategies to help you with tariff engineering. You could change the components of your product, that if the components are 51% polyester versus 49% polyester, that's a different duty code.
After Trump's earlier trade wars and COVID, many companies began moving their supply chains, but mostly not to the U.S.
The biggest winner for sure was Vietnam, Mexico, probably.
Look,
joining us now, Independent Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont.
This is the only
Senator
person that I've heard talking about increasing your wages.
Joining us now, Independent Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont.
Yes.
Senator, good to see you. You've had a busy day in confirmation hearings, questioning at least two Trump nominees, Scott Bessent for Treasury and former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin for EPA Administrator. Let's talk about Treasury first. I want to play part of an exchange you had with him where you asked him about raising the federal minimum wage. Let's roll that tape.
Will you work with those of us who want to raise the federal minimum wage to a living wage to take millions of Americans out of poverty?
Senator, I believe that the minimum wage is more of a statewide and regional issue.
So you don't think we should change the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour?
No, sir.
Senator, obviously you're not happy with that.
Comrade Lennon, so learning is good because you learn about the world and form an opinion, but it's anti-empiricism. Guy's a corpo.
Yeah, are there enough votes in the Senate, do you think, to raise the minimum wage?
I would hope so. Look, we have tens of millions of workers in this country who are trying to get by on 12, 14, 15 bucks an hour.
Guys, Simply Steve, all the Latino Trump voters starting to realize that their family members are going bye-bye too, voting for Trump won't save them. They're going bye-bye too. Trump has talked about denaturalization. If you were an immigrant, they are going to try and take that away from you if you became a citizen.
And you can't do that. We have not raised the minimum wage, I think, since 2000.
This puritanical love for work is killing us. Yes, it is. Work should be for fun, for fulfillment. You should do what you want to do, not work to survive. I say this every day.
And 10, it is now $7.25 an hour. And that you have a nominee for Secretary of Treasury who does not believe that we should raise that minimum wage is entirely unacceptable. I mean, we need a government that starts looking out for working families and not just billionaires.
So President Biden, in his farewell address last night, warned against oligarchs and extreme wealth.
The people in charge of this country are Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Sam Altman-Fried, Jeff Bezos. It's the billionaire class. That's it. All of these like the Nazis, right, in this country, people like Jay Preet or whatever, they're just doing retard socialism. They want the same outcomes we do, but for them and no one else. That's it. The guy who's gonna run the Treasury is also a George Soros lackey. Soros is he's barely a billionaire. He has $8 billion. Thiel was the one I forgot. Thiel is the other one. That's who's running the world. Thiel, Musk, Gates, Bezos, Fried.
I'm just wondering, do you have you seen any evidence of Biden doing anything about the oligarchy during his 4 years of presidency that he warns about?
Well, in fairness, he has been on domestic issues the most progressive president since FDR.
This is true.
And we've created millions of jobs, rebuilding our infrastructure.
He wasn't I'm not happy with his presidency, but he was definitely, for labor, the most progressive president since FDR.
He was the first president to take on the pharmaceutical industry and lower the cost of prescription drugs. No small things. I know that he wanted to raise the minimum wage. In terms of the American Relief Act that we passed during COVID.
Hey guys, you should join the Socialist Rifle Association. They're like the NRA, except they're not evil. They do community outreach, they do disaster relief, they teach you how to use your weapons. Go look it up, there's probably a chapter in your area, the SRA.
Childhood poverty by 40%, extended unemployment. We have put more money into sustainable energy and energy efficiency, combating climate change than any president in history. So he has a strong record. But if your question is, do I think, and by the way, it is no small thing that the President of the United States said what is absolutely true. And Jake, we don't talk about this enough. And that is when you got three people on top who own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million people.
The NRA is evil. Like, don't join the NRA. Join the SRA.
Well, you know what? That's oligarchy. When you
it is
have
oligarchy. That's the issue. I keep trying to tell you. This is not a left versus right issue. We are in a time period where the oligarchy is trying to crush us into slaves. They want you to be a slave. They don't want to pay you. They don't want you to have anything. They want to take everything from you. There's like 3,000 billionaires on the planet. None of them should be billionaires. No one deserves to be a billionaire, unless everyone is a billionaire. If the SRA becomes popular, I think we'll start to see more gun control. I mean, look what happened with the Black Panther Party. By the way, black people, go do that again. I saw a TikTok yesterday about let's bring back the Black Panther Party. Based, do it.
Concentration of ownership in our economy. Fewer and fewer corporations owning and controlling the economy. That's oligarchy.
It is.
When you have more and more billionaires whether it's Musk owning Twitter or Murdoch, other billionaires owning newspapers, that's oligarchy.
Again, they own all of the news. Bezos owns Twitch. Elon owns Twitter. Like, Murdoch owns half the media. Murdoch owns the vast majority of the media in where I live in Australia. You don't need to trust these people. You need to learn how to do critical thinking. That's why my tag on Discord is Mother of Critical Thinking.
And most importantly, and I think Biden made this point, is we have just come through an election where you get one vote, I get one vote, but billionaires were able to spend many hundreds of millions of dollars
Billions
to
of
elect
dollars.
or defeat the candidate.
Elon Musk spent $45 billion to buy this election. Count Twitter into it, it's absolutely related.
That they wanted. You add all of that up, massive concentration of ownership, massive income and wealth inequality, massive amounts of political power. You know what? You just can't go around saying, well, Russia and Putin, they're an oligarchy, but we're not. You know what? We are.
So
and
beyond, beyond, let's say, a much more aggressive, progressive taxation that I'm sure you would support, what else could be done theoretically within the bounds of the U.S. Constitution to prevent this?
Well, the most important thing is to deal
there's
with
only
the
one Koch brother left.
And broken campaign finance system. Does anybody in America, whether you're a conservative Republican or a progressive, think that it's okay for somebody like Musk to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to elect a candidate that he...
The fact that we made Citizens United a thing, we made it legal to bribe our politicians, the only possible outcome was always oligarchy. We paved this path and we've walked down it.
Wants and now is going to be working for. And by the way, it's not just Republicans, it's Democratic billionaires as well. Elections should not be contests between billionaires. It should be one person, one vote, real debates upon the issue. So
get rid of the Electoral College, direct democracy, one person, one vote. I also think you should add ranked choice voting, and I think you should have mandatory voting like we do in Australia.
Turning the Citizens United Supreme Court decision, in my view, moving to public funding of elections is integral.
And
integral
public funding.
If we are serious about
we're doing this here in Australia. South Australia has made any local election only publicly funded. You are not allowed to give more than like $2,000 to a candidate. You're not allowed to give a brand new party is allowed to have more donations because they're brand new. Any existing party, you can't just have billionaires spending money to buy that shit. We did that. They're trying to do it through the federal government. It's not going to pass, but this is what you need to do. Make it illegal for these people to buy your seats. You know what you should do on top of that? Make it illegal to lie knowingly and willingly as an elected official again. This used to be the case. We made that legal. Why? Make it illegal for them to lie. Also make it illegal for fucks like this to lie. People like me to lie. Make it illegal. Provable in a court of law without a reasonable doubt. You have to prove it, obviously, but make it illegal to knowingly and willingly lie.
Having a government and a democracy that works for all of us and not just the people who have the money. That's the most important thing. But what else you could do to deal with oligarchy is start having a government that provides benefits to working people that they desperately need. We are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. We have a minimum wage, as we've just discussed.
It would literally cost us less to do Medicare for all. Like, genuinely, it would cost the government less money.
$7.25. Why isn't it $17 an hour? We have a social security system which is not adequate for the needs of millions of seniors who are trying to get by on $15,000, $14,000 a year. So yes, there is a lot that we can do politically, economically, to end the oligarchic form of society that we have.
You also questioned Trump's EPA pick earlier today, former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin. I want to play part of that exchange.
Do you agree
with President-elect Trump that climate change is a hoax.
I believe that climate change is real, as I told you. As far as President Trump goes, the context that I've heard him speak about it was with a criticism of policies that have been acted because of climate change. And
oh, look, it's new denial.
I think that he's concerned about the economic costs of some policies where there's a debate and a difference of opinion between parties.
I would respectfully disagree with you. I think he has called it a hoax time and time again.
Yeah.
You are.
That's the guy who's in charge of the environment. That's the guy whose job it is to stop plastic from getting in your food. Plastic from being... Thanks for the follow, Simply Steve. Plastic from being breathed in by your lungs constantly. That's the guy who's supposed to stop harmful chemicals in your food. That's they're going to kill you. This is going to kill people. And what's worse is they have no fucking idea what they're doing.
I see you at Vanderbilt's Medical Center. A third of the 35 beds hold flu patients.
This is the worst flu season we've seen in probably a decade.
Dr. Todd.
That's right now. We have no idea what the fuck we're doing. They're about to take power. We have the worst flu season in a decade. Bird flu, I don't think is going to become a pandemic. They kind of do, but they also don't care, but they actually don't. Headless chicken. They think that they're thinking, but they're not thinking just as much as the rest of us. They just have power and also don't care. It's the only difference. It's like if we gave that chatter who was like saying dumb shit, if we gave him power, he would also not know what he's talking about, not care, and think that he's thinking and think that he's right.
Rice leads this Nashville intensive care unit.
We're seeing more patients that have it and more patients that have severe illness from it.
What's the biggest misconception about the flu?
I think
I
the
don't
biggest
see rabies going airborne.
misconception and the biggest risk is folks thinking that it's just a mild illness.
Deb Clark learned 3 weeks ago just how serious it can be. Her 28-year-old daughter, Sydney, rushed to the hospital. She had the flu and acetaminophen poisoning from trying to get better.
As if she's coded twice.
Machines now do the work of
poisoning sucks. That would be painful.
Sydney's heart and lungs as she looks at pictures of her 2 children for inspiration.
How much has this scared you? Oh, I'm terrified.
Remember, influenza has killed a lot of people. The flu kills more people every year than COVID did in a year. Like the flu kills, I think, 600,000 Americans a year, something like that.
I know I've never had a flu shot in my life, but I promise you I'll have one from now on.
Across the country, flu activity remains elevated,
about
says
50,000.
the CDC.
I don't know where I got that number
far,
from. I don't know where the fuck I got that number from. It's like, oh, sorry, it's hospitalizations is where I got that number from. Deaths-wise, it's between 6 and 52,000, which is a really big range. But, hey, if you're in any of the red areas, be careful, because there's a lot of flu going around.
This season, there have been at least 12 million illnesses and 6,600 deaths, including 27 children. Increases that can impact everyone's care.
More flu patients in the ICU means it's harder to attend to other patients. And the contagious nature of the flu puts nurses, doctors, and other caregivers at risk.
And then the people who come in are people like this. By the way, I'm shocked this hasn't happened already. But it will soon, especially with all the empiricist denial, with all of the denial of healthcare. Is like they're attacking healthcare as well as attacking queer people. They're attacking healthcare when they're attacking women. Healthcare comes into this. Someone's gonna go shoot up a hospital someday. But the idiots that show up, that get sick, also believe this shit. Not all of them are idiots. Obviously, normal people also get sick. But
the end of 2024, we have.
I don't believe that there is anything that can afflict mankind that hasn't got a natural cure for it. I think that there has to be. It just makes sense to me. Now, I couldn't prove that.
It just makes sense to me.
66 cases.
I couldn't prove that. It just makes sense to me. That's the belief system that we just described. They don't believe in facts. They only care about their feelings. Just facts don't care about your feelings is the right answer to this.
No, I couldn't prove that, but I just believe that. Yeah. That there's got to be something that cures things. And I'll tell you a good story.
Okay.
I have 3 friends.
That's
All
it.
3 of them had stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on.
And what did they take?
Jesus. They took some.
This is the behavior on the right. Also, this is not true. I call cap on this.
What you've heard they've taken.
Ivermectin.
Fenbendazole.
Fenbendazole. Yeah. I'm hearing that a lot.
He's cooked the fuck out. Oh, no shit he is. Like, this man is insane.
Drank hydrochloride something or other.
There's studies on that now where people have proven that
people
they've
drinking methylene blue and stuff like that.
Joe Rogan is also just like an idiot, but he's not an idiot in the same way. Joe Rogan is an idiot in the way that he copies whoever his guest is.
Methylene blue, which was a fabric dye.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a textile dye. And now they find out it has profound effects on your mitochondria.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. See, this is next. So we were talking about, RFK, weren't we? Well, here's what RFK believes.
Alarming new report on Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the person Donald Trump wants to put in charge of the country's health.
This is from
In
yesterday.
May of 2021, that's just 6 months after the rollout of the COVID vaccine, Kennedy tried to stop all COVID vaccinations in the U.S., the New York Times reports. He did this during a deadly phase of the pandemic when thousands of Americans...
He tried to stop the vaccines in the, midst of the most recorded and emotionally charged part of the pandemic. So many people died in America when he was trying to stop vaccines.
Americans were still dying every week. Kennedy's anti-vax organization petitioned the FDA to completely revoke authorization for the vaccine and refrain from approving any other COVID vaccines in the future.
That's what RFK wanted to do when he wasn't in power.
So estimates have begun to show the rapid rollout of COVID vaccines had already saved about 140,000 lives in the United States.
RFK wanted those people dead. RFK is responsible for the deaths of others as well.
Senator Ed Markey, Democrat of Massachusetts, is on the Health, Education, Labor Committee, which is one of the committees that will be holding hearings on RFK Jr. for Health and Human Services.
No, they're just retarded.
And he joins me now. Senator, obviously we've known
they keep
RFK's
talking about how we don't have a high enough population. They keep talking about how we need to, make women stuck at home so they have to make babies because, they're not trying to kill you. RFK's just an idiot.
Position, RFK Jr.'s position on this. This is new news that this petition actually happened. We've got global estimates that in that first year, the vaccine saved the lives of about 19 million people. What do you think this says about his qualifications to be the head of HHS?
Well, it only reinforces all of the doubts that have already existed about his candidacy. He's questioned the vaccine for polio. He's questioned...
Again, they're not rational. Of course. Immigration is the only reason that the United States doesn't have a declining population. Look around the world. Most countries have a declining population, and it's a problem. And that problem is then used as a tool. It's co-opted by the right to try and convince people that, you need to make more babies. It's the women's fault, when the reason that people aren't having fucking kids is because it's expensive. You want to fix your population crisis? There's two ways that you can do it. One, increase immigration. This is temporary, obviously, because it won't work forever. Two, make it cheaper to have kids. Yeah, but only white babies. Exactly. That's the issue. Half of them are like that, and half of them are not, and they are fighting each other. The right is so incompetent that their night of long knives has taken 2 weeks already.
The vaccine for measles.
Still going.
And by inference, it also is mumps and all of the other diseases in our country and around the world that in the past 2 generations, if they haven't been completely eradicated, they've just been reduced down to a dramatically lower number each year. That affects families in our country and around the world. And what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has done is that he is putting a cloud over vaccines. He's allowing for doubts to be raised.
He's said the measles vaccine was bad, and then people
Governor Green, you
died.
had pretty strong feelings about RFK Jr. as
died.
HHS secretary, particularly after an experience you say you had with a measles outbreak. What happened?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. We had a terrible experience in Samoa. RFK went and rallied that country against vaccinations when there was a measles outbreak. It resulted in the deaths of 83 innocent children. You see pictures of me vaccinating
RFK killed 83 children. He killed them. Social murder is social murder is still murder. He killed them. He was in a position of power. He put effort into producing a outcome, and that outcome resulted in the deaths of 83 children.
Raised in families' minds as to whether or not they should be vaccinated. The COVID vaccine, if it had not actually been distributed, would have led to another 800,000 deaths in our country.
At least.
And here, he had a petition to stop the distribution of the vaccine. So,
meanwhile, at this time, the CDC is also cucked by the Trump administration. We didn't get tests out anywhere close to where we needed to because they were underfunded, and the tests that they had were like damaged or they didn't work well enough. And they asked for more money to get more tests, to buy more tests, to make more tests, and they were told, nah. And for 6 months, Americans couldn't get tested. They couldn't know if they had it or not. Meanwhile, RFK is trying to stop the vaccine from coming out. Like, it is almost cartoonishly evil. This is like genuinely Marvel villain shit.
Perspective, this is just one further reason why 75 Nobel Prize winners have come out in opposition to Robert F. Kennedy's confirmation as the top health official in our country. And it's why this is going to be one of the most important confirmation hearings that we have.
Trump scrapped the CDC emergency program because it was part of Obama's legacy. Yes, exactly. And that fucked us during COVID. Ich bin dead. Like, that's the thing. And at this same time, this idiot's trying to get COVID vaccines banned. No more production. Not even just don't roll out this one. We don't want any, is his goal.
Have had in a generation in the United States Senate.
Just to stay with this for a second, I mean, you talk about polio and other things. I mean, one of the things that's so wild to me about this is that we actually we lived through this with COVID. Like, we got to, people couldn't leave their homes. We were outside. It was killing thousands of people a day. And
COVID really broke a lot of people's brains. That's the unfortunate part is, damn, why is there so many bots on my stream? I need to fix that. I just realized. Like, there's like 3 doing the same thing. Whoopsie. 4. Christ. Like, yeah.
Vaccine, the country got vaccinated enough that we didn't have that anymore, more or less. So here's my question to you in a technical sense. I mean, if he were the head of HHS and we had another pandemic, which I know no one wants to think about that, but 100% could happen. Like, he would have the power to do things that would stop the development of vaccines for that virus.
He has said openly that he is not anti-vax, but he has said openly more that he is very anti-vax. When RFK speaks, we've covered the couple videos he did about food and whatnot. He is using terminology. He's saying some things he's saying are actually right. I actually agreed with him on some of that stuff. But then he adds in the insane shit. Because that's how they do it. They get you to pay attention because something makes sense. And then they start adding nonsense. But you think that it's fine because the first thing made sense. This guy looks trustworthy. And you listen to him.
Stop the
I honestly, we know for a fact, right? The plan is they're not banning vaccines. They're not going to. But what they're going to do is they're going to remove the requirement for students, for children in schools to be vaccinated, to go to school. And at the same time, they're going to make vaccines more expensive, which is going to make them harder to get. And so kids will be going to school that are unvaccinated because it's expensive to get them vaccinated. Most people in America can't afford healthcare, period. And so this is going to result in outbreaks of a lot of shit. Like another pandemic in the next couple years, if RFK is actually given power to do the things that he wants, is not only likely it's like it's not only possible, it's likely. And honestly, if we do, just stay the fuck inside, put your mask on, and let the retards get sick at this point. COVID hit the wrong demographic.
Employment, like, he would have very real power to make it impossible to vaccinate people, right?
True, Toby.
I'm not predicting this, but if for the sake of this discussion, it was a bird flu pandemic that broke out in our country, and we needed a vaccine, and we needed it to be distributed, we would need a secretary of HHS that was leading the charge.
Yes.
That was out in front and recommending to people, especially those who might be in the most vulnerable communities, that they take the vaccine.
Yeah.
And instead...
How many people needed to be convinced to take the vaccine? How many people would have still needed to be convinced to take the vaccine, even without all of the anti-vax propaganda? Quite a few of them. Again, earlier we were talking about the flu. The mom of the girl who's dying. I've never had a flu shot, but I will after this, is what she said.
And based upon his past...
I've seen that one, Headless Chicken, actually. It's on the list. I was going to do foreign policy today, but this stuff's taken so long that I'm not sure I'll get to it.
history, I think it's pretty clear that he would not be doing that. In fact, he'd be raising questions about the safety and efficacy of that vaccine, which would be very dangerous to the communities which could be potentially threatened.
That petition.
Okay. At the same time, like, understand, this is what the rest of the world sees. German ambassador warns of Trump plan to redefine constitutional order, documents show. Berlin, Germany's ambassador to the United States has warned that the incoming Trump administration will rob U.S. law enforcement and the media of their independence and hand big tech co-governing powers, according to a confidential document seen by Reuters. The briefing document dated January 14th, signed by Ambassador Andreas Michaelis, described Donald Trump's agenda for a second White House term as one of maximum disruption that will bring about a, quote, redefinition of the constitutional order. Maximum concentration of power within the president at the expense of Congress and the federal states. This is just the beginning of the news avalanche. Yeah, fuck, man. I'm getting next weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I need off because we're going to have a crazy week this week and we're going to have a crazy week next week. So, again, bird flu. Guy says, not really sure I trust RFK. Everyone should be skeptical of vaccine side effects. The polio vaccine caused cancer, but there shouldn't be a justification to not take the vaccine. You should ask questions to your doctor, and you should do what your doctor recommends. You should do your own research and see, okay, well, how do I lessen the chances of this issue occurring? You should take the vaccine and then work on the other issue. It's not doing that is being retarded. It's suicide. By not taking the vaccine, because it might give you a side effect that you could also probably mitigate, is ridiculous. Christopher Wallace, more like Mussolini, as fascist Italy was rife with nepotism among the ranks, including their military, and Orange Man's ally Hitler's already calling from the shots from Moscow. I think you guys are missing China here. Because, yes, Christopher Wallace, Putin owns Elon. Elon owns Trump. But Putin is owned by Xi. So really, they're dividing the world into, North America is America, Russia gets Europe, China gets Eastern China, India gets, the area between China and Greater Israel, which is going to take up, half of Iran. That's the plan. Keep, a little gameplay for Africa and the Arctic. That's the fucking plan. That's what they're doing. So this guy was talking about how we don't trust RFK, right? And so let's talk about the experts who believe what could happen with bird flu this year. They don't necessarily
as of the
agree,
end of 2024, we have 66 cases identified in humans, over 900 herds of dairy cows, and millions of birds affected by H5N1 avian influenza.
We're seeing a lot of transmission occurring in animal populations that gives a breeding ground for the virus to change and potentially become more infectious. What we haven't seen yet is any kind of sustained human-to-human transmission.
What it comes down to is the reason it's all hands on deck and people are...
At this point, by the way, I've said this before, if you have a cat, make sure that your cat food is fish, not poultry. There has already been a cat who died because they ate food that was infected with bird flu. Check your cat food and try and stick to fish because it's already infected poultry. It's not doing that beef rather. It's not infected cattle anymore, but it has in the past. Not even like all that long ago. It just kind of evolved. So I would still kind of stick with fish because it's a safer option. But yeah, and also H5N1 chicken flu, bird flu, is airborne. And also, birds are airborne. So stopping the spread is quite difficult because the birds can fly.
Are concerned is eventually it could cause human-to-human transmission and become a serious epidemic in the United States or potentially a pandemic.
What's important to recognize is that this is an outbreak that's been going on since 2022 in the United States, but up until 2024, this primarily had affected poultry productions. But now that we have the outbreak in dairy cows, there's a new genotype or strain that has been circulating related to those cows.
Check your cat food.
And that's where a lot of our cases, but not all of them, have come from.
There's going to be more routine testing of dairy farms and of milk supplies, and that's extremely important, and that's welcome news. I think one of the problems that we have, especially as we move into influenza season, is that there's the risk that if you're a physician, if they want to do influenza testing, they're only really testing for the usual seasonal influenza.
They're not testing for this.
Testing for H5N1. Because that type of testing is not widely available for people.
You guys remember swine flu? That happened when I was in like middle school. I never got it, but it's like someone in my class did.
First and foremost, I would say let's make sure that we're using the health interventions that we know have a track record. First and foremost, pasteurization, I think, is really important. Secondly, influenza vaccination, I think, is still important.
What do you mean headless
If
chicken?
an individual, let's say a dairy farm worker, gets infected with H5N1, that same individual also around the same time gets seasonal influenza. So,
and on top of this, H5N1 has an incubation period similar to COVID did when it first came out, which is like 2 weeks. So you could be spreading it and not know at the same time. Swine flu and mad cow disease were a thing back in the days here in Europe. Man, I remember swine flu. Oh, come on, that's funny. I didn't get it. Sorry.
So that individual has two different viruses.
It is
in their
3:30 in the
system,
morning.
and then those viruses could reassort to produce a hybrid virus that could then transmit more easily from person to person. It's really important that we convince all Americans to get their seasonal flu vaccine. So
so that's not happening. So what's likely to happen is someone's going to get regular flu, and then they're going to get bird flu on top of it, and it'll get fucked. Guys, just pay attention to healthcare news. I know this is depressing and shit, but
that reassortment possibility becomes less likely.
There's a lot of vaccine development going on, and so we're anticipating.
I'm going to laugh when America goes so far down the toilet that Americans start like trying to cross the border illegally into Canada or Mexico, even better. That would be so good. 10 out of 10 good. Speaking of Canada, though,
we are, of course, just days away from the inauguration, and
I'm more concerned about the end of Medicare, Medicaid than anything. Yeah, well, I would be too. That's pretty fucked. Social Security is going too, just so you guys know.
And adversaries alike are feeling the weight of Trump's aggressive global pressure campaign. Trump has repeatedly vowed to impose 25% tariffs on Canada, a U.S. ally and neighbor, on his first day in office, claiming he would use, quote, economic force even to annex Canada, doubling down on his vow to make it the 51st state. I can tell you that's not going to happen.
It's not. Again, California, Washington, and Oregon. Go if you live there. Call your congressman. Be like, hey, I want a referendum for us to join Canada. Canada has offered. I want this to just keep calling. That's what they did. You should do it too.
Prime Minister Trudeau's resignation, our neighbor to the north, faces a critical political transition of its own, with the Liberal Party leadership vote to come on March 9th.
Lennon, it's our version of socialized healthcare. When you get rid of it, you're not going to get the national health care because the oligarchs are in charge. People are just going to die. Now, later on, sure, yes, people get radicalized by the fact that they have no fucking health care, but at the same time, they're being brainwashed. This is 1984 shit. These people are speaking newspeak. These people are, like, it's insane. I don't want to go on a rant.
And with that uncertainty about the country's economic path forward in the face
of those Trump
they're
going to take away Social Security.
Canada's Foreign Minister, Melanie Joly, is in Washington now to meet with key policymakers, and she joins me now. Thanks so much, Foreign Minister, for taking the time.
It's a pleasure to see you again and to be here with you.
So you're here in Washington to meet with lawmakers, including Republicans, to talk about this tariff threat. My first question is this, because sometimes people say, well, Trump, that's bluster. It's a extreme negotiating position, then he moves towards the middle. Do you believe these threats are legitimate?
Isn't in charge. Again, yes, and the supporters come anyway. No, Social Security was fine. It was just going to have trouble funding itself for a little bit in one area, and then it would have bam, gone right back up.
They're not legitimate, but I think we have to take them seriously.
Who cares if you can't be elected?
Canada's the best friend to the United States. We're the biggest trading partner. We're a really good ally, and we want to engage. We want this to be a win-win. And we know that the Trump administration wants to make sure that America, Canada, and the U.S. together are this energy superpower, and we can be that.
By the way, I mean, here you go. I mean, Vivek got fired from Doge, but Elon's still there.
Agencies to be deleted outright. Do we really need whatever it is, 428 federal agencies?
We'll be looking at everything from government-funded media programs like NPR.
I think we should be able to get away with 99 agencies. I don't know.
We are on the brink of something so revolutionary with the Doge Commission.
Lauren Boebert is so stupid that she thought the Panama Canal was the same thing as the Suez Canal.
Now he's begun changing some claims. He says it won't be necessarily $2 trillion in cuts. Maybe he's learning as he goes. Many talk about cuts, massive cuts. But when you get into it, the big ticket federal government spending items are trillions, right? That's big money, but on safety net programs like Social Security and healthcare, the United States military, defense, and then what you have to do, which is servicing interest on the debt. Many governments use that model of funding. So everything you're looking at on your screen are things that majorities tend to value or are basically required. You can't.
Breaking newly unearthed video professes that Trumper Congresswoman Lauren Boebert lied through her teeth. Wait, this isn't the one. Fuck you.
Default on the interest. Now, an administration can cut other things. Vowing giant cuts, though, will run back into what I just showed you. Things that Trump even vowed to protect.
There we go. Everyone's favorite scholar, Lauren Boebert, dropped a brilliant observation. Because of the political instability in the Middle East, it's important to buy the Panama Canal from Egypt. She deleted the post, but, like, dumbest person. Like, I lived very close to her district. I know the people in that area, and I don't understand how she got elected.
Like the safety net. There have been big jumps in spending. But if you'll notice, while both sides come into office and spend federal government money, what you're looking at, these are just facts and numbers, is the budget deficit by year. And while there's multiple factors to...
Okay, whatever. They're going to cut Social Security.
Together. But at the same time...
And by the way, we're going to suffer more if we get into a trade war with Canada or Mexico. We need them more than they need us. If you say Boebert juice 3 times in a theater, Boebert will come and give you a handy. I have not tested this, so I cannot certify, nor would I want to. Oh, yeah, same.
We need to make sure that things are straight, that we know exactly what to expect. President Trump, in his
one thing at a time,
back in December, said that he had concern about the northern border. And you know what? We've taken seriously what he said, and we think it's a win-win. We think we need to secure a border. Americans, and you guys have...
We don't. What the fuck is happening with the Canadian border? You know what the reason that they give a shit about the Canadian border is? Trump's actually said it. Is because people are coming and bringing drugs in from Canada, is what he said. Do you know what that means? It means people are going to Canada to buy prescription medication that they need because it's cheaper. And he's saying they're smuggling drugs. and we need to close the border to Canada because of drug smuggling. It's just Americans living in like Canada, Minnesota, Chicago, who want to go and buy their meds. Watch Shameless. That's the average Chicagoite.
Crisis. We do too, and we need to save lives together. So we came up with this really strong border plan, Jim. $1 billion worth of support, and it means more boots on the ground. It means also more drones, Black Hawk helicopters, technology, cameras. We need to make sure ultimately that the border is secure.
Okay.
And we've done that. Tom Homan, the new border czar, even said publicly in different interviews that he thought that was a
That's sad to the point where I just can't help but laugh. Yeah.
Good border plan. And so based on that, we believe that there should not be any tariffs.
Okay, so potential progress on the border issue. On the tariff issue, I noted Prime Minister Trudeau's comments yesterday regarding
it's all
the
manufactured
threat of retaliation.
And all of it is manufactured.
He said, he says they will respond purposefully, forcefully, and resolutely. Canada would. What kind of retaliation are we talking about?
Well, first, we don't want tariffs. We don't want any trade war. We're seeking peace. We're pleading for peace because I think that we need to be stronger together to deal with the threat coming from other adversaries.
Immigrant hate is real, but it's manufactured. It's not innate in humans. You know what I mean? People get to this point because of the material circumstances in which we live, how we engage with them, and how others engage with them. Leftist Leo, as I'm white as a marshmallow whip on Wonder Bread, but I love learning about experiencing other cultures, especially food-based. Tribalism is definitely innate in humans. It is not innate. It's material circumstances. Tribalism happens because people come together, because it is beneficial to do so with your living material circumstances. It improves them. It's not in internal desire to be innate desire to be close to other humans exists for your family, for your inner social circle, but tribalism as more than 4 people, that's not because of that's not just because your inner soul wants that. It's because it's better for all of you together. It benefits the individual and the community. Most folks don't,
And we need to, make sure that if America wants to go toe-to-toe with China, we can be a very strong ally. So let's not distract ourselves by, ultimately fighting ourselves.
Canada's a Pacific nation as well, of course.
We are a Pacific nation.
So I'm going to drop Canada because we're not going to invade Canada. Might try a trade war. It'll fail. Europe, though. Europe's a bit of a mess. So here's the Finnish president making a speech on how Europe has not given a shit enough for too long, and it's over. Europe needs to care more.
Finland has hosted the first NATO-Baltic Sea Summit to bolster defences against hostile acts, such as attacks on critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. On Christmas Day, Finnish authorities seized an oil tanker suspected to be responsible for damaging undersea communications cables. Over 95% of the world's data
headless chicken, I had a pretty good solution for that.
Transported through the cables. Russia and China are regularly accused of sabotaging them as part of hybrid war. Finnish President Alexander Stubb told Euronews his country is well prepared, but overall Europe needs to do more.
There's a lot of malintent coming from the Russian Federation at this particular moment, and it's a new normal that we have to live with. And of course, in a country like Finland, which has 1,300 kilometers of border with Russia, we're quite used to this. So we're coping with it. We're staying calm, cool, and collected. We take necessary measures, including joining NATO. We take necessary measures, including confiscating vessels. So we're quite relaxed about it, really.
I think you need to be less relaxed.
Isn't. He said that while we're not in a kinetic war now and we are safe, in 4 to 5 years we won't be unless Europe steps up on security and defence.
This is true.
Well, the Secretary General of
Actually
NATO is
true.
concerned about the whole alliance. As President of Finland, I'm concerned about the state of our defence. And I have to say that we never dropped our guard. We still have compulsory military service. We have 900,000 men and women in reserves.
Finland is doing all right. You know, like America trained some of our soldiers there to get them used to fighting in the snow and the cold because they border Russia. They are doing all right, and Russia is weak, but America's not, and China's not. So it really depends on how things go. NATO does need to step the fuck up and increase their... We're out of NATO. Donald Trump isn't going to pull us out of NATO. I can't see a future where that doesn't happen unless something happens that would financially, materially benefit the United States to stay in NATO. And especially, the oligarchs in the United States.
280,000
oh, yes,
that we
absolutely,
can mobilize at
Christopher.
wartime. We have 62 F-18s. We have soon 64 F-35s. We have long-range missiles, land, air, and sea. And we have the largest artillery in Europe together with Poland. So I sleep my nights quite well.
By the way, I don't see Russia invading Europe in the next decade. This is set up for next time. Like, Trump's plan of freeze the Ukraine war at the borders is give me like 5 years till 2030 to rebuild my forces, and then we're going to do this again, and we're going to go all the way as far as we want to.
And I hope that our allies do as well, because they can be quite assured that we play our part in the alliance.
Speaking
You're also
of,
an expert on the EU, having...
I don't care about the EU. Speaking of Ukraine and Russia, though, this is pretty cool. So Ukraine launched some missiles into Russia.
Has vowed retaliation after Ukraine launched one of its largest attacks deep inside Russian territory. The Kremlin claims Ukraine used 6 US-made ATACMS ballistic missiles and 6 UK-made Storm Shadow cruise missiles, all of which were intercepted. The last time Ukraine used US and UK-made missiles, Russia launched a new intermediate-range hypersonic ballistic...
That, by the way, was a psyop. There are documents from the Kremlin. There are people who have anonymously spoken about it. It was planned. They cannot do that. Like, they are very expensive. They're producing some, but they don't have any. Like, they don't have a bunch of these Orshnik missiles. They're difficult, they're very expensive, and they take a long time to build. They have none. Every single threat that Russia makes is nothing. How many times have they threatened nuclear attack since we started using long-range missiles? Like every 2 days? Putin's been claiming he'll use nukes for 10 years now. They don't have anything. It's just lies. It's just posturing.
Missile in retaliation. Russia says a swarm of drones accompanied...
And they're getting some Chinese tech, so maybe...
missiles which were aimed at disrupting key Russian industrial infrastructure and ammunition sites. The drones struck 700 kilometres east of Moscow at an industrial site. An oil refinery in Saratov, 700 kilometres southeast of the capital, was also damaged in the attack. Russian cities Tula and Bryansk, which lie to the south and southwest of Moscow, were reportedly hit as well.
Based. Notice how, like, when Ukraine is bombing inside another country, they're not bombing civilians.
Kyiv's attack comes as Russia continues to make advances.
Go look at how, like, the people in Kursk that are occupied by Ukraine right now feel. They're scared because of the war. They're not scared of the Ukrainians, though.
In eastern Ukraine. Moscow has now captured Neskushne and Terny in Ukraine's Donetsk region. Analysts say Russia is preparing for the Donald Trump US presidency by claiming as much territory as possible. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says they will look at the new administration's position closely.
Once President Trump...
Remember that our Director of National Intelligence is a Russian agent. Michael Flynn, who is the guy who made QAnon, Russian agent. We have Kash Patel, connections. We have Elon Musk, Russian agent. We have Peter Thiel, Russian agent.
Becomes president and formulates his final position on Ukrainian affairs, of course, we will study it. The very fact that people have started to mention the realities on the ground more often is probably worthy of welcome. President Trump himself in his big interview have already mentioned the reasons for the conflict in the part that concerns dragging the Kyiv regimes into NATO.
Yeah, he is headless.
Meanwhile, NATO has launched a new mission dubbed the Baltic Sentry, which features a brigade of ships, drones and aircraft that will conduct surveillance over the Baltic Sea. That's in response to the severing of crucial cable wires by suspected Russian-affiliated ships. Secretary-General of NATO, Mark Rutte, says the alliance will continue to act against threats in the Baltic Sea.
Ship captains must understand.
Yeah, bullshit.
Russia and Ukraine are intensifying their fight as they...
Here are some of the drone warfare footage and what they're doing on both sides. I doubt J.D. Vance has testicular fortitude to stand up to him. I thought J.D. Vance got thrown in the hole.
Enter a crucial stage of the war with Trump taking office in a week. Both sides are going all out to ensure they have an upper hand when it comes to negotiations. Our next report tells you what Moscow and Kyiv are doing to remain ahead in the war.
To fight back.
So, I'm bored. Here we go. Here, we have Russia vowing to retaliate, but let's have
Ukraine's
a look
military
inside.
is calling...
Fuck this, actually. Let's have a look inside what these Ukrainian drone units actually look like. Where they're made. What's happening. Wait. That was the same video. Fuck me. Here we go. That's the one I want. So many
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is willing to release two
That's the North Korean ones. What the fuck? That's not what I asked for.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr
Zelensky
prisoners in exchange for Ukrainian soldiers currently being held in Russia.
There we fucking go. Sorry. Everything wants to annoy me today. None of my tech wants to work. Everything's broken. It's a day. Sorry. Here is the drone unit.
Ukrainian drones attacking southwestern Russia, sowing panic among local residents. Russian air defenses frantically trying to take
imagine this coverage, but Palestine.
Them down before they slam into their targets. This massive drone strike carried out in late September by Ukraine's Defense Intelligence Agency, the GUR. And they granted CNN unprecedented access to the entire mission. Their target, a Russian ammo depot the Ukrainians say is storing missiles supplied to Moscow by Iran, even though Tehran vehemently denies giving Russia ballistic missiles.
All of these missions have to move extremely quickly. They have to be very precise because obviously if they get discovered by the Russians want nothing more than to kill everybody around here.
When you're as badly outgunned as the Ukrainians, even strategic airstrikes become hit-and-run operations. The launch location totally secret, the mission run in near complete darkness. We can only identify the unit commander by his call sign.
Can you imagine how stressful this might be? Because you're out in an open field in a war zone where there's drones flying around that could kill you at any moment. It's the middle of the night and you're trying to make a bomb and then make it fly.
Vector. How fast do you guys have to be able to do all this now?
I hope it will be in 20-40 minutes.
So in under an hour,
how much the Russians want to kill you.
They want very much, because we are one of the major goals for them. Because these UAVs, which are going for the 1,500, 2,000 kilometers, these UAVs move the
How much do the Russians want to kill you? Oh yeah, very, very much. I feel that, man, I do.
Inside their country, and they're afraid that.
After installing the warheads and punching in the flight path, they push the drones to the takeoff area, the pilots going through final checks.
Потому что маршруты мы готовили несколько дней, задача была поставлена заранее, мы все посчитали и уверены в том, что у нас все получится.
Then they get the go.
The launch is always one of the most difficult and most sensitive parts of the mission. They have to follow the UAV very fast with their cars to make sure it gets into the air all right.
The drones disappear quickly into the night sky. The GUR has been behind hundreds of long-range missions
that was a big one. That ammo depot was crazy.
To Russia, they say, including this September attack on an ammo depot between Moscow and St. Petersburg, causing massive explosions visible for miles. The Ukrainians believe they hit hundreds of missiles and explosives.
Leftist, Leo.
And in July, they hit an oil refinery on Russia's Black Sea coast, causing a major fire there. In total, the GUR says these drone units are responsible for about a third of the successful strikes deep into Russian territory. It all starts with accurate planning.
Fascists.
In a secret location, the team gets the mission brief from their boss, whom we can only identify as Serge. Serge tells me he's overseen more than 550 missions into Russian territory since Russia's full-on invasion in 2022. Vector takes the laptop with the mission details, and they're off.
I think this shit
Staying on the move means staying alive.
Operational security is extremely important for this team, so we're on our way to the next secret location right now. They remain on the move almost all the time. Right now, we're going to a place where they're going to do the detailed planning for the flight paths and where we'll see the actual drones.
The weapons depot is about 400 miles from the Ukrainian border in the southwestern Russian village of Kotluban. A major problem, a mesh of powerful Russian air defenses guarding the area.
How good are the Russian air defenses and how difficult is it to overwhelm them?
Unfortunately, especially last year, it's really good.
Look, drone warfare is scary, man. We covered this a little while ago. There are US companies that are trying to add AI into drone swarms. Like right now, they are making AI drone swarms, which sounds like a cartoon villain type goal. End of the world type technology.
We're not perfect because we are successful
not gonna do it, but they're trying.
Find the windows in this work, in these techniques.
The drone pilots tried to find even the smallest corridors to avoid Russian radars. They gave us permission to show a simplified version of the flight path they calculated for this mission, with dozens of waypoints and changes of direction. But they'll also launch dozens of decoy drones like these, which they want the Russians to detect and to shoot down. They even put tin foil on the wings to give them a bigger radar signature.
So you want the Russian radars to see this and think that it's a bigger drone?
Of course, yes. Very good, yeah.
But these are the actual strike drones. The Ukrainian-made Antonov AN-196, named Luty, Ukrainian for fierceness or rage.
Hell yeah.
They carry up to 500-pound warheads and fly around 1,300 miles. And they fit into the back of these nondescript trailers for covert deployment. The Ukrainians say they get good results with the Luty drones, but what they really need is permission from the US and its allies to use Western-supplied, longer-distance weapons.
Why do you need
Would be great. They're not getting them. Sorry, mate. But was a little bit more good news. The North Koreans are not doing great in Ukraine. Surprise. Anyone? No.
It had captured the North Koreans in Russia's Kursk region.
I'd show you the full stuff, but I can't. That's why the CNN one is on. There's a reason that it's censored.
It's releasing video, it says, shows the wounded POWs being interrogated. Neither Moscow nor Pyongyang has acknowledged that North Korean troops are in fact fighting alongside Russian forces.
Oh, by the way, they're not just like grunts. They're special forces. We've just got they discovered a journal of one of these guys. They're the best soldiers that they had.
Ukraine says the captured troops, though, are definitive proof that Russia's army is dependent on aid from Pyongyang. CNN's Claire Sebastian is following these developments for us and joins us now from London. So what more do we know about this particular situation?
They should have just stayed home and had a wank.
Yeah, Eric, I think, look, President Zelensky's offer to swap the North Korean troops for Ukrainians, on the one hand is genuine. He definitely does want to secure more prisoner swaps and bring Ukrainian prisoners of war home. But I think in large part this is also about trying to push Russia and Pyongyang.
Do you not know this? Had this chicken when the North Koreans first got deployed to Ukraine, they discovered the access of uncensored internet for the first time, and then spent hours and hours gooning until the Russians had to start censoring their internet. North Korean Joint Chiefs texting Moscow like, we sent you our top guys and you stuck them guarding a grain depot. Their top guys were getting killed as soon as they got off the bus. Genuinely, there's videos of them just unloading off the bus and then bam, done. The North Koreans have, the current ones, even their special forces, have not fought in a war. So therefore, they're already on a level that is below that of the Ukrainians. Even with technology, having been fighting a war does give you an edge, but also, like, they have no fucking idea where they never left North Korea. They don't know anything else. They don't know how the woods in fucking Ukraine are. They don't know how to survive off the land there. It's different. It's cold. It's snowing. Not that it doesn't do that in Pyongyang. I'm sure it does. But there's a very different climate. There's a very different landscape. And, I mean, the Nazis discovered this when they tried to invade Russia.
Into admitting that this is actually happening, that North Korean forces are fighting alongside Russian forces in the Kursk region. Neither Moscow nor Pyongyang have even acknowledged that this is happening, even though Ukraine and the West have been saying that it's happening for several months now. Again, on Monday, we got a carefully worded no comment from the Kremlin on this offer from President Zelensky. Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, saying,
so, like, obviously they're there. I bet with porn, even as they lay dying, they were like, worth it? Probably, honestly. I mean, before they got deployed in the trenches, I'm sure that they didn't, like, they're not happy to die, but fuck, man, like, it must suck living in North Korea. So, sorry, bad cough. So we mentioned Iran. So let's have a look at what the hell they're doing. What are these goofy guys up to?
Well, amid heightened tensions with Israel and the United States, Iran is holding air defense exercises. Iran's state media said the war games were aimed at preparing defense systems for real battlefield conditions, protecting critical sites against air, missile and electronic threats. The exercises come as Iran anticipates fresh pressure from the U.S. under the incoming administration of Donald Trump. Iran expects his maximum pressure policy could include empowering Israel to strike Iran's nuclear sites and further crippling sanctions on Iran's oil industry. On Friday, Iran released footage of what it calls a missile city, an underground facility housing missile production. The IRGC declared that Iran's missile power is growing. State media claim
have
the
you seen
footage
them react to
shows only
K-pop?
10%
No, I
of the
haven't.
facility
Amazing.
that features tunnels large enough for heavy equipment.
If World War III breaks out, it'll be Ukraine versus the world. World War III is not breaking out because the powers that would fight the war have just split the world in half. The best thing that could possibly happen is Europe gets their shit together and Europe fights the US. I want to be colonized by the French. Can the French take... No, actually, the Italians. I want the Italians to take New York. So the reason Iran is worried, by the way. So Israel has wiped out 90% of Syria's air defenses. And up until this, Syria had the most condensed air defense pretty much in the entire world. And the issue here was, if Israel wanted to send their F-35s to strike targets in Iran, they would need to fly over Syria, which they would be fine. Their planes would not be harmed doing this, but they wouldn't have enough fuel to go do a bombing run and come back. So what's happening now that all this air defense is gone, is that the refueling planes can circle right around this part of Syria. They can go do their bombing run, come back, get fuel, then go home. That is what is opened up. That is the possibility that's been put here. And that's why Iran is scared. They're worried because that's a real possibility. Now,
Similar structures
watch
have been
it on
tied
stream,
to Iranian activity in
Leftist Theo, 'cause
Syria,
it'll be
a
copyright, but
region
thank
where
you.
Iran recently faced significant setbacks, including an alleged Israeli raid that destroyed a heavily fortified missile plant.
It's music, and like both Twitch and YouTube really don't like that.
Iran's current war games also follow simulated defenses of nuclear installations against mock missile and drone attacks. The military claims it's deploying new drones and missiles in these exercises. These developments signal Iran's response to years of pressure, including the 2018 US withdrawal from the nuclear deal, and prepare the country for future conflicts with major powers in that region.
Even with AA batteries, Syria would have had radar. Yeah, they would have a radar. And again, their air defense wouldn't have touched the like F-35s. That's not the issue. It would be the refueling planes that would be circling the area. They can't hit them without air defense, and like Israel took out all their air defense. And then we have this. What Russia and Iran's major new strategic partnership means. Let's have a look.
Iran and Russia are expected to sign a major new strategic partnership treaty during a visit to Moscow by Iran's president. Masoud Pezeshkian arrived in the Russian capital earlier on Friday.
I'm so hungry and I want Subway.
Meeting now with President Putin before signing the deal. Little's known about the upcoming treaty, but both sides are looking to deepen their relations in the face of Western sanctions. So we'll get more from what we can expect from the deal in just a moment. First, though, here's a look at some of the recent developments affecting ties between the two countries, starting with Ukraine.
Let me make this clear. Subway is disgusting, but in Australia, that is the only place you can go to get a sandwich. We don't have sandwiches here. Like we don't have that culture. It's Subway or some shitty panini that's like $20 too expensive from a restaurant. That's it. My favorite food is sandwiches, so it makes me mad. Will Russia come to Iran's aid when Israel is attacking them? Russia they don't have anything to do that. I'm not sure that that's the case here. Making the guest sit so far away from Putin, that boy is Swad, yeah.
This bus in southern Ukraine has just been hit by a Russian drone. A drone that in all likelihood was made by Iran. And in this case, killed at least one person. The use of drones in the Ukraine conflict has not just terrorized people on both sides. It's also transformed Russia's relationship with Iran and influenced the shape of what's been called an historic new deal governing ties between the two countries. Iran allegedly supplies most of the drones Russia deploys in Ukraine, and according to the US, has also delivered short-range ballistic missiles. This new role as Moscow's main military supplier has enabled Tehran to gain leverage.
If they were able to do that, Assad would still run Syria, Russia. Yeah, exactly, that's true.
After decades of being viewed as a junior partner in the relationship. And it's not just defence ties that are being put on a new footing. After their first meeting in October 2024, the two presidents said they had many similar views on world affairs and were keen to expand cooperation in all areas, economically, culturally, and in the international arena.
A sandwich, a sub, and a hoagie, a hero, isn't that just like based on your geography? Is that not just the case, or are they actually different types of sandwiches?
They said deepening ties was a way of countering the punishing sanctions that the US and its allies have imposed on both countries.
Get ready for this, by the way. Like, everything is going to be good news for these assholes because we were the ones making shit hard for them, and now we're not going to make it hard for them.
And they're pushing for completion of this alternative route for global trade, known as the North.
So the North-South Transport Corridor. I mean, yes, that definitely would increase trade between India, Iran, Azerbaijan, and Russia, which are all part of, not quite like an alliance yet, but they will. India is still having like a dispute with China, but I'm sure they'll get over it if they can just form the global Reich.
North-South Transport Corridor, and already years in the making. It would open a pathway to India and the Gulf while bypassing the sea lanes of the West. Many say Russia and Iran are not obvious allies, despite cooperating for years in Syria to prop up the now defunct Assad regime. In the past, their relationship has been called a marriage of convenience, with many ups and downs. But now there's a prospect of a new chapter. And despite their insistence they're not targeting any one country and that the new pact will be only constructive, it still appears to have the potential to make some in the West uneasy.
Now, Iran and Russia are expected to sign a major new strategic partnership treaty during...
I really think we need to start advocating going back to aluminum canisters for everything, cutting down on plastic. Yeah, we do. We do. You know there's plastic in everything, right? You're breathing it right now. There's plastic in your body, and it's reducing your fertility, by the way.
A visit to Moscow by Iran's president. Masoud Pezeshkian has been holding talks with President Putin before signing the deal. The Kremlin says it covers areas from trade and military cooperation to science, education and culture. Both sides are looking to deepen their relations in the face of Western sanctions.
This is a proper treaty. Like this is we're going to work together. That's what they're saying. There's no middle ground here. It's very, very open. So we got to start taking this seriously. I don't blame Iran for this. I mean, America and Israel have been incredibly threatening to Iran continuously. We still do it every day. So them siding with the people who aren't threatening them, you know, would make sense.
Sanctions.
Oh, so you get the lead and the plastic.
Let's get more on this from our correspondent Sergei Satanovsky in Riga, where DW has been operating from since being banned from Russia. Welcome back, Sergei. Iran already thought to be providing Russia with significant military assistance. What else does Moscow hope to gain from this deal?
Infallible foul. You mean double down on plastic or double down on... Well, I'm confused because... I really think that that's a bad idea, if that's what you mean.
Well, so far there is no sign that this meeting will take the relationship between Russia and Iran to a new level, but it could help formalize the current level of cooperation. See, it's possible that the timing of this meeting right before the Trump's inauguration in...
They are supplying quite a lot of Shahed drones. Yeah, Shahed. They are supplying quite a lot of them. They already have a nuclear weapon. They've had one for about a year. It's Trump's fault that they do, because the nuclear deal was working. They were still kind of probably working on one under like the table, but it was slow progress, and they wouldn't have one right now. They absolutely do have one right now. I don't think that they're ever going to use it. I think Iran, as fundamentalist and religious and like a shitty place to live as it may be, they're not insane. They're saner than most countries in the Middle East right now, and I don't think that they'll use it.
Washington is not a coincidence.
No, it's not I believe. We know they had one because more than a year ago we had like UN talks saying, oh, they're gonna have one within like a year. There's data showing that there was earthquake-like seismological shakes happening in Iran that did not correspond with an earthquake right around when we expected that they would, you know, develop one. Like they have one. It's a small one. It's not going to be big, but they have one.
Trump has already said he'll continue his so-called maximum pressure policies against Iran, and Moscow might want to find out if Iran would give up its partnership with Russia to, for example, avoid some U.S. sanctions.
I think that they're going to just do what Israel does and just not talk about the fact that they have one. And if they get it's the point of having nuclear weapons is not to use them. That's not the point. Countries don't have nuclear weapons so they can use them. They have them so that other countries won't use their nukes against them. Just like this partnership is revealed now. I mean, true. But like this is a whole other thing. This is sending a message that Iran is on our side. We're not going to invade Iran anymore, guys. Good news. Good news, everybody. We're not invading Iran. They're allies with Russia. Trump loves Russia. We're not invading Iran. Woohoo! So what country are we going to invade instead? That's a good question. I really don't think it'll be Canada. I don't think it'll be Greenland or Iceland or any of that shit. I think we'll just get Panama with like a little deal with the Chinese. You might not actually have to invade anybody. It might actually just be you're invading the States, looking for leftists, maybe. NATO allies will be invaded. We're not there yet. Give it like 5 years first, Christopher. They have to build up to that. No, we can't invade Iran because the guy in charge of the military is drunk. He's a DUI pick. Like, literally. He's a DUI pick. Yeah, isn't Panama NATO? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Because North Atlantic Treaty Association, is there Panama in here? No, it's not. Sicily, maybe. We might go for Sicily. Maloney has been pretty weak. Guys, I need you to, like, take this in. Every time a fascist has won an election, look at other countries. Look at Orban. Look at Maloney. Look at France when they had a little bit of power that was shifted to the right. Did they do the most extreme things that they said? No, they all became subservient to capital. They all bent the knee to money. They are like, this is the laziest kind of fascism. I don't know. I feel like if I wish they were just serious. I don't know. It would be worse for us, but I would rather fight serious Nazis than clowns. Because they're all clowns.
This partnership, of course, includes ever-growing economic and military ties, especially since Russia started its full-scale invasion of Ukraine almost 3 years ago.
And can Iran rely on Russia being a reliable partner?
Well, this is a good question because since both sides have accused each other of abandoning Damascus, however, the last 3 years show that Iran actually can count on Russia. Moscow, for example, has been helping Tehran join international organizations.
I wonder what the movies about these days are going to look like in the future. Cringe as fuck is what they're going to look like in the future. Thank you for the follow, guys. Look, really, I want seriousness back. I don't... It's boring. It's boring. I want to argue. I'm happy to argue. I will fight. I will throw hands, but give me a serious person in front of me. Someone who actually, like, believes what they say. Everyone in the world is looking at us like, what the fuck, guys? Everyone is looking at us and laughing. Speaking as outside of the United States. We're a joke. We're literally a clown show. We used to be a serious country. We used to be a real fucking country. We weren't good, but at least we were fucking serious. Meanwhile, like, inside the US, this is what the Nazis are doing. This is... Thank you.
Investigators tell us white supremacist groups are using social media to promote hateful propaganda and
this is what you're going to see throughout the Trump administration. And Obama did break people's brains, and COVID broke it further.
Of violence, and a CBS News New York investigation found they are trying to recruit children.
Investigative reporter Tim McNicholas shows us.
Oh look, the Nazis are fucking child groomers. Oh, who's surprised that the people who shout groomers at queers the most are the ones that are also groomers?
How kids may be just a few clicks away from hate, but we want to warn you, some of this material is graphic and offensive.
You're looking at a chat room for a self-described militia where members openly disparage black people and express a desire to kill every single Jew. They type racial slurs and glorify Nazis. They share advice on weapon making, all anonymously through an encrypted messaging app called Signal.
Terrorism.
They're even posting instructions on Molotov cocktails. NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism Rebecca Weiner says police are keeping a close watch on extremist chat rooms.
It's not at all a surprise. We've seen this for...
We need to ban social media. I like the TikTok ban now Ban all of it. Ban Twitch. Ban YouTube. Ban Instagram. Make people go the fuck outside.
For many years.
Ban Signal. Ban Telegram. Ban Rumble. Ban Kick. All of them go to in the hole. Signal, Telegram, Kick, Rumble, all in the hole. Right the fuck now. Instantly.
This for decades across different kinds of forums, but certainly with encrypted means of communicating.
We first found the group on a much more public and popular app, TikTok, where a page under the group's name with 1,200 followers
any of the social media apps, any of them, YouTube Shorts, Instagram, go on TikTok, make a fresh account. It wouldn't the Male Rights USA. Thank you for the perfect argument. It's not fascism to use the authoritarian methods that they are employing against you to protect democracy. It's like it's fucking stupid to think that. Using the equal and equivalent power to prevent the fascists from taking over is not fascism. Nebula, my God, Nick Fuentes has been slowly becoming wildly popular on the conservative side of YouTube and on Kick. Yeah, because everyone hates women. I literally did a debate on how we could fix this, but even the left, or you know what people who call themselves the left, don't agree with it. It's insane. These people don't know how to be humans.
Attacking synagogues and mosques and linked to that Signal chat. One person in the chat writes, "Be respectful to the youth in the group," and calls them
banned. I want them banned. I want all social media banned. But if we're not going to ban them, then yes, regulate them to the point of I don't know, you're not allowed to spread Nazi propaganda. I don't care. It's like free speech doesn't exist in America already. There are already conditions for your speech. Make conditions for this speech. Oh my God, holes every. Why don't you like help me make a holes emote or send like ideas of good ones, because I don't know how. I don't know where to go from there. I want a holes emote, but I don't know if I want it to be text or just like a emote of a hole. Something. We should support vision more. I mean, vision in like seeing things. I mean, I suppose you want to be able to see what's going on. Yeah, and I get that. We need to fix the media apparatus, but this is a large part of it. It's the mainstream media has always been lying to you ever since it began. That was always the point. They're going to have Trump Plus coming in like a year. It's already ready to be rolled out. We've read the document for it. So we're going to have another state media. And all of the social media companies have bent the knee. Maybe I'll get inspired. I'm not that good. I saw the one that you made with the chicken. That was gorgeous to Ginger Fluff. But like, you guys don't need just like a photo of something for inspiration, because I want you guys to be involved in it, because you know you're in the community. This is your community as much as it's mine. Make it a black hole with his face that says holes. Oh my God, it's a good one.
The next generation of soldiers.
I like that.
You're no longer
Thank
6
you,
degrees of
Sharkspark.
separation. You're like 3 clicks away from hate.
Oren Siegel tracks
I
and
don't know how to
maps
do
threats
that.
and white supremacist
I don't know how to make a GIF emote.
propaganda for the Anti-Defamation
God
League.
damn, there's so many of them in Pennsylvania and New York. Oh, and surprise, surprise.
I think for most people to hear that there are groups that are
We have
on
the aesthetic of
social
free
media that
speech.
their
True,
kids are
Oxpecker.
using, that are advocating.
God, wow, you guys are popping off. Thank you. Nebula, on another note, there's been an online civil war happening with flat earthers as some went to Antarctica. Yeah, I saw that. So it's 24-hour sun cycle, and now the entire community is alleging that they're secretly been bought by the Illuminati. These people are insane, Nebula. The flat earthers created a larger, rounder Earth to explain flat Earth. What was it? Here we go. They created this out of the flat Earth. That this is the flat Earth, and they see an ice wall because the Earth melted down, and so we just see the ice around it, and there might be a bunch of other little Earths. The Earth, like, they went so far into flat Earth, they created a round Earth. I mean, yeah, I've debated somebody who thinks that humans have never been to space. Like, they're retarded. These people don't know how to read. They don't know anything. They are reactionary. Their beliefs come from what someone else told them. They don't think for themselves.
To kill Jews or others would be surprising.
This has been a real challenge for us as law enforcement around the world here in the city. the younger and younger threat actors that we're seeing, and that's online and that's, again, offline.
We found another page of the same name on X, which also linked to the Signal chat and had been sharing violent anti-Semitic content for weeks. When CBS News New York reported the page...
Oh, you've never seen the ice ball thing? I'll post it in the Discord because it is quite funny. Here we go.
Pages to TikTok and X, they were quickly removed. But the Signal chat remained, as did other pages we found promoting hate and white supremacist propaganda. A recent report from the Institute for Strategic Dialogue found pro-Nazi content is picking up tens of millions of views on TikTok.
Social media companies.
To Ginger Fluff, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with, even believing that. I don't have a problem with anybody believing that. It's more just, if more people on this planet believe in evolution rather than creationism, which they do, then we should act accordingly. Like, you're recovering, I like that word, and I am an atheist. And I don't know, I don't have any kind of ill will towards religious people. They're just wrong, that's all. Like, it's a natural kind of wrong, too. It's not like a manufactured kind of wrong. Now, obviously, the church did a bunch of bad shit, but I don't think that's where that comes from. People believe in God because it makes them feel better, because life is difficult. And it's easier when you can lean on a higher being that knows everything, that is there for you, that is watching you. It gives you support. It's almost like body doubling for autistics. It's a way of escaping your fears. People are afraid of death, so we create heaven and hell. People are like, they can't explain a natural disaster. God did it. Your brain is built to create patterns. And if there's nothing in front of you that it makes a pattern in and of itself, your brain will make it into a pattern. If there's a God, it's not the one in the Bible. I mean, true. Realistically, there is a chance that we are in a simulation, in like a big giant floating computer in space in another dimension. Who cares? That's a possibility? Sure. I don't know. I talked to a guy yesterday who was trying to justify Hitler's attempt to create an ethno-state, and he also say he admires Hitler. Okay, so they're just Nazis. And then people, why even bother with them? I would just tell them to go follow their leader and fuck off. I mean, these people are insane, and they're going after children.
Companies absolutely need to do more to combat the exploitation of their platforms by these hate groups.
It's gonna get
Joanna
scarier.
Schroeder is a writer.
This is just the beginning. This is why I'm saying you can't doom and tune out. If you feel doomer and you tune out, then you're going to get fucked over. Pay attention and know what's happening, because it's going to get worse. They're coming into these spaces too. They are literally labeling us as extremists so that they can shut us down. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm banned on Twitch tomorrow. If I'm banned on YouTube tomorrow. I really would not be surprised. Because they have the power and they declared us as terrorists. I'm gonna laugh really hard when I get my Australian citizenship, and then the day after, the U.S. is like, I want to extradite this content creator for spreading extremist rhetoric to the United States.
On parenting, and the author of a 2019 column about her sons encountering anti-Semitic social media posts.
Nobody really believed me. People were like, "Oh, you think that memes are indoctrinating kids?" And I was like, "Yeah, I really think they are." And
they are.
We've just seen more and more evidence of it.
How should a parent handle a situation like that? Because, I mean, this is a...
I really love that we made social media illegal for those under 16 in Australia. That's a good way to start it. I mean, there's problems that need to be fixed, but that's a good way to start.
Reality, right? It's here, and kids are going to come across
21
content like that.
We want to have
really 25. You shouldn't be allowed to drink alcohol legally, you know, like buy alcohol under the law, or go on social media until you're 25. Your brain needs to cook more.
These conversations often, just little little bites at a time. You know, bring it up. Bring up something you saw online that troubled you. Bring up something you saw online that was kind of tricky.
X, TikTok, and Signal would not agree to interviews with us, but TikTok said in an email that hateful posts are often, quote, removed proactively before users flag them. CBS News New York has learned hate groups use code words and emojis to mask terms that might...
By the way, I think that's a thing we need to pick up. I don't like it, but leftist dog whistles might come in handy in the future. Like, genuinely, we might need them. If I'm not, like, if they don't come after the streamers immediately, I might have to, like, get chat off the screen, for example, unless we can manage to not flag anything. We might need some leftist dog whistles. They've been everywhere. We had to kick a guy out of our Discord debate group because he kept going on about how much we need to kill. They're fucking everywhere due to some nonsense about the Quran and the Bible. The Muslims are all Nazis too now. We have a bunch of Muslim Nazis. Religious extremists are mad in hand with these morons. It's not just everyone is mad and everyone is affected by this, but the religious extremists are, just by basis of who they are, much more likely to become radicalized, and then they do. That's the thing, you know, like, their religious extremism is already there. It doesn't matter whether they're Christian or Muslim or Jewish. The extremists that exist in a religious group are really easy to move to a different extremist group. Suggestions for dog whistles? We can use orange fruit for maggots. I mean, I kind of like maggots, but spell it like, you know, maggots. But I don't know if that's a bit too overt. But orange works. Fuck the oranges. I don't want these. I don't want these oranges in my house. I don't want these oranges in my country. We need better oranges. You see, but the maggots like that is a commonly used term. It's not really a dog whistle anymore. Maggots, spelled the way that I did, is an actual word, and it's the people that, like, would be looking are dumb. Remember, these are idiots. I dropped some hole in the chat. Hell yeah. It's time for holes, everybody.
Alert moderation tools. Whoever made the militia pages, for example, used a juice emoji instead of the word Jews, and repeatedly shared the acronym TJD, or the phrase Total Joyous Day, which other social media users describe as a dog whistle.
Just know that
Matt Gaetz is a dog whistle for maggots. Yeah, from now on, we should just complain about Matt Gaetz, but everything we say about Matt Gaetz is just actually I like that. Project 2025 is in effect a religious extremist attempt to create a dictatorship, replacing everyone in the government with puppets and dictatorship. It's scary how fast it's deteriorating. If it makes you feel any better, the religious extremists are at odds with the capital class, and the capital class will win. So they're not going to get everything they want, because what they want will create less wealth for the wealthy, and the wealthy want more wealth. So there's so many different places where people become radicalized: church, military, prison, Telegram. Oh yeah, our military is all a bunch of Nazis too. We literally recruited Klan members, Nazi groups for the war on terror because no one wanted to go to war and we didn't want to draft. Now they're back. They're all military trained. This is why I say go join the Socialist Rifle Association, better than the NRA by like 8 bajillion miles, and learn how to use a weapon. Protect yourself. They have all of the guns. You should probably get one.
And the D mean total and death. And in the middle, it's whatever slur or name of a marginalized group they can think of.
One of the concerns that we have is not giving oxygen to those groups who thrive off of the attention that they're trying to get.
I've talked about this a lot, but for like denazification after Nazi Germany, the American occupied part of Nazi Germany was polled in 1946. How many of the people thought the Nuremberg trials were unfair? 6% said yes. 4 years later, in 1950, we asked again, and it was 1/3. It was 1/3 of all of the people in the area, from 6% to 1/3. In 4 years, you don't give them oxygen. If you give them oxygen, they thrive. They're like cockroaches. They need the very bare minimum to survive and thrive.
For that reason, CBS News New York has decided to not name that group. Please encourage people to report anything suspicious.
Yeah, right in the hole is a dog whistle we can use, but someone's going to get mad at that eventually.
They see to 1-888-NYC-SAFE. Christina Maurice.
So this app, Tim, Signal, widely used, widely known. What do they have to say?
Well, we reached out to them multiple times. We have not heard back, actually. A part of their website actually says that they do not control and are not responsible for how or when people use their services.
All right, that's at the heart of the debate right there.
Yeah,
Tim, thank
really
you.
Disturbing. Thank you, Tim. And
well, drug communities dog whistle to each other without was knowing all the time, unexpected emojis and strange capitalization. That's true, but like that shit's cringe. The emojis are fine. Like if you can throw in an emoji that makes sense in someone reading it that is in the know can pick up, that's a good way to go about it, sure. Roaches for maggots, yeah, double meaning. That's true too. I like roaches. I mean, conservatives are having a civil war with Brett Cooper and Candace Owens leaving the Daily Wire. Candace Owens is a fucking Nazi and was banned. Her visa was denied to Australia, which was very funny. On top of that, the MAGAs have been hating on Musk. Yeah, well, the H-1B visa thing, actually. I meant to cover this last time. And
Tim,
I think we can do this now.
Down here.
It's long, but this is Bernie Sanders talking about H-1B visas, which is the fight that the right is having right now. Whereas the retard right wants to kick all of the immigrants out and have no H-1B visas. And the tech bro right wants the H-1B visas. Whereas, like, anyone with a brain wants the H-1B visas, but they want to change the system so it's not exploitative, and they want to raise education so we don't need the H-1B visas to do the jobs, because we simply are too dumb to do the jobs. Like, who's going to stop Trump from staying in office for life? He's going to die in, like, the first year, simply, Steve. Do you think Trump's going to survive his first year? You know what? Let's actually do a poll. I like that idea. Because I don't think he will. I think that he is too annoying to the capital class, the people actually in power, that they won't allow it. There we go. There's the poll. I'm curious what you guys think. Now, plus Muslim extremists, Christian extremists basically hate each other. I mean, they all hate everybody. What if we just ditch the capitalization and start saying maggots more, and maybe normalize spelling maggots on our phone like with an A? Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Maggots, like with an A. With two G's, like combining the two, that is a good one. And yes, ditching the capitalization. Maggots like that is it still clicks through the filter, like the woke filter that these people have, but I think they will juice him up like they did Adolf Hitler. So I mean, he's been juiced up this whole time, simply, Steve. You think that Trump hasn't been doing drugs for the last 4 years? Do you remember? Like, after 2021, he was campaigning, he was going to court, he was campaigning, he was going to court, going to court, going to court, campaigning. The man was a New York media billionaire. He's been doing coke since like the 80s. He's on modafinil, which is what they give the Air Force pilots when they're flying. They're giving him the good stuff. They're giving him Vyvanse, they're giving him fucking pituitary fluids from children's brains. What was that one again, the conspiracy theory? Is tariffs are not, like, they're not a good idea. I'm not sure they'll even happen.
Madam President, as we go forward...
Which debate are you talking about, Schwartzberg?
In this new session of Congress.
Oh, like with Kamala. Yeah, I fucking cooked there. Because she came out with the joke early of people are leaving your rallies. And he still self-conscious about it, so... I think that's why we was too calm. That threw him off. And then he did the, they're eating the dogs thing. I have a cousin who simply voted for Trump because her husband did, and she's in finance. Nebula, that is incredibly normal for Christians. I bet you she's a Christian. A lot of the Christian nationalists in the country have the belief that, like, we've covered this. There are men who don't believe that women should have the right to vote separately. I have a link for this. Let me find it, because there's a lot. Oh, by the way, I do have a living source document if you guys want to check it out. Oh, God, Nancy, fuck you. So we have some trans issues to talk about too, but I think I'll save that one because we'll do Bernie now. But let me just find. Area. Trump is the least spiritual American I can think of. True. You know who's the most spiritual American I can think of? Frank! Come say hi. You gonna come say hi? Oh no, too many people? You scared? This is the spiritual American. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It was at women's voting, right? That's what I was looking for. A true American patriot. Yeah. Probably just check YouTube. Oh, here we go. Let's listen to Hitler and Christian Hitler.
Place in America where women still have a right to choose.
So this was an ad during the campaign. Oh, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that. I looked into her background a bit. It's wild. I posted some stuff out in Discord. Damn. Cool, cool.
You can vote any way you want. And no one will ever know.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey. Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth.
This pissed them
Vote
off
Harris
so
Walls.
much.
That was Oscar-winning actress Julia Roberts in a new ad boosting one of the closing messages of the Harris campaign.
All right,
that your
I
MAGA
don't want to listen to you talk up until there. Here. All right, here we go. Let's listen to Christian Hitler first.
She needs people to basically lie to their husbands, which they are promoting, by the way. It is the embodiment of the downfall of the American family. I think it's so gross. I think it's so just not
voting differently than your husband and not telling him.
where this wife is wearing the, you'll show it, wearing the American hat. She's coming in with her sweet husband who probably works his tail off to make sure that she can go, you know, and have a nice life.
Even when it's nice, Nebula, it's still so fucking annoying.
And provides for the family. And then she lies to him saying, oh yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump. And then she votes for Kamala Harris as her little secret in the voting booth.
I didn't even...
Jesse Waters? This was the funniest.
For themselves.
And insane, by the way. Psychotic.
And if I found out Emma was going into the voting booth and pulling the lever for Harris, that's the same thing as having an affair. That violates...
He couldn't even say it without laughing.
The lever for Harris, that's the same thing as having an affair. That violates the sanctity of our marriage.
Yes.
What else is she keeping from me?
Exactly.
What else is
Jesse Waters cheated on his wife, by the way.
she
She had
been
to lie to
lying
you.
about?
Why would she
Roll the
lie
credits.
to you? Have
Jesse
you
has-
threatened her? Why would she lie to you?
Oh, they want me to teach.
So many Americans will have their rights stomped on by Homan in efforts of mass deportation. They're not deporting anybody. You're just going to labor camps. But yes, you are right. We're losing all of our rights.
I would hope very much that there will be a serious
Who are you
focus
guys talking about?
on the
Gerard Spork and
crises
Leftist Leo.
facing the working families of our country. Madam President, we are
Yes, that ad
the
was great.
wealthiest nation on earth. In fact, we are the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. And yet today,
FYI, take all of the billionaires' money and add it into the account of like all of the money that we have available to us, because we don't have all of it available to us. We have enough money and resources and everything we need to live happily in this country. Every single person in the United States could live an upper middle class life without working for decades. Decades, that's how much wealth we have.
while we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had, 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck.
What's
the
up,
life
Dusty?
expectancy of working people is far below that in other wealthy countries. 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured.
Our life expectancy in the US is under 80. Under 80. It's 77. And it's been a while.
Some 800,000 Americans are homeless. 25% of seniors are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less.
This is immoral,
and we
guys.
have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation on earth. Further, we remain, shamefully, the only wealthy country not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. Meanwhile, Madam President, while working families struggle to put food on the table,
Again, let me just make this clear for you. 800,000 people are homeless. It would make us money to give them homes. We have more empty houses, vacant homes, than we do homeless people. Even if we spent taxpayer money to renovate the houses that were dilapidated and gave them to these people for free, it would profit the government. It just would. If we gave them money on top of it, we would get the profit faster. It costs an investment, Lennon. You get that money back. That's the issue, is that Republicans never think about the future. They want to do what, like, instant gratification is their entire thing. It's, well, we spend this money now and then it does something good for us later is not a concept that they like. Although, you know, we did this. Joe Biden spent a lot of money on infrastructure. We're redoing, you're not going to notice the changes until halfway through Trump's presidency. And then he's going to take credit for it. It is a very childish perspective to have because they're fucking stupid. To be a fascist, you have to close your mind off from reality. You have to make yourself stupid.
Pay their bills.
And on top of this, again, poverty is the cause of drug addiction, of domestic abuse, of crime outside of the house, far more often than many other things. Even if it's tied to something else, that other thing is almost certainly directly tied to poverty. Yes, you can send links.
Struggle to put food on the table and pay their bills. The wealthiest people in our country have never, ever had it so
they don't
good.
Pay fucking taxes.
And we are now...
The top 100 countries, companies last year paid no fucking taxes. They don't... They're not a part of the society. They just own the society.
In the absurd situation, the grossly unjust situation, where the three wealthiest people
I'm not reading that,
top
Nebula. I'm sorry.
own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, some 170 million
There
people.
are 3 people that have more money than everyone else in the country. 3 people. Bottom half of the country combined doesn't make enough money to meet these 3 people's wealth. That's it. You know, we used to eat these motherfuckers, right? I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying, remember the past. Historically, this was not something that we tolerated.
3 people on top, more wealth than 170 million on the bottom. Madam President, that is not what America is supposed to be about. And in truth, there are a number of reasons why we are living in a nation today where the wealth of the billionaire class is exploding while the working class
Lennon,
of
why are you trolling? I know that you don't believe this. I don't want my hard-earned tax money to go to... Oh, sorry, never mind. I read that wrong. The thing is, I want their money. I want their money. I want to go into their bank accounts, all of them, the overseas one, and I want to take it. And then I want to bring it back to the United States. And then I would like to spread it. That's it. I really like Les Mis. We should have a countrywide performance of it. Les Mis was fucking awesome. Very long though. I quite liked it. Now, you're saying it's almost time for revolution, but we're only 2 minutes into this video, and I don't want to skip it for the thing that relates to what you said.
our country struggles
so close.
To keep
My
their
ADHD
heads
can be
above
controlled.
water. There are many causes as to why, despite a huge increase in worker productivity, real weekly wages for the average American worker are less today than they were 50 years ago.
We have disconnected labor from value. I've talked about this before. Value comes from labor. The amount of labor required to produce a commodity is embodied in that commodity. It's part of the cost. The materials required to do this labor are also accounted for in this cost. We have disconnected that from the overall market. The cost that it takes to make something, the cost of labor, is no longer something that is applied into this scenario. They want to cut labor, cut wages, so that they can increase the amount of money. Waning violence is the worst. Yeah, I'm about there right now. But yeah. It happens. They gave me modafinil to take towards like right when I start before streaming, because the Vyvanse wears off right around here, and the modafinil keeps me going.
Real weekly wages less than they were 50 years ago. And why during...
It helps me not crash after the Vyvanse, because usually, like, Vyvanse would be... I'd be really tired after that. And taking that an hour before stream, so like 4 hours after the Vyvanse, helps a lot, actually. It speeds my talking up a little bit, but my brain slows down, and I like it.
During that period, that was a $50 trillion transfer of wealth from the bottom 90%.
They stole that from you.
To the top 1%.
They're thieving. Thievery. Traitorous, treasonous thieves.
Now, a lot of the reasons as to why the very rich are becoming richer and working class families are struggling has to do with disastrous trade policies, which have resulted in the loss of millions of good-paying jobs.
On purpose, not an accident.
The failure of Congress to raise the minimum wage to a living wage
They've outright
is another
denied
reason
it. They don't want
why
it.
millions and millions of workers today are forced to try to survive on starvation wages.
It's also the reason why people are stealing more. It's also the reason why crime generally is still going down, but minor unreported crimes, people are stealing more. People steal from the supermarket more. Theft is an outcome of poverty, just genuinely. People are using drugs to cope because, again, they're trying to survive on starvation wages. Some people, drink, some people do drugs. This is another societal issue that comes directly from this. That's the issue. It's the fact that people are poor. If you increase people's wages, crime will go even further down. Give them health care too. They will no longer be addicted to drugs, most of them, because people who are on drugs don't want to be on drugs. People who are on drugs and don't want to quit, they'll get there quite quickly. Most people who are on drugs don't they wish they could stop. And then on top of this, you would have, more families that are happy to have kids because they can buy a home and they can afford childcare, and just solve everyone's problems by taxing the rich and increasing wages, but no one's going to do that. I'm still waiting for the tariffs Trump will impose on American companies who have moved their production plants abroad. Donald Trump said we were going to tariff China. And sorry, not China. Actually, yes, China as well, which I don't see happening. But Mexico. And then I had a phone call with Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico. And they got off the phone. Donald Trump says, oh, yes, the president of Mexico agreed to everything. They're going to start patrolling the border. They're going to stop sending illegals. They're like, we don't need the tariffs anymore. It'll be fine. And then Claudia Sheinbaum came out and said, oh, well, actually, I did not say that. This is not how I remember the conversation. I did not agree to any of this shit, but it doesn't matter. It's just bullshit because people believe him. He talked with her, learned how fucked we would be if we tried to start a trade war with Mexico because we, buy a lot of shit from Mexico, and then he backed off.
And furthermore, we are seeing and have seen aggressive and often illegal union-busting activities on the part of major employers.
Like, for example, Amazon in New York. Oh, holy shit. Can't watch this
now
today.
We've got the founder of...
But this looks interesting. 17 minutes ago from Brian Tyler Cohen, who's absolutely based. With Jank, eh? Okay, cool. I'm going to keep that for later.
All of those reasons and more are issues that we have got to deal with. Today, I want to focus on one more reason as to why the working class of this country is struggling. And that has to do with the H-1B guest worker program.
Okay, before we get into that, what the fuck?
Breaking news from TikTok, the social media app, saying it is in the process of restoring service after going dark for more than 170 million American users.
An hour ago, they didn't even shut TikTok off for 2 days. I figured you would get it back in like a week, but that's too desperate for your op. Again, I showed this earlier, but... Oh, hold on. I showed this earlier. Let me pull it up again. But this is so funny.
Late last night, in a statement, the company says President-elect Trump gave it the clarity that served.
God damn it. I hate this world. We don't live in a serious world. Some people got this notification, which did not mention Donald Trump, which was not, was not about him. It was just, we have to do TikTok because of the law. Some people got this. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok. It didn't even take a day. They really just, that's it? Okay.
Service providers would not be penalized. Congress passed the bipartisan bill last April that led to a current banning of TikTok. But it was Trump who signed an executive order, you remember, in August of 2020 to step up pressure on the Chinese-owned app to sell to an American company. Now, Trump is saying he wants the U.S. to have a 50% ownership stake between ByteDance or new owner.
Democrats gave an unimaginable W to Trump by pulling this insanity, incompetent, and unpopular decision. Can't believe that Trump, who wanted to ban TikTok initially, is now getting the most expensive free ad by credit as its savior for 170 million Americans. Masterclass. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the bad place. We're all in the bad place. Or maybe this is my personal bad place. I don't know, but yeah. Fuck, man. Did I show you guys this earlier? Or is it? Zuckerberg's lawyer quit his job because of his dissent into neo-Nazi madness and toxic masculinity. This is just the bad place. We don't have a Janet, unfortunately. But, I mean, all of them. They're all doing it.
Joining us now for more.
Back to the H-1Bs. Do you guys actually want to listen to this? Because, like, I like listening to Bernie Sanders, but you guys get really quiet when we're listening. So I'm not sure if you get bored.
Madam President, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man in the world with a net worth of nearly $430 billion, and other multi-billionaires in the high-tech industry claim that the H-1B federal guest worker program is vital to our economy because of the scarcity of highly skilled engineers and other technology workers in the United States. In other words, what they say is they are trying desperately to find just highly skilled American workers to do their jobs, just can't find them.
Makes sense, Christopher Walker. Also, like, I don't say as much either because he's not saying anything I disagree with.
Just not there. And in my view, Musk and the other billionaires who are strongly supporting the H-1B program are dead wrong. American workers are there, they're just not looking for them.
Yes, but also American workers are not educated in a degree that is anywhere near enough, in a rate that is anywhere near enough. There are people who have, like, tech workers, like I said, who can't get jobs because their jobs are also being replaced with AI. It's not just H-1B visas. The H-1B visas are a placeholder until AI takes your job.
In my view, the main function of the H-1B program is not to hire the best and the brightest. That's the theory. We've got to bring in the best and the brightest to help our companies function and grow wealth in America. That's the theory. But in truth, the reality of what the H-1B program is to replace good-paying American jobs with hundreds of thousands of lower-paid guest workers from abroad who are often treated...
We say guest workers, these are serfs. They are not, like, company towns are making a comeback. You're going to see a lot more of them in the United States. You guys know where the term monopoly money comes from? Anyone? That's the system that is being built where you work, like, if you work for, like right now, if you're an H-1B visa, you work for Tesla. You're not allowed to work for SpaceX because they're a military contractor. But let's say you work for Tesla. You want a different job? Tesla and the other company need to say yes. Now, Tesla pays you shit. And if they say no, they can just deport you if they want. You know, like, you're making a problem, fuck off, out of the country. Monopoly was made by a woman, but Monopoly's idea comes from company towns, rather. Company towns are places that are built around a corporation. And everyone that lives around it, you live around your job, the houses are made for you. Sometimes even, they'll give you the free house to get you to come over to live there. But you don't get paid in regular money. You get paid in money that only works in stores from that town. You only get paid in money, like if you finish your job at Tesla and you are walking home because you have, you know, your X house that's been built and you want to stop at the grocery store, you use the X money to buy stuff at the grocery store. But let's say you want to go on a trip to a different state to see a different friend. You have your Monopoly money, but that doesn't work outside of the town. You're not paid in anything else. It's worthless once you leave the company town. You can't even really leave because you're going to have to buy gas at some point if you're driving. Buying a plane ticket requires real money. They don't pay you in real money. They pay you in Monopoly money.
As indentured servants.
That's what they're making you.
The cheaper it is.
Currently the H-1Bs, but we are building the system to not have them. You are the new H-1Bs. And then we have AI as well on top of all this.
As indentured servants. The cheaper it is to hire guest workers, the more money the multi-billionaire owners of large corporations make. In other words, this program is not only grossly unfair to American workers, many ways unfair to foreign workers as well. According to the Economic Policy Institute, between 2022 and 2023, the top 30 companies using the H-1B program laid off 85,000 American workers, while simultaneously bringing in over 34,000 guest workers from abroad.
So basically, 70,000 Americans get fired, 34,000 guest workers, serfs, come and do some of that, and the rest is replaced with AI.
In 2019 and 2020, 85% of H-1B visas were awarded to entry-level and junior guest workers who are paid between 20 to 40% less than American workers in similar occupations. So, number one, it is simply not true that the H-1B program focuses on the very rare and highly skilled workers that American companies cannot find.
You know why? You know what we can do instead of, I don't know, looking for them in other places? We can increase standards of education and not need to do that. But, oh, wait, that would mean actually an educated populace, and that's dangerous, so we can't do that.
85%, to repeat, of H-1B visas were awarded to entry-level and junior guest workers, and they are paid 20 to 40% less than American workers in similar occupations. And let me just give you a few examples as to how unfair the H-1B program is.
True. Big money running internal party politics, high inflation rates, and depressions. I mean, we haven't had a depression really yet, but we'll get there. Faux luxury and materialism, company towns on their way, national lurch to the right after short progressive era, new great awakening, third party-ish system. Fuck it, welcome back to the Gilded Age. That's what they wanted, that's what we got. This was the country back then. We really should do the research stream soon. Now we're gonna have the inauguration tomorrow, and then following that, I assume there will be a bunch of crazy shit, but I'm hoping next week we can fit that in. That'll be really fun, because I don't know shit about that either. I haven't read half of these, so we're gonna be learning together, and I'm excited for that.
In Dallas, Texas, H-1B software developers are making $44,000 less than American workers doing the exact same job. This is from information from the U.S. Department of Labor. In Houston, Texas, H-1B accountants, I did not know, to be honest with you, that we had a scarcity in accountants, but
Me too.
be that as it may, H-1B accountants are paid nearly...
Oh, isn't that a bonus? Yes, these migrant workers can be used to fearmonger and win over the population during elections, a bit like Western Europeans do with the Moroccan diaspora. Exactly. No, that's exactly the point. Look at Springfield, Ohio, as an example. That was the Haitians that were living there were invited there by the town because there was factories, and those factories needed workers, and the workers had left. The Haitians came in, they did the jobs, the town grew, it like it was dying, and now there was more people, and so they needed to spend more money on the schools and the hospitals, and that was used against them. Bartsbrook, do you follow Brittany Page or Jesse Dahmer? I don't actually know either of those people. I've never heard those names. I will have a look into them, though.
$40,000 less than American accountants doing the exact same work. In Santa Barbara, California, H-1B workers who are hired as computer system engineers make just $45,000 a year. Does that sound like the kind of salary that would bring forth some extremely highly skilled people for jobs that American workers cannot fill? Madam President, you tell me, why would a corporation hire an American computer systems engineer at a salary of $110,000 a year when it is $65,000 cheaper?
And on top of this, you have full, complete control over their life. We talked a bit about this yesterday. Every single one of us who's ever had a job has endured an authoritarian, totalitarian, really, system that controls everything. The only rights that they don't have as your boss at work is to end your life, but they can control everything else. But the adding of this person is here by my invitation, and I can hold this over them, does a lot. It in and of itself is a power that just that could really work. You know, like that's your final backup, because that's kind of the key here. I feel significant thing happening in Dallas. I feel special for half a second. Well, I mean, Elon Musk is building big company towns in Texas.
To hire an H-1B worker for that same exact position. That's basically what this whole debate is about. And that is that large corporations are paying foreign workers substantially lower salaries than they are paying American workers. Madam President, if you want to know why multi-billionaire owners of high-tech companies love the H-1B program so much, that is the reason why. They are using this program to substantially undercut the wages of American workers. Moreover, Madam President, there are
this has been the case for a long time.
That as many as
we don't make anything, really. We do. I talked about this a bit yesterday. You guys argued a bit. We don't make shit in America the way we used to. We don't export things the way that we used to. And because of this, we've become complacent in expecting everything to just be there. We need the jobs to manufacture here, as well as being able to buy from abroad. We live in a globalized society. The global trade logistics network is interconnected with everybody. Anything that happens to one country has an effect in another. So, I don't know, maybe there could be much easier ways of accomplishing what you want to accomplish than having this H-1B system.
As 33%.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing. Bernie is right here with everything that he's saying. It's just the system in and of itself is stupid because we wouldn't need it. We wouldn't need it. And to be fair, we don't even really have a joblessness crisis. We do, but the homelessness crisis kind of goes above that, you know?
Information technology jobs in America are being filled by guest
Hey, what's
workers.
up, Winter?
And according to the Census Bureau data, there are millions of Americans with advanced degrees in science, technology, engineering, and math who are not currently employed in those professions. In other words, we tell kids, go out, get involved in STEM work, become a scientist, become an engineer, become a mathematician, whatever. And then we bring in people from abroad to fill the jobs.
Maslow's stability for exactly. This is what I tried to explain. You just build up from that. Progress follows. You build momentum in the right direction, and then it'll go. You just need to build the momentum. That's what we need to do on the left. We don't need to accomplish our goals. We just need to build the momentum so that we have the ability when it's time to.
That they were educated to do.
Are you
Adding
now, leftist
insult
Leo?
to injury, half of the top 30 H-1B employers are companies whose major function in life is to outsource jobs, known in the industry as body shops. In other words, the same companies that are involved with supplying American companies with cheap foreign labor at home are the same exact companies that provide even cheaper labor to corporations when they move abroad.
That's a good sales pitch, Shardspark. I'm a fan. I'm mad at the government for each U.S. state because so far it's 210 anti-trans bills proposed this year. Yeah, Wintermont, we were going to talk about trans issues tomorrow because there's some discourse and some news about it. But I can bring this up. This is, they're exterminationist. They're literally just exterminationist. So, in the UK, a teenager was stabbed 18 times because she was trans. They have trans, what was it? Trans hysteria. No, it wasn't trans hysteria. Trans derangement syndrome. That's what they have. It's just trans derangement syndrome. They're afraid of it. They're seeing trans people in the fucking trees, guys. Like they none of these people have met like a trans person in their life. Most of them. Half of them could not tell if they did, and yet they're seeing trans people in the fucking trees. They have entered psychosis. We need lithium in the water. I want to put some. I figured, by the way, that you phrased that, Winterman. That's perfectly fine. I got a couple other trans people in the community. We need to put like lithium or antipsychotics in the water. There's so many attacks on trans people following the election, not just in the U.S. Yeah, it's getting bad. We'll talk about it. Fuck, I guess today.
Broad.
I'm so tired and hungry.
They are two sides of the same coin.
But you know what? The show goes
Madam President, if there is truly a major shortage of skilled tech workers in this country, as Elon Musk and others have argued, why did Tesla lay off over 7,500 American workers last year, including many software developers and engineers?
Because AI replaced their jobs?
At its factory in Austin, Texas, while at the same time applying to hire thousands of H-1B guest workers. If these jobs are only going to the best and the brightest, why has Tesla employed H-1B guest workers as associate accountants for as little?
Okay, I think we get the idea. Sorry, Bernie. I do love you, but gotta do what we gotta do. Oh, really quickly, we were talking about China earlier. This is what it's come to. Apparently in China, if you lose your job, your rent goes to $0 because they charge a percentage of income. So if your income gets to zero, that you don't have to pay rent until you get another job. Same in Cuba and every other communist country. Gee, it's almost like communism is good and capitalists would do anything to stop us from finding out. China's not a communist country. China is not a communist country, and that's not true. It's not true. It's not true. We unironically need more epistemic snobbery. If you blindly trust ChatGPT results, you're mocked as an idiot. True. If you blindly trust random social media posts, you should be mocked even harder. True. We need a moniker to describe these people who trust these worthless knowledge bases. True. What do we call these people? Like, today's propaganda day, clearly. We're propagandizing. Ants? Ants is fine, yeah. I mean, like, ants is even original, because it's not like sheep, which would come off way too overt. Gobblers, that's a good one too. We can jump around, jump and skip around. So I just want you guys to remember, because we're gonna see a lot more issues for trans people, unfortunately. By the way, Wintermon, feel free to join the Discord, and I hope you live in a blue state. Hogs is good too. I do like Hogs, but that's kind of Hassan's thing, and I don't want to steal like his rhetoric. Unless it becomes the mainstream rhetoric, that's fine. But like, I want you guys to remember that there's very little trans people in the United States, and all of this like fear mongering. Again, we looked at today one of the first bills on the docket. Where are you? Here we go. One of the first bills on the docket. Actually, the first bill on the docket, Protection Against Women and Girls in Sports Act. This is the one that lets teachers, coaches, doctors abuse children. It's like the Red Scare in the 80s. Well, yes, but we haven't even gotten there yet. Don't worry, the Red Scare's coming. That's going to be pointed at me and like Lenin and the rest of the left. The Red Scare is for the socialists. This is the trans panic.
You could not watch a single NFL football game.
Genital
all
checks for
election
everyone.
season without seeing a barrage of ads. I mean, constant about the scourge of trans people and their alleged domination of American culture, thanks to Kamala Harris.
Wintermon, I would, if you have the ability, I would move to a blue state. I know, like, that's a big fucking ask to give to somebody, but like on the goals list, realistically, honestly, if you're trans, you should probably leave the United States. Not because you need to, like, you're not gonna die. Unless you live in Chicago, you're not getting ICE walking through your door, putting you in a camp. Like, you have time, but I don't know. It just, I would move. Mine is purple too, but my town is really good. Left is Leo. Then go make friends with your neighbors. I hope you're doing that. Go make friends with the cops in your town. I'm not kidding. Because like when they come for you, if the cops think that you're a good person and they're your friend, they're not going to point you out. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Do it anyway. Make friends with them. You don't have to tell them that you're a felon. Just say hi. Go for a walk and walk into the police department and say, literally just say, I've been online a lot and I don't know, I feel like maybe I need to engage with my community more, and I thought that this would be a good place to start. Say that and watch how quickly you can become friends with these people. Everyone in the world is craving in-person social interaction and community, but they don't know that they are. In fact, they think that they don't want it because it makes them uncomfortable, but they are. Why do we make a big deal over the 0.5% of the group and 0.5% of the country's the population? Detransitioners are right off like there's 100 detransitioners in America. There's like 2 people in the world, man. We care about this because they're an easy target. It's an easy target. If you're anti-Trump like me, you might be a boxcar in our futures too. I mean, even if you're anti-Trump, and I hope that you are, pretend. Talk to these people. Pretend like you are not. Engage with them on a level which will result in you being protected if the worst comes. Make friends with your neighbors. You want to be able to be Anne Frank, but even if you're not trans, do this anyway. They need to find an enemy, they're fascist. True. Even if you're not trans, do this anyway. Go make friends with all your neighbors. You should have at least one of your neighbors that you would be comfortable going to in case of an emergency, a fire, a hurricane, a tornado, an earthquake, or simply militias coming in and doing violence. You want to have a phone number. You want to know who the fuck these people are, and you want to be able to go to them for help if you need it. Because some books tell them those people are bad. Yeah, just people are not innately anything. People are manufactured to, like, people engage with reality based on their material conditions, and how they engage with them is based on not only the material conditions but the things behind the material conditions. Healthcare, money, poverty, these things we all have in common. All of us have in common. Luigi and trans rights. Again, there are people who wear MAGA hats who are basically socialists. They just don't know it. They just don't know it. So talk to them like they're human. Online, I adopt right-wing tactics for messaging. Talked about it. We did the whole like alt-right pipeline video, or sorry, playbook video. Do all that, but in person, be nice to them. They'll be nice to you. There's a 1% regret rate in trans healthcare. I would be willing to bet that that 1% would be sub 1% if we didn't have people who came out, started transitioning, and then lost everything from their like family, their friends, started getting harassment, their job. I feel like a lot less people would detransition if all of that happened as well. Thanks for tuning in to Ginger Fluff. We're basically actually like done. We're just gonna watch this video and I'm off for the day too, because it's been 5 hours and I'm very tired.
Republicans have now run multiple campaigns in
Oh, well, yeah, that number is going to go up, of course, because of harassment.
Statewide, presidential, playing up fear of, for instance, trans women playing sports
Like
and
4
trans
people.
youth seeking medical.
There are literally 4 trans people who want to play sports in high school in America right now. Like it's such a stupid topic to focus on.
Procedures with their parents, consent, obviously.
Oh yes, the teachers are grooming the kids. Say the people who love to fucking groom kids. The Christians love grooming kids. The right in general love grooming kids. You know what? Hold on. No, don't have it. Like, I've seen photos of children, like little, like 6-year-olds, holding chains with 2 kids behind him. One is a black kid who's handcuffed to the chains, and the other is a woman, like a girl, handcuffed to the chains. The boy's holding it. Dad's taking a picture like he's proud. They're insane. These people who want to look at children's genitals. These are the people who want to, yeah, I will rate Tina too, actually. These are the people who are child molesters. Almost, like, I would be willing to argue that the vast majority of Trump's cabinet are child molesters. And I'd be right. They are the Epstein party. They've been for a long time.
Simply seeking to use a public restroom in privacy and dignity. And given all this, I mean, given how much emphasis there has been on this, I think it's worth asking, what is the scale of the issue we are talking about? Why are we talking about it? Republicans don't have an answer. Take West Virginia Senator Jim Justice. In 2021, as his state's governor, he signed a ban on trans students in school sports. But he couldn't tell Stephanie Ruhle that it solved any real-world problem.
Can you name one example of a transgender child?
I'd be willing to say, this is my claim. Not all pedophiles are Nazis, but all Nazis are pedophiles.
Trying to gain an unfair competitive advantage
what do you mean
at a
by
school
map?
there in West Virginia.
Well, Stephanie, I don't have that experience exactly to myself right now, but I will tell you this.
Not yourself, your state, sir. Can you give me one example of a transgender child trying to get an unfair advantage? Just one in your state.
one.
You signed a bill about it.
No, I can't really tell you one.
This Republican moral panic has given most Americans a wildly incorrect notion of the scale of just trans life in
They're
America.
all clowns.
So in 2022,
We're not a
YouGov
serious
polled 1,000
country
Americans,
anymore.
found they really tend to vastly overestimate the size of basically every minority group, including the proportion of people who are trans.
They were talking about deporting 30 million illegal immigrants. There's only 10 in the country.
Gender. Respondents
10
guessed
million,
more than
rather.
a fifth of the country was trans. The true estimate is 0.6%. Oh, but they're taking over women's and girls' sports. Another just lie, as the head of the NCAA told the Senate last month.
How many athletes are there in the United States in NCAA schools?
510,000.
How many transgender athletes are you aware of?
Less than 10.
Less than 10 out of 510,000?
Yep.
Less than 10.
Yeah.
In other words, less than 0.02% of college athletes.
As in, this is a non-issue. If someone is mad about it in a interpersonal scenario, what the fucking deal? Why is the federal government focused on this? It means nothing. Like, obviously, trans people deserve rights and should not be attacked or harassed, any of this, but, like, it is genuinely the stupidest. There's only a few transes, but they overpowered all the sports through sheer trans power. Exactly. I read a little while ago, the chess league banned trans women from playing chess, which it blew my mind. Hold on, I'll find the link for that one.
Athletes are trans. But thousands of American children are being brainwashed and ulcered with puberty blockers. Also just not true. We've got a new peer-reviewed study, looked at more than 5 million health insurance claims by adolescents. As one study organizer...
Here we go. World Chess just placed restrictions on both trans women and men. As in, like, this is literally just saying women are dumber than men, so you can't have that. You have to play with the women and the men have to play with them. That's what they're saying. It's insanity.
told NPR this week, there were less than 1,000 youth that accessed puberty blockers and less than 2,000 that ever had access to hormones. In other words, less than 0.1% of teenagers with private insurance in the U.S. are transgender and receive gender-related medicine. Here is what is true. There are far, far fewer transgender Americans than the far right wants you to think there are. They want you to think the numbers are inflated because they need the fuel of real, actual human beings to be fed into the engine of their cynical culture wars. The more Republicans obscure that truth, the more damage they do to a deeper truth. No matter their numbers, every transgender person is as worthy as anyone else of dignity and respect and equal rights under the law.
It's brain rot. Our society has rotted. Woke, by the way, is a term that I'm going to start. Just start calling them woke, please, everyone. Just start using woke against the right because it's a good one. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I love you all. I'll see you all tomorrow for the inauguration. Got to watch the death of the United States together, of course. And stay tuned because we're about to raid in like 10 seconds. I want to sleep, but okay. I mean, you can go to sleep. Just like come in with the raid. I've had one trans kid that was on puberty blockers before. I've not known any. All right, and we. Sorry, no, not Hassan.